13. Anna's going to get a good terminal speed, but the ET is going to be way off. Yeah, 143 mile an hour, but 15.35. Gary Hester and Bill Marsh, your next pair. So Bill's going to get there first, looking for a 9 flat, gets a 9.37. Didn't go entirely to plan for Gary though, he wanted 8.85, gets a 10.52. Scott Collier on the Suzuki 965 is dialing, and Phil Pratt 908. Okay, very tense points chase actually in ET Bike. Both Phil and Scott at the sharp end. Well, Scott absolutely treed Phil to death and not a 0-1 light. 976, 977. Scott goes number 2, Phil goes number 10. Right, Andy Burfitt and Travis Marit. Your next pair. So Travis looking for an 8.70. Andy looking for a 13.35. Well, Andy Burfitt went sideways instead of forward off the line there, but gathered it up. Travis, meanwhile, looking for that 870, gets all the 8s. 8.8888. To go number 5, Andy goes through in the end there with a 14.37. It's number 12. So ET Bike at the moment, it's Gary Hester that leads the points chase, and then it is very tight between Phil Pratt and Scott Collier for second place. And then it's Robbie Dobby in the number 4 spot. Matt Jones is currently number 5. So Patrick DeLange goes through with a 9.37 on a 9.20 dial-in, and Carl goes through 13.08 on a 10.95. James Ritchie on the Buell, looking for a 980. And that's Nigel Lichtenberg from Amsterdam. He wants 9.90 on the Suzuki. James Ritchie out in front, 980 is the target, 10.03 is the end result, and Nigel with a couple of issues there, 13.06 at 107. All right, can I have Combike into the pairing lanes, please? Combike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, we move into Nostalgia Superstock. First pair, Simon Rickwood dialing in 975, and it's Clive Dandridge dialing in 1286 with the pickup truck. Oh, bit of a... Well, I don't quite know what happened there to Simon Rickwood. It's not going to be close to that 975 he dialed in. He went 1251. Clive Dandridge goes through 1329. Okay, next up then. Adrian Portelli and Mick Sharp. Adrian dialing in 1075, Mick Sharp 1035. 1092 plays 1042. Mick Sharp goes into number one. Pete Wiseman and Stuart Thompson, your next pair. Well, Stuart Thompson, what a season he's been having. Last time out at the Mopars, it was Stuart that went all the way to the final in that 64-car ladder. Outstanding performance from him. Pete Wiseman with the damage case. He dials in 1010. Kiwi dialing in 983. On 88 on that 83 takes the number one spot there for Stuart Thompson. Pete Wiseman 1021 on that 1010. Next up, Dave Billadew and Chris Goodale. So 988 plays 1034. So Chris gets there, gets there first. 1044 on a 34 dialing, goes number 3. Dave, a little bit off there, 1048. I think the terminal speed 112 tells a story there. He was 106 at the 8th mile. Right, next up, Don Scott and Ash Rawson. Now, Don Scott, number 2 in the points chase. So we've only had the Spring Speed National that counts towards the SPRC Championship. They have 2 championships they go for. They have the Lifestyle Championship and then obviously our SPRC Championship as well. Now, the Lifestyle Championship is still ongoing, but obviously a lot more cars involved in that. Problems there for Don, unfortunately. So Ash Rawson, he's looking for a 1055. Gets 1054 with a 6. Breaks out by less than 1/100th of a second. So problems there for Don and all. Yeah, there's fluid coming out from underneath the car. Only a little bit, but it's enough to stop the run from going ahead. So yeah, just looking at the points chase, Pete Dodd leads away from Don Scott. Kiwi, Stuart Thompson, number 3 in the points. Chris Goodale 4. Adrian Portelli is 5. Bob Main is 6. Al Medley 7. Dave Billadew 8. Simon Rickwood 9. And Mick Sharp number 10. After Nostalgia Superstock, it will be Sportsman ET. Right, next up then, it's for Williams Brothers Racing. Gary Carr in the gold Chevelle. And the slightly newer model of Chevelle, it's Guy King. In the black Chevelle in the Auto Glim Lane. The dial-ins then, 9.16 for Gary, 10.24 for Guy. .10.22 break out there for Guy King, 9.49 for Gary Carr, but Carr didn't leave the line the way it should. So they'll both have a look at that when they get back. No problems with Guy King at all, just went up. Okay, so it is the two-seater dragster, and we've got 4 runs lined up actually. Many thanks indeed for Paul Brown for giving me the information on our passengers today. First up, Tony Mountney from Birmingham, a 50th birthday present. So what a way to celebrate that by going for a ride in the two-seater. Straight and true as always there for Paul Brown. 794, 167 miles an hour. And one very happy passenger, I'm assuming, after that. Okay, we move on into Hutchinson and Dibley Sportsman ET. And how about this then? Tom Atkinson and Kirsty Tram. 12 flat for Tom, 12.0. Oh no, it's not Kirsty Tram. Kirsty was driving it yesterday. Andy Dibley, 12.01. Now then, we had a lot of entertainment with Andy's green Camaro yesterday. And what a performance by Kirsty Tram. Brilliant runs in the 12s, and then just for fun, Andy adjusted the timing on the car and it went into the 11s. And Kirsty was rather happy, shall we say. So Tom will lift off about now. Ooh, left off a bit late, I think. Oh no, 12.32 plays 12.28. Right, this is Kirsty Tram this time round. 14.2 dialing on the Merc, going alongside Ash with the Dream Wrecker Skyline, 13.47. Loads of wheel spin from Ash there. Actually calms it down. Gets a 13.77. Kirsty goes 14.96. So Ash goes number 2. Kirsty number 4. Next up, Michelle Walker. My Nanny and Me. Mark 1 Cortina looking as good as ever. Going alongside Georgina Smith with the Supra. 15.95 is her darling. Michelle looking for 15.35. So how close can they judge this? Plenty of room to take the number 1 spot at the moment. 15.41, and that is your number 1 spot taken there, Michelle Walker. Well done. 600ths off. Georgina goes 16.03 on a 15.95. She goes in at number 2. Right. The medleys. You got Jill with the full circle Jeep dialing in 12.62, and you got Alan 13.62 with the Mustang. Yep, that Jeep is quick. So 12.62 the target for Jill. She gets a 12.63, just a 100th off. She's number 1 qualifier. And Alan Medley goes 73 on a 62 and goes in at number 4. But great run there for Jill, superb. So Jamie Cresswell, this is the wife. That'll be obvious when the other Cresswells come round. Going alongside Chris Redshaw. Chris just come back from holiday. A very nice time in France, looking at his social media. And now back to his second home, of course, here at the racetrack. So Jamie dialing in 18.05, Chris dialing in 15.63. Can I please have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Funny Bike into the lanes? Chris gets there first with a 15.53, breaks out by a 10th. But Jamie, 18.13 on 18.05, she goes in at number 4. Right, Rob Cresswell and Richard Palmer. Super impressed, called the Doobie. Dialing in a 15.22. Rob looking for 16.30. So Richard away and running, looking for that 15.22. Not going to be far off it, I don't think. Well, way off it underneath, actually. 14.83. That's a big breakout. Rob Cresswell also breaks out. Goes 16.14 on his 16.30 dial-in. Just a little bit too quick. So I think that's Steph Pateman down there in the Kestrel lane. Very good morning to Julie as well. Hello. And it's Chris Cresswell, the third of the Cresswell family. This time in the Fiesta ST, dialing in 15.30. Steph looking for a 13.83. Great lights from both of them. You saw the move before the green came on. Time that to perfection almost. Steph with the 0-4 light, Chris with the 0-9. $14 flat for Steph, Chris $15.44. They go 6 and 7 with Chris, the slightly higher qualified car on those runs. All right, let's have VW Sportsman into the lanes, please. VW Sportsman. Right, next up then, Troy and Gary. Troy Attree with the Camaro, Gary Lake with the Pontiac. Important one this for Gary Lake. He is holding a 250-point lead from Brian Huxley at the moment. Gary wants to stay ahead and try and take this championship. Felicity Gibbs is currently number 3 in the points. Holly Walters, number 4. Chris Redshaw is number 5. But qualifying points help as well, don't forget. Gary Lake dials 14.10, goes 14.21 into number 5 spot. And a 15.19 there for Troy with the Camaro. Goes in at number 13. All right, the Moonshine Escort, Mark II of Matt going for a 16.82. And Chris Layram with the Falcon wants 12.65. Well, wheel spin central there for Chris Layram off the line. Just couldn't get any grip at all. Goes through with a 16.07, a 16.84 for Matt on a 16.82. That's good enough for number 2 spot. Well done, Matt. Great run. Felicity Gibbs is next up in the Castrol lane. Going alongside Mike Franklin with the Range Rover, 1712 Darlin. Well, it just goes to show, bring anything you like to run in Sportsman ET, as long as you can run the numbers. Basically 12 seconds or slower for the quarter mile. So if you bring in your tow car up for a race operation, then why not run it? $17.33 for Felicity, goes number 8. Mike Franklin goes $17.36 on that 17.12. He's number 11. Holly Walters with her Mustang, 15.55 is the target of her. Going alongside Pete Walters, 14.85. Sibling rivalry here. Holly Walters, don't forget, number 4 in the championship points chase. Where is she? She's 210 points behind Felicity in number 3 spot. Quite a way ahead, though, is Brian Huxley in the number 2 spot, and then Gary Lake further ahead as well. He's in number 1. But say important weekend for the top 4 or 5, if you like. So they're just having a good look at the Autoclim lane where Chris Layman went through, but I think I'm just going to get the tractor and just sled that lane. That huge amount of wheel spin that Chris had Could mean we just need to do a little bit of track prep. I'm just going to look behind me. Yep, Dave going for the tractor. So, going to take a break from commentary just for a second. I'm going to give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. This won't take long though, but we'll be back when we continue qualifying for Sportsman ET here at the Greenlight Nationals. Waterglim Lane 10.95, the dial in for Pete. Anna 950. Well, I don't quite know what's happened to Anna's bike. Gets it going in the end. Peter Harrison approaching the stripe. Gets 11.13. Anna's going to get a good terminal speed, but the ET is going to be way off. Yeah, 143 mile. Gary Hester and Bill Marsh, your next pair. So Bill's going to get there first, looking for a 9 flat, gets a 9.37. Wow, Scott absolutely treed Phil to death and not a 0-1 light. 9.76, 9.77. Scott goes number 2, Phil goes number 10. Well, once again, our track crew have done the business out there and got us ready to go once again. So it is Holly Walters and Pete Walters lining up for their round 1 qualifying attempt. The dial-ins then, 15.55 for Holly, Pete looking for 14.85. 15.44 breakout there for Holly, but a 15.58 for Pete. Bit off pace, but I think that's the first time he's ever run that car, so a little bit of guesswork to see what the car was going to run. One rather large Dodge pickup truck has appeared in the Kestrel beer lane, dialing in 16.30. That is Susie McClure, the Silver Snail. Going alongside Darren Huxley, the Nissan 180. He was here actually. Was it last weekend? I think it was. Yeah, doing the drift racing that they do. Called Jim Carner, and certainly worth checking out. And if you want to have a look at what these guys are up to, pop up and see Darren Huxley in the pits, and he'll explain to you all about the drifting that they do. And it's pretty cool. Darlin's end 16.30 for Susie. Darren looking for 12.30. So 12.30 the target for Darren goes 12.01. Big breakout there. Let's see what Susie does. 16.38 in at number 4. Nicely done. Steve Mellors with the Hulk MX-5 going alongside Clive Dandridge with the truck. We've already seen Clive once in Nostalgia Superstock, but here he is in Sportsman ET. So Steve dialing in 15.96. He went 15.7 yesterday. Balls had an amusing moment when the rack top came down on one of his runs. So yeah, a bit of entertainment. Oh, Clive, wide awake, club off the line there, 0-2 light. Now then, 12.98, he's into a headwind, 13.27. And a breakout for Steve Mellors, 15.93, just that little bit too quick for him. Right, number 2 in the points chase, this is important. This is Brian Huxley. 18.88 is the target for him. Right then, 1888 is the target. What's Brian got for us? 1921. Room for improvement. Right, move on. Into VW Pro. Right, you got the Lagster in the Kestrel Beer Lane. That's Jonathan Newell. Looking for 12 flat. And Jake Fronder. 12.01 with the Audi TT. All right, Outlaw Anglia. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia. Come on now. So 11.97, a little bit too quick there for Jake, but Jonathan Newell goes 12.28. He's the right side of dial-in, so he takes the number 1 spot. Rob Carter with Percy. Well, it's the cunningly disguised Passat. Such a good disguise, actually. It's not a Passat at all, it's a Golf. Going alongside Lee Caudry with Poppy, the Seat Leon. Both of them dialing in 12.99, makes life easy for me. .1287 breakout for Rob, but Lee Caudry, the right side, 13.07. Oh, just a tiny bit of a clean up in Kestrel Beer Lane. Allowing Graham Fairhead now to do his burnout and come forward, going alongside Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Audi S3. Now then, 10.10 is the dial-in for Chris, 11.20 for Graham. Graham 11.11 breakout a bit too quick there. Chris Waterhouse goes 10.51 on a 10.10. He slots in at number 3. Well, those of you that tuned in online, either via the Facebook page or YouTube, a very, very good morning to you. I'm sort of trying to keep track of what's happening online as well as what's going on the racetrack here. Obviously, my priority is to make sure that you know who is on track and the numbers they're running and everything else that goes on here, but I'll keep glancing in on the YouTube and Facebook coverage as well. There's a few messages that come through as well, so a very good morning to everybody tuned in. This is Dave Crowhurst taking on James Hodson. James dialing in a 10.65, Dave dialing in 9.60. And 11.71 and 14.05 are the numbers. Gives you some indication that not entirely going to plan for both of them. Just having a look where people are tuning in from, actually. Kev Monday says, morning, Colin. Morning, mate. Hope you're keeping well. I saw that one pop up then. A few people, somebody, Snoopy's tuned in from Michigan. Very good morning to him. Mark Ells is in sunny East Yorkshire. Mike Smith, grim up north. Where else have we got? Let's have a look, see, Scotty Walker in California. Nice one, Scotty. Roger Bowen, good morning to you. So yeah, everybody's around. Good Good to have you join us, even if you're not here. This is Charlie Roberts and Phil Blob. 1170 and 1150 are the dial-ins. Phil goes 1190. Not entirely to plan there for Charlie Roberts, 1247. But they got plenty of qualifying today to get the job done. Look forward to seeing them come around and give it another go a little bit later on. Roger Bowen says Tower only responds to FB comments. Well, I'm looking on the YouTube. Morning, Rog. No, just prove it wrong. There we go. It's just what I was tuned into at the time. I'm actually tuned into the YouTube feed at the moment. Ben Cullen is in Manchester. Morning, Ben. Right, next up. It is the Electric Beetle. Sam Young, dialing in 9.90. Going alongside the Trailer Queen, Simon Crowley, dialing in 956. Is it still grim up in Yorkshire? Morning, Roger Howard Smith. And Ben Cullen is in Manchester. There we go. All coming in from all over the place. 370 odd plus tuned in at the moment. That'll grow throughout the day. Right, Sam Young, 990 the target. What's he got for us? 1037 goes at number 5. Simon Crowley goes 1090, 106. Simon had an awesome meeting. I think it was Bug Jam. Got the Trailer Queen into the mid-nines. That was absolutely awesome. Thomas Nilsson is in Sweden, tuning into the coverage, and Ben Cullen, hey, YouTube famous. There we go, Ben. You got your name shouted out over the commentary here at Santa Pod Raceway. Your next pair. Jacob Bailey and Carl Goldsmith. The name I'm waiting to see appear actually is Luke Stevenson. He's actually on a cruise liner somewhere, well, floating around on water. He really wanted to be here this weekend, running in VW Pro, and he's just watching everybody else score a bundle of points this weekend, and Luke can't be part of it. But I hope you're having a great cruise, Luke. So Jacob Bailey gets a 1351. Carl Goldsmith goes 1250. So Carl goes 8. Jacob Bailey number 9. All right, looking round into the lanes, I can see VW Sportsman there. I can see a whole host of bikes down there as well. So plenty of action to come at you. One thing I haven't done today is actually giving the rundown of all the classes that we've got here. The next class to come round will be Comp Bike, followed by Funny Bike. Back to 4 wheels for Outlaw Anglia and VW Sportsman. And then after that, this isn't a call into the Pyrenees, by the way, is the Wild Bunch, a Junior Drag Bike, Outlaw Flat 4, and then Super Street Bike. We've got some exhibition machines here today as well, and I know of 2 of them, which is Martin Jones with the Dragster and Neil Midgley with the bike. And then it'll be 760 heads up. Really looking forward to that. Massive thanks to from everybody that's booked in for that class this weekend. A big thank you to Jeff and Belinda Bull for the incredible sponsorship that they put into the class this weekend. They've basically, there's £1,000 for the winner and £500 for the runner-up. So that's a £1,500 prize pot put in by Jeff Bull Racing Engines with help from some of their USA sponsors, which includes Doug Herbert Performance Parts in North Carolina, BLP Racing Products, and they're based in Orlando, Florida, and Transmission Specialties in Pennsylvania. So Jeff and Belinda, massive thanks indeed. And of course, like everybody else, they just want to put out a massive shout out to Haley, Andy and Purdy Hadfield. Now then, I'm sure the Fadster and the rest of the family are tuned in. No surprise for guessing which t-shirt I'm wearing today, but it's black with purple writing on it, of course. If you want to support the causes as Haley continues this incredible battle with this cancer. Always get a bit tongue-tied when I talk about it, but it's a great fundraiser. We've got so many things going on to raise money for all the charities, and all the love in the world and all the support and all the thoughts, obviously, with Andy, Haley and Purdy at this time. And obviously Monday is a very, very big day, and we send all of our love and fingers crossed and everything, and hope that all goes as well as can be expected. There's a lot of cars, there's a lot of bikes carrying the stickers, and there's a lot of people wearing the t-shirts as well. And Craig Dixon is here this weekend. He's crewing with Mark Todd. I know he's got stickers with him, and the amount of people that have ordered the t-shirts, you know, the Fighting Pancreatic Cancer t-shirts, is quite staggering. So get your orders in, get onto Craig's t-shirts page. You can just follow the links from so many people's Facebook accounts, and you'll find all the details there. Also, big news, we have a charity auction coming up at the national finals. Andy Thetford has got the ball rolling on this one, and just been announced on Eurodragster as well. There will be a Facebook page coming as soon as we get some of the lots in, so we can put some photographs up. But the national finals, Saturday, 8 o'clock-ish. I can't put 100% time on it just yet. But we'll be doing an auction of various drag racing and other related memorabilia. Our teams and companies involved in the sport of drag racing are going to be donating various items, and we're going to have a charity auction and raise a whole wedge of money for this incredible cause. Also got to say a massive, massive thanks to Sarah Howes and Mark Corsell, who did a parachute jump and raised a huge sum of money. You know, it's just things like that that just make you smile, make you proud to be part of this incredible drag racing family that we have. And you know, just to be part of it is just fantastic. So keep your eye on social media, through my page, through everybody else's page basically, and you'll be able to find out details of the auction and other fundraisers that are going on. And as somebody put last night, I can't remember, I think it was one of the, yes, it was one of the Maras. Unfortunately, this cancer has chosen the wrong family at the wrong time, and I tell you what, if you want to fight, then the support from the drag racing community with the Vasdas and that, yeah, you don't pick on one of our lot, you really don't, and we'll fight you all the way. Okay, back to racing. It is Combike elimination. Sorry, not elimination. Sorry, it's qualifying. We haven't even started yet. They got to get qualified before they start doing eliminations. They got eliminations this afternoon. This is John McLean Sr. taking on Paul Hambridge, McLean Racing Suzuki, and the Silent Assassin Kawasaki. .851 plays 7:33. What a run there for Paul. That was outstanding. 190 mile an hour at the stripe as well. Excellent job. Graham Dance, Chris Neary, your next pair. Chris getting a little bit close to the wall, but guides it away. Graham Dance goes 7:46 at 193, and that's Chris Neary going 8:60 at 169. Next up, Mick Wynyard, Jordan Kenway. Mick is in the Kestrel lane. Jordan, Autoglim lane. Combike heads up class, no darlings. Just go as hard and as fast as you can. Jordan just having to lean the bike over to the right, keep it away from the centre line. But Mick Wynyard gets there first, 8:44, 173. Jordan, 10.5 seconds to 104. Len Padgett on his own then on the Suzuki. Kepler running nicely into the sevens. Then he goes through with 8:46 at 179. Right, I can see Roger Moore behind us. On the Boxer Frogs racing machine. Immense machine, this one. He's going to make the appearance in the Kestrel Beer Lane, going alongside the Goose, Louis Davis, the Wicked Wench, and Louis is your points leader in Funny Bike. Well, Goose away well. Low sevens, possibly high sixes. And it is a 7:14, 179 for Louis. Rog goes through with an 8:31. Forget about 34 miles an hour, though. All right, can I please have Wild Bunch and Junior Drag Bike into the lanes, please? Wild Bunch and the Junior Drag Bike. Tony Clark with the hired gun and changing his name. David Arthur Peter this time. Well, I know him as Dave Peters on the Rigaboot Express. Two quick bikes here. And Luke Stevenson has tuned into the feed. Hey! How you doing, Luke? I hope you're enjoying yourself over there, mate. Wherever you are, bobbing up and down on the sea. Oh, Tony Clark with smoke at the top end there. 774, clicked it early, 125. I don't think he had any choice in the matter, though. 861 for Dave Peters, only 98 mile an hour. Well, certainly not as quick as they expected it to be. So yeah, got to have an inspection in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and hopefully that's not put too much of a mockers on it. Yeah, so unfortunately Dave running for the tractor once again, and fingers crossed there for Tony Clark. Hopefully that is just a minor issue with maybe just a hose blowing off or something than anything more terminal than that. So we are going to be down for a few moments. Gives us a chance to catch up with everything else. So Nitro FM 96.2, they're going to take over the airwaves. I'm going to keep an eye on the messages coming through. Julia Wisby, good morning to you. Chris has been saying, shout out shout out, please. So there we go. Julia, there you go. Got your name mentioned, and thanks for that one for Chris. Okay, Nitro FM 96.2. Take it away. We'll be back with you soon. $15.44 breakout there for Holly, but a 15.50, and it's pretty cool. Darling's end 16.30 for Susie. Darren looking for 12.30. So 12.30 the target for Darren goes 12.01. Big breakout there. Let's see what Susie does. 16.38 in at number 4 runs. So yeah, a bit of entertainment. Oh, Clive wide awake, club off the line there. 0-2 light. Well then 12.98. He's into a headwind. 13.27. And a breakout for Steve Mellors. Right then, 18.88 is the target. What's Brian got for us? 19.21. Come on now. So 11.90. Graham 1111 Facebook coverage as well. There's a few messages that come through as well. So a very good morning to everybody tuned in. This is Dave Crowhurst taking on James Hodson. James dialing in a 1065. Dave dialing in 960. And 1171 and 1405. Where else have we got? Let's have a look, see Scotty Walker in California. Nice one, Scotty. Roger Bowen. Good morning to you. So yeah, everybody's around. Good to have you join us, even if you're not here. This is Charlie Roberts and Phil Blogg. 11.70 and 11.50 are the dial-ins. Phil goes 11.90, not entirely to plan. Is it still grim up in Yorkshire? Morning, Roger Howard Smith. And Ben Cullen is in Manchester. There we go. All coming in from all over the place. 370 odd plus tuned in at the moment. That'll grow throughout the day. Right, Sam Young 990 the target. What's he got for us? 1037 goes in number 5. Simon Crowley goes 1090. He really wanted to be here this weekend running in VW Pro, and he's just watching everybody else score a bundle of points this weekend, and Luke can't be part of it. But I hope you're having a great cruise, Luke. So Jacob Bailey gets a 1351. Graham Dance, Chris Neary, your next pair. Chris getting a little bit close to the wall, but guides it away. Graham Dance goes 746 away. Mick is in the Kestrel Lane. Jordan, Autoglim Lane. Combike heads up class, no darlings. Just go as hard and as fast as you can. Jordan just having to lean the bike over to the right, keep it away from the centre line. But Mick Wynyard gets there first, 8:44. Then he goes through with 8:46 at 179. Well, goose away well. Low 7s, possibly high 6s. And it is a 7:14, 179. And has tuned into the feed. Hey! How you doing, Luke? I hope you're enjoying yourself over there, mate. Wherever you are, bobbing up and down on the sea. Oh, Tony Clark with smoke at the top end there. 774, clicked it early, 125. I don't think he had any choice. say. So Tom will lift off about now. Ooh, left off a bit late, I think. Oh no, 12:32 plays 12:28. Loads of wheel spin from Ash there. Actually calms it down. Gets a 13.77. Kirsty goes 14.96. So So how close can they judge this? Plenty of room to take the number one spot at the moment. 15.41, and that is your number one spot taken there, Michelle Walker. Well done. 600ths off. So 12.62 the target for Jill. She gets a 12.63, just 100th off here at the racetrack. So Jamie Darling in 18.05, Chris Darling in 15.63. Can I please have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Funny Bike into the lanes? Chris gets there first with a 15.53, breaks out by a 10th, but Jamie, 18.13. So Richard away and running, looking for that 15.22. Not going to be far off it, I don't think. Well, way off it underneath, actually. 14.83. That's great lights from both of them. You saw the move before the green came on. Timed that to perfection. Almost Steph with the 0.4 light, Chris with the 0.9. 14 flat for Steph. Chris, a 250-point lead from Brian Huxley at the moment. Gary wants to stay ahead and try and take this championship. Felicity Gibbs is currently number 3 in the points. Holly Walters, number 4. Chris Redshaw is number 5. But qualifying points help as well, don't forget. Gary Lakedale's 14.10, goes 14.21 into number 5 spot. And a 15. Well, if you look towards the shutdown area, you can see that's where the cleanup is continuing. In actual fact, it's nearly finished, so basically as soon as that cloud disappears, that means the track support vehicle will disappear around the corner. In actual fact, I think it's done it. So we continue with Funny Bike. This is Lorcan Parnell with Storm. Now then, Lorcan has been way into the 6-second zone on this machine. I'd love to get another stonking 6-second pass here. So he's got the track to himself then. As Lorcan, he is in the auto glim lane. Bike's just cut out him as he was into stage. So just pushing the bike back. I don't think they're going to need the starter on this particular one. Could be wrong. Trouble is, we've only got 2 qualifying shots to get into the show. And they go into eliminations this afternoon and then do it all again tomorrow. So maybe opportunity given if possible. So then, Lorcan Parnell, the computer system ready for it. So is the track. Went for the launch and it just cut out. What a shame for Lorcan. Well, we'll get another go at it in Q2. But when that bike goes, it is an absolute missile. But has a bit of its own temperament as well. But it's a good team Lorcan has got there. They'll get that one sus, fingers crossed. Go back to the pits and try and find out what the issue was. So very frustrating, especially when you have only got 2 shots to get qualified. So just having to peek round the corner. Well, actually, I don't need to. I can look right below us. VW Sportsman is the next class. Good entry from them this weekend. Right, also, can I please have into the lanes Outlaw Flat 4? A whole host of them here this weekend as well. Class has really come on strong this season. Okay, so here we are then. VW Sportsman qualifying round number 1. First up, it's the old school Golf from the 1980s. That's Darren Walsh. And it's Hazel Carter with Patricia the Passat. She does in 15.15. Darren Darling in 17.20 with the Golf. 15.11 breakout for Hazel Carter, a little bit too quick and even quicker than his darling of 17.20 with a 16.93 was Darren Walsh. So they need to adjust their darlings for next time round or slow the cars up. I think they'll be adjusting the darlings. Right, next up then, Dan Brioche, as we love to call him, the Loco Polo, darling in 12.75. And John Gallant with the Sirocco, 17.4. So Dan getting to the stripe first. 12.75 is the target, goes 12.84. Good enough for number one at the moment. Until John got there, though. He went 17.48. He takes the number one spot. So Dan had that for about 3 seconds. Right, Reese Finney with the Lupo. Oh, he was at Das Auto Show last week. Had loads of runs trying to dial the car in. Going alongside Andrew Bambrick with Mark II Golf. He wants 13.41. Reese wants 17.20. $13.52 for Andrew. Reese goes through with a 17.13 breakout, a bit too quick. So Andrew goes 3. Reese goes number 5. Actually, it was Danny Bean that was doing all the running as well at previous event. With the Lupo, 14.20, the dial-in. Nigel Gregson with the Skoda, looking for 16.1. So going to be Danny there first. 14.59 and 16.14 for Nigel Gregson. Number one spot taken there with the Skoda, just 0.04 of a second off. Nicely done. Right, Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug. 13.78 the dial-in. Kestrel Beer Lane and Paul Robinson with the Audi TT. Doing rather well in the points chase is our Paul. Got to be a contender for the championship this year. So Lawrence, let's see if you can get that 13.78. That goes 13.95. But how about Paul Robinson? 14.80 on a 74. 600s off. He's into the number 2 spot. Lawrence, number 10. Jerry Sadler. 16.10 the dial-in for the Beetle in the Auto Glim Lane, and it's Bruce Harvey, the Greenpeace Racing Golf, dial-in of 14.00. So both into pre-stage, both into stage, tree counts them down, greens in both lanes. So Bruce should get there first. Now then, 14.00. He'd love to match that. It's 14.33. Jerry 16.10 goes 16.78. So Bruce is number 6. Jerry goes in at number 8. Well, we've seen Jerry Sadler. Let's see how Emma Sadler gets on with her similar Beetle, the Candy Queen. 15.50 her target. And Rob Cresswell with the Audi A3, 16.1. Very nice 0.8 reaction time there for Rob. So finishing line then 15.88 on a 50 for Emma, but Rob Cresswell 16.16 on a 16.10 goes in at number 2. Morning, Pete. Good to see you, buddy. John Crawford 15.30 on the Golf. 15-15 the target for Justin with the red dwarf. Or the silver dwarf, as the case may be. Yeah, the Golf hasn't made it back out of the workshops yet, so Justin in the Audi TT. So 1530 plays 1545, just 1500ths difference between these two. $15.56 for Justin, goes number 7. John Crawford, $15.90 on $15.30. He goes number 11. Lottie Bradford and Tom Circuit. Lottie with the Beetle for $18.30, as is Tom with the Lupo. So dial-ins matched. Well, then, theory being, if they leave the line at the same time, they cross the line at the same time. Could run the same number. Will it be 1830, or is that just the club they want to go on holiday with? Yeah, those are old enough to remember what Club 1830 was. Oh dear, Lottie. Box full of neutrals between first and second there, I think. So, Tom Circuit. Let's see how Lottie gets on as she chases Tom. Tom gets there, goes 1841. Nicely done, sir. Goes in at number 8. Lottie 2108 goes in at number 14. Right, pick your Beetle then. Have a misdemeanor Beetle. Morgan Wilson going alongside the White Pearl Beetle from 1969. That's Connor Jones. Well, 0-2 light for Connor. Morgan only went 0-1 red that time. But problems for Connor. So let's see how Emmy gets on then. 1835 her target. Goes 1822, just a little bit too quick. Curses, says Duncan. And Connor's still moving. Unfortunately, will be timed out. I won't get a speed or ET on this. But just gently rolling to the strike. Probably going to go across the line at about 10 mile an hour, if that. Go crosses the line, so we'll hopefully take the first exit, and then we can get the next pair up the racetrack. So, Laurie Anslow with the Skoda, and it's Polly Judge with the Audi TT. Neither of them are in their preferred race cars, but they're here racing, that's the main thing. Morning, Jace. How you doing, mate? And Rob down the other side of the racetrack as well. Keep an eye on this. There's steeds in the beams at the moment. So the target's then Polly 16 flat, Larry 1710. So Polly 16 flat, she gets 1691, 1722 for Laurie Anslow. Goes in at number 9, Polly in at number 15. Jake Fronder with the blue rinse Audi TTRS, dials 1201. And Phil Jones with the Dragon Wagon, 14.60. Jake double classing this weekend with the Audi TT. Can I please have Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike, can we have you into the lanes, please? $12.70 there for Jake. Phil goes through with a 15.20, so Phil goes 14, Jake goes 16. So just a little bit of track prep out there. Got the two-seater dragster coming round. I can see the Wild Bunch in the lanes. I can see Outlaw Anglia in the lanes as well. But as I say, first up will be the two-seater. Let's find out who our passenger is. It is Stu Rayner from North York's 50th birthday present from his brother Phil on the start line. Nicely done, Phil. Hey, hey. So Stu Rayner is the next one. So Stu Rayner then, say a 50th birthday present from brother Phil, who our start line marshals. Okay, so the pre-run checks all completed. Just remind the passenger to push their head back against the headrest, because otherwise if you lean forward and the car launches, you'll get thrown back quite hard. And obviously showing the parachutes that have been armed for your driver, Paul Brown. Cop 007 reaction time. So what's Mr. Bond got for us at the stripe? 8:03, 166 miles an hour. Nicely done from the thrill ride. All right, we move into Outlaw Anglia. A very, very good morning to Colin Miller, who's tuned in. Thanks for the message, Cole. He's watching from sunny Scotland, wishing everybody a fast and safe weekend, and good luck to all the OA guys coming up shortly. We will be back soon. Well, I know Cole, if he had an engine that was serviceable, he'd be here this weekend. Yeah, very frustrating when you have problems and can't continue your race season the way you set out to. But Cole, And of course to Lynn. Look forward to seeing you soon. Here we go, Outlaw Anglia, Wayne Power and Ben Kennedy, your first pair. No dial-ins, no breakouts, just going hard and fast as we can. 10:59 from Wayne Power. Ben Kennedy goes 10:31. Right, next up then, Jed Guy with Shorty's Hot Rod. And of course it's Rob Stone with Head Rush. Right, lots of news from Outlaw Anglia actually. Jed, the UK's quickest Outlaw Anglia. Colin Miller's got the fastest. He went 196 miles an hour. But Jed's is the quickest into the 6.8s. Rob Stone, 10.31, 10.59 second pair. Rob should be comfortably quicker than that. And let's see how this pair unfold. Very good morning or good evening, I say to everybody tuned in from Australia. I know John Willard's been having a fantastic time at Sydney Dragway this weekend, and we'll update you what he's been up to at the moment. So Jed Guy off and running. A little bit of a wobble at half track, a bit of a bigger wobble at 1,000 foot. Still goes through with a 740 at 180 miles an hour to take the number one spot. Rob Stone, unfortunately, no time or speed recorded left before the tree ran. Barry Woodford. Right, news from Sydney. John Willard, a 6.67 this weekend. Absolutely outstanding pass. He did click it early as well. Went through the traps at 198.85 miles an hour. It was a year ago today that John broke into the sixes down under, and 6.67 at Sydney Dragway. Outstanding pass from him, so congratulations John and the team. More of the same tomorrow please. Right, Doug McClure, Barry Woodford, your next pair here. The Slug Cess Anglia going alongside Grumpy Ass Racing. And at the stripe it is a 10.87 from Barry Woodford, puts in number 4. Doug goes 12.22, going to number 5. Well, I do believe that's it for Outlaw Anglia for this round. No, Jed Guy 740 in the number 1 spot at the moment. Right, we move on to the Wild Bunch. Good entry from the Wild Bunch this weekend. Good to see so many of them here this weekend. And to kick things off, the quickest Wild Bunch car, that is Bob Hawkins with Time Traveller number 2, a 6-second slingshot dragster. Azza's tuned in, watching the coverage from the Isle of Wight. Nice and sunny down there. Az, I hope you're keeping well, buddy. So it is Bob Hawkins then with Time Traveller number 2. Can I please have our exhibition Top Fuel Bike and Pro Car into the lanes, please, and also 760 heads up class, please. Let's have you into the lanes. So dialing then for Bob, 6.85. Alan Schofield with the Rough Diamond altered 849. He's loving life in this car. He's got the Scud Dragster that he runs in Supercomp, but yeah, the temptation to get hold of the Rough Diamond altered was too much. So 849, what he'd like to see here. Great looking launch and a good looking run for Bob Hawkins. Chute comes out early though. Goes 7.19 at 129 and 8.80 at 151 there for Alan Schofield. That was a good looking run for Bob. 102 to 60 foot at the 8th, 161 miles an hour in 4.34. But we say the chute came, well, either he pulled the chute or the chute came out early. 7.19 at 129 at the stripe. Right, the Black Pig number 2. That's Steve Field. 8.47 is the darling. Going alongside Snake Eyes is Andy Clifford. 9.25 his chosen number. .47 the target for Steve. Steve's been actually 8-1 in this car. Doesn't hang about at all. Well, both are heading towards the centre line, but both avoiding it. It's going to be Steve Hill that's going to get to the top end first. Goes 8.90 at 151 miles an hour. And a 10.26 on 9.25 darling for Andy Clifford. But did have a big pedal in the middle there. Alright, Keith Crampton, the Saltown Shaker. And Phil James with the Rampage. 9.62 is the darling for the funny car. 9.53 for the Slingshot. .63 and a 9.53 for Keith Crampton, but how about Phil James? 9.64 and a 62 takes the number 1 spot. Well, obviously Chris Wiseby's not being fully tuned in. He says a shout out for Julia Wiseby. I did that ages ago. But he's put it on the Facebook page now. But no, Chris, I'd already done it, mate. I'd already done it. Right, Junior Drag Bike, qualifying session number 1 for them. This is Richard Wilcox for the Firefighter Racing Junior team. 9.90 the darling. Going alongside Meg Talbot, 8.20. What she wants to see. Both away well. Oh, 8.22 for Meg. Great run. 10.11. Very good indeed from Richard, but Meg can be delighted with that one. Just 0.02 of a second off. And with only 2 qualifiers, that could be good for number 1 all the way through. We'll wait and see. Next up, Lyra Humbert and Casey Holgate. So Lyra and Casey. Just waiting for one of the bikes to clear. Gonna make it through the first exit. Well, Casey Holgate looking for an 850, gets a 1061. Not going entirely planned for Lyra though. 16, well, I won't say entirely to plan. Went 1606 and broke out. Had a dial-in of 1750, so they knew that the bike wasn't going to be a missile that time round. But well judged, actually, to break out on 16.0. Right, Holly King up next, 11.23, playing an A1480 from Maggie Smallman with the Rug Rack Racing Junior in the Auto Glim Lane. $11.34 from Holly. Good run. Maggie goes 15.47. So Holly King goes in at number 2, Maggie number 4. So it is the Morrison Junior drag bike team. Leah Morrison dialing in 12.40 in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and it's Brad Morrison 15.15 in the Auto Glim Lane. $12.66 for Leah. Brad goes 15.67. They go 4 and 5 respectively. Grace Pollen up next, 8.90 the dial-in for Grace. So Grace gets a 10.07 at 70 mile an hour, goes in at the number 7 spot. Just had a little bit of a glitch off the line, but recovered it well. Outlaw flat 4 underneath us. What these teams try to achieve with these Outlaw Flat 4s, I'm super impressed with this class. Pretty much all VW Beetles. You do see a couple of other variants coming in, but predominantly they are Beetles. But basically doing things that these things should never do. Most of them are in the 11, some in the 10-second zone. And very rarely do they go straight off the line. And Adam Lowe, perfect example of that. But it is Adam to the stripe first with an 11.20. 117 miles an hour. Mark Pascoe, 12.32 at 107. So Outlaw Anglia is a heads-up class. There's no breakouts, there's no dial-ins or anything. So just as hard and as fast as you can go. Nigel Hull and Darren Shepherd, your next pair. So Nigel gets there first. 9.75, 134 mile an hour. Absolutely outstanding pass from the team. Brilliant job there. Darren Shepherd goes 11.62 at 114, but Nigel Hull, wow, that's put a marker out there for sure. Right, Danny Pike. What's he got for us? He's just seen a 9.75 on the boards. We know he can certainly attack that. Right, James Wotton as well. Another one of the quick guys in the class. Good launches from both cars. That's close at the stripe as well. James Wotton, 9.61. Takes the top spot there, and 9.72 for Danny Pike. Oh, it's got very interesting in Outlaw Anglia already. 3 of them in the 9s already. How about Lucas Dalgleish? What's he got for us then? And from Princess Risborough. If you ever want to hear a car manually shift up the quarter mile, just listen to that. 11.33, 121 miles an hour for Lucas there. Goes in at the number 5 spot, but great session from the Outlaw Flat 4s there. 3 of them in the 9-second zone straight away. Right, into the lanes. Let's have a look down there. Super Street Bike is the next class round the corner. We can see our pro cars down there. It's also 760 is down there as well. Going to get very interesting indeed. Looking forward to this. Just a little bit of glue going down. But first up, Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike. Some of the numbers that have been run this season is just absolutely outstanding. Some staggering numbers. I mean, we're 6.5 seconds now. It's just incredible. So it's a double header this weekend for our bike classes. Let's not forget that as well. So they're going to get 2 qualifiers, and then they go into eliminations this afternoon. We're due to finish at about 6:15, but we do have to run all of our finals, so may extend that a little bit today due to the fact that we have had... oh, no. Just spotted something down in the lanes there. Paul's lost his coffee. It went all over the floor. Never mind. You can get another one. Don't know how it happened, but the look of dismay. You can't see that on the live stream, but yeah. Anyway, right, let's concentrate on what's going on in front of us then. Super Street Bike. Mark Hope is in the Kestrel Beer lane, and it'll be Jake Michelle in the Autoglim lane. Oh, just looking at the live chat, and Scott Gay's appeared on there. Scott, how you doing, mate? We miss you. And I really hope the new job's going well. Right there, Mark Hope, Jake Michelle. Oh, we get massive wheels done there for Mark Hope as the power came in at half track. Jake goes through with a 714 at 203. Mark Hope 762 at 189. Oh, goodness me, that was a huge wheel stand there for Mark Hope. Got the half track, front end came up. Certainly got some power there. Goodness me. Right, next pair, 30 Martina from the Netherlands in the Kestrel lane. And how about Steve Venables in the Auto Glim lane? Well, Ven goes 209 miles an hour at the stripe there, 738. Did have a tiny tyre slip as he was between first and second. So we knew the speed was going to be there, but we knew the ET was going to tail off a little bit there. 30 Martina goes 923 at 153 miles an hour. So Ven, 738, 209, 30, 923 at 153. Mark Dainty and Dave Smith, your next pair. Well, everybody's quick in Super Street Bike now. No point in saying some of the quicker guys, some of the slow guys, they're all quick. Well, Dave Smith gets there first, 734 at 203. Mark Dainty did all he could to try and keep away from the centre line and keep the power on, but smacked the 1,000-foot blocks. Went through with 817 at 126, but unfortunately that run will be DQ'd. So Smithy into number 2 spot, 734 203. But fingers crossed for Mark Dainty hasn't done any damage, because even though he's hit those blocks at over 150 mile an hour, they are made of foam, but even if you hit anything at 150 mile an hour, doesn't matter what it's made out of, it can do a bit of damage. So fingers crossed everything's a-okay for Mark Dainty. Yeah, just looking at the replay on the feed, you can see those blocks get basically wiped out completely. So our timing crew, they have got plenty of spare blocks, so they'll just be put back in just to clear up any debris that the... oh, sorry about that, folks. Oh, one of those random sales calls. I wish they wouldn't do that, but never mind. Yeah, we have plenty of spare blocks, so and they're held down with magnets, so it's quite a simple process to swap those over. Well, we're just catching up with a few things on the social media. Mick Taylor's been in touch, meaning good morning, Mick. As I say, sorry you're not here at all this weekend. We'll look forward to seeing you at the Hot Rod Drags. And of course he wishes everybody good luck and stay safe and have some good fast runs as well. And obviously well, everybody's quick in Super Street Bike now. No point in saying some of the quicker guys, some of the slow guys, they're all quick. Well, Dave Smith gets there first, 734 at 203. Mark Dainty did all he could to try and keep away from the centre line and keep the power. So we've still got some more Super Street bikes down there. We can also see Neil Midgley down there with the Top Fuel bike here for some testing this weekend. We can also see Another Small Fortune Super Pro Dragster. Martin Jones down there, and Crunch and the team going to be putting in a checkout pass for them. And then, of course, we got our 760 class this weekend, and some serious money up for grabs as well. Actually, £1,000 to the winner, £500 runner-up. Additional money being put in the pot by Jeff and Belinda Bull and their American counterparts as well. So it's absolutely a staggering amount of money. The prize fund, courtesy of some of their USA sponsors: Doug Herbert Performance Parts in Carolina, BLP Racing Products in Orlando, Florida, and Transmission Specialties in Pennsylvania. So many thanks indeed to them, and of course Jeff and Belinda for putting that all together for our 760 class this weekend. Good mix of vehicles in that, and yeah, going to see how that one pans out. Very, very intriguing indeed. Right, so they're just clearing up the remains of the blocks up the top, and there, so as I say, there are bits of foam. It wouldn't hurt a vehicle or a bike unless it gets caught in the intakes, and that's the last thing you want to do, is any debris getting caught in the vehicle or the bike. So that's why it doesn't matter what it is, we'll get there, we'll clear it up and make sure that our racers have the best racing surface and also the safest as well. So yeah, we make sure there is absolutely no debris down there whatsoever. So we still got a few of our Super Street bikes to come around the corner. Get the usual characters down on slide. Morning, Mr. Hines. How are you, sir? Good to see you, buddy. Clive Michelle, good morning to you. All loitering with intent, of course. Right, our next pair are fired up. Okay then, couple more of our quick riders. As I say to you, they're all quick these days. Ross Morrison, Gary Bow. Gary Bow in the Auto Glim lane. Ross is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Super Street Bike qualifying round 1 continues. Oh, Gary's bike launched and stuttered and stopped. So Ross Morrison on his own, arrow straight into that headwind though. 728, 192 miles an hour. And a frustrated Gary Brode looking down at the bike thinking, what on earth happened there? Looks like it's locked in gear. Right, we've already called the big bracket for Q2. Can we also have 950 bike joining them, please? So big bracket for Q2 and 950 bike into the lanes. Right, yeah, definitely a problem there for Gary, having to carry the back end of the bike off the racetrack. Definitely locked in. Well, we'll get that back to the pits and strip that down straight away. And fingers crossed it's just a transmission issue, not an engine issue. Okay, next up then, as we look down into the lanes, Alan Morrison Jr. And of course Steve Mead. 1:19.60 for Alan Morrison Jr. He hasn't got his foot on the pegs yet. Well, he's going to bother. 7:25 at 200 miles an hour. 9:15, 1:27 there for Steve Mead. But, and an 04 light as well for Alan Morrison Jr. But 1:19.60 is a great launch. But that headwind and he just couldn't get his feet back on the pegs. But still clocked 200 miles an hour at the stripe. Got there 7:25. Well, they got the back end of Gary Bow's bike up on the dolly now. It's yeah, that bike 100% locked up on the rear, so I'll get that one back to the pits. Fingers crossed Gary and the team can get that one sussed out for Q2. I'll say no fluid dropped or anything, so it looks like a transmission issue of some description, but I'm no expert. Those guys know what they're doing. Okay, next up then, and this is a test pass for Cannon Motorsports. Neil Midgley on this phenomenal top fuel bike. The quickest fuel bike in Europe. One of the quickest in the world, of course. Oh, and that is a huge, huge pool of fluid that's come out from underneath the bike. Actually got onto the rear tyre as well. I would have said that was fuel, but the way it's evaporating very quickly indeed. But Neil did a good job of stopping the bike. It's actually sliding around on that as well, but ugh. But yeah, the tyre wasn't lighting up on the burnout at all. Well held, Neil. Very, very well held indeed. So frustration for the team. That's not what they wanted today, but it would rather happen in testing than a full-blown event. But yeah, definitely fuel by the looks of things. It's virtually evaporated, so it's going to be a very quick clean-up. And they get back to the pits and go through it, find out what happened. But looking at the body language of the guys, I've got a funny feeling they already know. So they've just got to suss out where it's actually come from. And of course, Steve Mead. 1:19.60 for Alan Morrison Jr. He hasn't got his foot on the pegs yet. Well, he's going to bother. 7:25 at 200 miles an hour. 9:15, 1:20. Get it all up on the ramp. Get it stripped down, see where it's gone. And fingers crossed we'll see them back again a bit later on. So next up, I do believe it's going to be Sid with another Small Fortune dragster. And then we go into 760. Just a reminder, please, big bracket and 950 bike into the pairing lanes. That is for your second qualifying session. Just looking at some of the machines entered into 760 today. Let's have a look at them. Kev Perkins, the Soul Man Oldsmobile, can run 760, no problem at all. Mark Todd with the freight train. Going to have to slow it down to run 760, but more than capable of doing it. Ian Brown with the 67 Chevy from Super Pro can run 760, not a problem at all. Brian Pateman with the 68 Firebird normally runs 8687 when he runs in Super Pro, but has a habit of really going for it and uncorking it. Can run in the sevens, not really a problem. Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster, Mark 1 Escort. Fair to say that he's comfortably in the sevens these days, not a problem at all. Belinda Bull with the Chevy pickup, can run low sevens, tickle the sixes as well. Again, not a problem. I don't think Ron Bartlett's actually here, but Paul Marston is with the PT Bruiser. I haven't seen that car for a while, but looking forward to seeing how Paul gets on. And I think the car is more than capable of. We know Paul is, put it that way. Mark Turner with the Toyota Supra. Runs 70 in Super Pro, so it won't be too much an issue switching over to run 760. Jed Guy, well, we've seen him run Outlaw Anglia already today. He's entered a 760 heads up as well. Well, we know Jed, he's been in the sixes in Outlaw Anglia. He's already put a 7-second pass in today, so again, not a problem for him. Pell Norman with the Shogun. Mark 1 Capri. Pell has been going quicker and quicker and quicker. And again, not a problem for Pell. Dave Smith with the Jag XKR from Comp Eliminator. 760 was designed for him. We were also hoping to have Jack Brewster today, but unfortunately an incident yesterday where it prevented him coming out for the rest of the weekend. So unfortunately Jack should be back at the European Finals, fingers crossed. But nevertheless, they had 7-second performance yesterday in testing. And here's a man that can run in the 5 should he so desires, but low sixes is where you'll normally find Martin Jones with another small fortune. He's in exhibition this weekend, so basically testing the car out for the European Finals in a few weeks' time. Get your tickets if you haven't got them. You know where to get them from, santapod.com. And we'll see you at the European Finals in 3 weeks' time. And the entry is building nicely. Going to be a fantastic event, and good to see some of our foreign visitors finally getting around these headaches of getting over here. And we should see a very strong entry. As I say, it is still building at the moment as our foreign teams get around this carnage situation. So, Crunch, crew chief. Thumbs up to Martin. So, obviously, I've got a clue what they're aiming for here. It's going to be a half-track pass. I don't think it will be. So, all being good, a full-bore run. Could click it slightly early. You can run 6.162. But let's see. Martin Jones with another small fortune. $6.55 at 2:04. Nicely done. Right, here we go then. Party time for 760. The Jag of Dave Smith, the Powerflow exhaust machine. Going alongside Pell Norman with the Shogun Mark 1 Capri. The aim of the game is 760. Go quicker than that, you break out. And then you say, well, why is it 760? Why that number? Well, if you think about it, a lot of these cars will be tagged to 750. So you don't want them going under their tag as such. So 760 is the target number. But it also opens up to quite a few vehicles. As you can see, you've got Super Pro cars, you've got Eliminator cars, street eliminator cars. It's quite a mix of vehicles down there. And of course Super Pro as well. Oh no, that was the first class I mentioned. But yeah, it's a great mix of vehicles. Cars that you don't normally see race each other. They're coming down. Not only that, the prize money up for grabs, £1,000 for the winner, 500 for the runner-up. Through Jeff Bull and Belinda Bull, JBRE. And of course their associated sponsors as well. So the first pair. Well, good looking runs for both of them, to be honest. 780 from Dave Smith, 821 for Pell. Very nice opener indeed there for Dave Smith. He'll take that all day long for a first pass. Right, next up then, Mark Todd, the freight train, going alongside Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. I do not think these two have ever lined up side by side before. Look at the size difference between the two cars as well. Mark 1 Ford Escort looks like well, it looks like a matchbox compared to the moving trunk of the freight train of Mark Todd. I mean, Mark has been 200 mile an hour in the freight train Pontiac in street trim. Kev getting very close to the centre line there, keeps it away though. I honestly thought he was going to cross over then, but he held it in his lane. 847 at 126. Mark Todd coasting through there with a 1058 at just 80 mile an hour at the stripe. But entertaining, fair to say. So Kev Jenkins goes in at number 3. So a tiny bit of a clean-up. We look down below us to see the Soul Man. He's down there alongside Team Vanadu. That is Ian Brown with the Camaro. And of course the Perkins team, I'm assuming it's Kev actually, in the Cutlass. So the good thing is both of these two cars comfortable at 7.6, I would imagine. But they've still got to run the numbers, don't forget. It's not a case of, oh yeah, they can do it easily. They've still got to do it. Some of them will be flat out trying to run the number. Some will be slowing down just a little bit to run the number. But that's the whole fun of it. Also looking in the lanes, we can see most of the others that I mentioned a little while ago. Brian Pateman is down there. Mark Turner is down there. Belinda Bull is there. Paul Marston's there. Be very interesting to see this one pan out over the course of the event. Right, so Ian Brown brings the Camaro back behind the start line. So won't take him long to come up to the line itself there. Kev Perkins, the Soul Man, the Cutlass. He's pretty much ready. And Harrison's going to bring his old man forward. As we get ready for our third pair then in 760. Both away very well indeed. Good looking run, almost side by side. What are the numbers? 781 there for Ian Brown. 795 for Kev Perkins, so they go 2 and 3. All right, next up, Mark Turner taking on Brian Pateman. I do love it when a racer that consistently runs 8.6 or thereabouts, the season opportunity where he can go quicker legitimately. Like Door Slammers is another perfect example for Brian Payne when he turns the wick up. I mean, the other thing to remember, they have had this car for donkey's years. I've lost track of how many years that Brian and Julie Payman have had this car, but it's over 30 years. Can I have 850 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike, can we have you into the lanes, please? And of course, another car with over 30 years of history is the M&M Racing Supra. That's been around a while. Both from 8.17 and 8.44. Brian Payman goes number 4, and Mark Turner goes in at number 6. Belinda Bull with the Chevy pickup then in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Paul Marston with the PT Bruiser. Car, as I say, another one of these cars that's been around for a while but doesn't make that many appearances. It's so good to see it back. Okay, are we going to see the number 1 spot be taken in this pairing? At the stripe, it's a 783. Belinda goes number 3 with that one, and 840 at 157. Paul Marston goes number 7. Okay, so that is a wrap for the 760 for the first time round, and good openers from a lot of the cars there. Be interesting to see them progressing as they go forward. A little bit of a clean-up though, I think, coming up in the Castrol lane. I think Paul's PT Bruiser was just breathing a little bit heavy at the stripe, and looking down into the shutdown area may have some fluid up there. So yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a track check going on up there just before we get big bracket. But that is Q1 done for all of our classes. And we get ourselves ready for Q2. I'll tell you what, going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2 for the moment, but as soon as we're ready to go once again, hopefully it won't be too long, and we'll take it back. So Nitro FM, airwaves are yours. Quarter mile. So if you bring in your tow car up for a race operation, then why not run it? $17.33 for Felicity goes number 8. Mike Franklin goes $17.36 on that $17.12. He's number. $15.44 breakout there for Holly, but a 15.50, and it's pretty cool. Darling's End, 16.30 for Susie. Darren looking for 12.30. So 12.30 the target for Darren goes 12.01. Big breakout there. Let's see what Susie does. 16.38 in at number 4 runs. So yeah, a bit of entertainment. Oh, Clive, wide awake, club off the line there, 0-2 light. Now then, 12.98, he's into a headwind, 13.27. And a breakout for Steve Mellors. Right then, 1888 is the target. What's Brian got for us? 1921. Come on now. For Mark White and Will Clark just rolling up to the finish line now with a 15.69. Stu Doiney. Beautiful. Beautiful Chevy Nova there, looking for 11.98, going alongside Mark Huxley. He's in the number 5 spot at the moment with the Corolla. Dialing this time 10.13. For Mark Huxley goes up from 5 to 4. Stu Dorney goes 12.16. Lee Huxley and Warren Watts, your next pair. So Lee looking for a 9.42 this time around. Warren 9.10. Oh, 9.45 for Lee. Breakout by 300s from Warren Watts. He goes 9.07 on a 9.10, but Lee Huxley 300s the right side, goes 9.45 on that 42, moves him up from 16 to number 2. And not only that, Lee Huxley managed to give Angie, our lovely lady at the top end, part of the turnout crew, the passenger ride of her lifetime yesterday. 9-second pass. Absolutely outstanding fun for her. So next up then, Guy King with the Chevelle. His first run in this big bracket. We've seen him put a run in Nostalgia Superstock. Dialing in a 10.19. And this is... wrong number. So Phil Toppin in the Autoglim lane. And it's the King. There we go, 10.19. 0.3 light there for Guy King. He was right on his mark there. Phil Toppin will get there first. He does have a big car. The 8.78 goes 8.98. And the King goes 10.25 on the 19. He goes to number 6. Phil Toppin moves up from 14 to 12. Right, Joe Kellett with the Dragster. Going alongside Jeff Cowley with the Chevy Nova, looking for a 9.42. Joe dials in 7.58. Richard Tunstall going back to the pits. Hopefully it's A-OK. Unusual for Richard to have bought a run, so fingers crossed and get that sussed out for the next qualifier. So Joe looking for 758, gets 770, 956 on a 42. Joe stays 8, but Jeff Cowley moves up from 15 to number 9. Right, can I please have ET Bike, please, into the pairing lanes, ET Bike. Next up, John Bean and Brett Featherstone. These two lined up together for their first qualifying runs, and they're doing the same again for this one. So that was a call out then for ET Bike. We need you into the lanes, please. Right, the dial-in's then 954 for the blue Mustang, and it's 966 for the Chevy Nova in the Auto Clim lane. They're currently 3 and 10. That could change around a bit here. .56. John Bean goes to number 1 with that one. Great move. Brett Featherstone, 970 on the 66. He goes from 10 to 4. So new number 1 qualifier there, John Bean. Well done, sir. Nicely done. Right, Dave Cherrett and Lee Morris. 10 flat for the Dark Revenger. And it is the Green with Envy Jaguar E-Type. That 10.14. Into the pairing lanes, please. Can I have Nostalgia Superstock, please? Nostalgia Superstock, we need you into those wonderful pairing lanes, please. It's a 10.18 for Dave Cherrett, goes up from 16 to 13, but Lee Morris, 17 on a 14, goes up from number 8 to number 3. All right, Billy Everett and Scott Hauser, your next pair. Billy in the Slick Tricks Racing dragster, going alongside the Bang Tidy machine of Scott Hauser. Now, Scott broke out by a measly, well, less than 100th of a second it was. He had a 007 light as well. So 740 is the target for Scott. Billy wants 781. Both away very well indeed. Spot the former junior dragster racers. 741. Scott Hauser into the number 1 spot. Billy breaks out by 200ths of a second, but Scotty the Hottie into number 1. Well, we almost thought that was going to happen as he broke out by less than 100th first time out, so slight adjustment and boom, he's in. Right, we move on to 950 Bike. Believe it or not, this is where we set the field, because next time we see him, there'll be eliminations. Andy Head and Rob Stanley, they're currently 8 and 7. And they both move around. Andy goes 968, Rob goes 971, they go 5 and 6 respectively. Right, Dion Hartley, he's your number 1 machine at the moment, 957. Brett Cordell currently number 3 on a 964. How close to 950 can they get? There's plenty of room there, 700 of the second window. So Dale Hartley goes 965, 982 for Brett. No help for either of them. They stay put at 1 and 3. Carl Thomas currently number 2 with a 961. Would like to find a tenth of a second. And somebody looking for 3/10 is Phil Harrison. He's on 9.8 at the moment. .968, 953 from Phil Harrison. He does find those 3/10 and he goes into the number 1 spot. So, new number 1 qualifier. And only one more pair to go. Dave Hall and Rick Sawatsky. Dave currently number 8, Rick number 5. Oh, breakout for Rick Sawatsky, but Dave Hall goes 952 with a 9. He takes the number 1 spot. Oh, outstanding performances there. It all changed round, and it is Dave Hall that is your number 1 qualifier as we go into eliminations next for 950 bike. Right, we move on. 850 bike. Patrick Mareet, he's currently number 15 at the moment, 908, going alongside Paul Adams. He's 16th on a 9.13. Now, both of these guys are in the 9 second zone, would like to get into the 8s, and obviously close to 850 as they possibly can get. That's better, 889. Paul Adams moves up from 16 to 12. No help for Patrick though, 9.10. Got the speed, just didn't have the ET to go with it. Brad Head and Craig Wright, your next pair. So Brad currently number 18, Craig number 11. All change. Brad goes up to number 8, Craig goes up to number 9, 867 a pair. 867 with a 0, 867 with a 1. And good lights from them as well. Martin Hallett and Alan Morrison. Martin currently number 10. 868 with a 5. And the reason I've given you those other digits as well, because it does get ridiculously close. And Alan Morrison is currently number 5 on an 858. Both straight through the lights, and it's movement again. Martin Hallett, 859 with a 7, moves up from 10 to 6. No improvement from Alan Morrison. He went too quick. 843 broke out. So he stays put. Joe Elliott then, number 15 on an 896. Andrew Christoffi, 856 with a 3.9. He's currently number 4. $853.34. That's going to move him up to number 3. 1 place move, but that is all important. No help for Joe there. 12.79. Way off the power. Before he got to the finish line. Stacey Reed in the auto glimmer lane. Number 8 at the moment, 866. And how about Alex Gordon? 856 with a 3 at the moment. is number 4. With a 5 and a 5. Alex Gordon stays number 4, but Stacey Reed moves up 1 spot. 8 to 7. She runs 8:60. All right, number 22 qualifier, Jasmine Cordell. The only reason she's that far down is that she went too quick. Needs to slow the bike down just a little bit. Going alongside Johnny Hines, 8:68 from him. In Q1, he's currently number 11. Now the aim of the game is obviously 8:50. Try and move up. Oh, Jazz having gear selection problems there, and the bike slowing down very rapidly. Oh, looks like she's got the shakes as well on the front of the bike. Johnny Hines goes 8:60. And that's going to move him up nicely into the number 7 spot. But Jazz, a phenomenal run the first one, and not entirely going to plan for the second one, so she's basically just made it to halfway. That really is the highs and lows of racing. You get a bike that performs immensely well and just goes that little bit too quick, and then come around and do it all again. And it just didn't go to plan that time. So yeah, a little bit of frustration there for Jazz, but she's still qualified. She'll still be in eliminations this afternoon. Just wanted to be a little bit higher qualified than that. Okay, so just a couple of messages from Nitro FM. I think, because I don't think Jazz has got power, so she will need to be towed off up to the track. Indeed, the quad comes out from the top. So a couple of messages from Nitro FM, and we'll take it back in a moment when we continue qualifying here at the Greenlight Nationals. So Phil Toppin in the Auto Glim lane. And it's the King. There we go, 10:19. .03 light there for Guy King. He was right on his mark there. Phil Toppin will get there first. He does have a big car. Goes 8.78, goes 8.98. And the King goes 10.25 on the 19. He goes to number 6. Qualifier. So Joe looks for 758, gets 770, 956 on a 42. Joe stays 8, but Jeff Cowley moves up from 15 to number 9. Right, the dial-in's end 954 for the Blue Mustang, and it's 966 for the Chevy Nova in the Auto Glim lane. They're currently 3 and 10. could change around a bit here. $9.56. John Bean goes to number 1 with that one. Great move. Brett Featherstone, $9.70 on the 66. He goes from 10 to 4. Into the Perry lanes, please. Can I have Nostalgia Superstock, please? Nostalgia Superstock, we need you into those wonderful Perry lanes, please. It's a 10.18 for Dave Cherrick, goes up from 16 to 13, but Lee Morris, 17 on a 14, goes up from number 8 to number 3. So 8.50 is where we're looking for. Good looking runs for both of them. 8.54 for Dan Death. Goes from 21 to 4. Danny Cockrell goes 8.56 with an 8 from 9 to 6. Great runs from those two. Right, so the top 16 are in the 8-second zone now. Right, Gary Malone. 21 spot for him at the moment. It can definitely move up. Going alongside Lewis Burgess. And he's currently number 17. Oh, 8.56. Gary Malone goes from 21 to 6 for that one. He'll take that. Lewis Burgess drops back a spot, 9.12. Andy Haley, the bike is up for sale. Want to go quick, go and see him. J Rowe, currently number 23 spot. That's purely because he broke out in Q1. Get one the right side this time, Jay, and he'll move on up nicely. Well, J Rowe goes into the number 13 spot. Andy Haley moves up to number 8. They go 8.66 and 8.57 respectively. And they both move up. Jay up from 23 to 13. Andy goes up to number 8. Right, Steve Howe, 8.52. He was number 2 after Q1. And how about Patrick Rawnsley? Just slipping back out of the view of the top 16. He's currently 17. He's already been in the 8s, wants to get quicker than 8.89 to improve on his position. Going to be Steve Howe gets there first. 8.55, he's consistent, if anything. Patrick Rawnsley goes 9.80, 139, he stays 17. Right, move on to ET Bike. Qualifying session number 2 for them. Matt Jones with an 8.70 darling. Going alongside Michael Gooding, 9.10. His number of choice. So Matt Jones close to the wall, but away from it. 9.14, goes up from 17 to 13. Michael Gooding, no help for him. He breaks out, goes 9.01 on a 9.10. So he stays put in number 8. Don't forget, this is their second qualifying run. They only get 2 qualifiers and they go into eliminations. But then they get to do it all again tomorrow. Right, next up, Bill Marsh, currently number 12 on a 937. Dials in this time 9.15. Liam Holgate, he's currently number 3. Dials a 969. He ran 973 on his first pass. .976. Liam Holgate takes the number 1 spot there. Well done, Liam. 700ths away, so there's plenty of room, but Liam takes number 1 for the time being. Bill Marsh stays number 12, running a 947. Right, your number 2 man then, Blade King. What can he do? Looking for 12:35. Alongside Jake Bowden. Dials in 13:50 for this one. Going to be Blade there first. 12:37, that should be good enough for number 1. It is. Jake Bowden moves up from 16 to 10. He ends up with a 13:78. But your new number 1 qualifier then, Blade King. Right, Scott Collier, number 3. In qualifying order at the moment, going alongside the number 15 man, Phil Pratt. Phil 908 at the moment is his darling. Scott looking for a 965. Scott 05 Light. Actually, Sharon tuned in from home. Very good afternoon to you, Sharon. Hope you're keeping well. 926. Phil Pratt goes from 15 to 5, but Scott Collier 971 on that 65, who moves up from 3 to 2. Tight at the top. Right, next up, Peter Harrison, number 6. Anna Sasiak, currently number 21. The Darlings end. Peter, 1095. Anna, 950. Actually, I mentioned Sharon. I didn't mention Sky because I know Jerry's here. I'm not sure if Sky's at the track or at home this weekend, but nevertheless, very good afternoon to you as well. Right, out the stripe. Anna goes 989, moves up 21 to 15. Peter Harrison moves up 6 to 4. Goes 11.06. So that pushes Phil Pratt down 1 again. Musical chairs in ET Bike. Right, Dave Grundy, Gary Hester. Right, Gary Hester is the points leader in ET Bike. He's currently number 18 qualifier though. He wants 8.90. Let's see what he gets. 965. Oh, it hasn't helped him that much. Moved him up 1 spot. 18 to 17. Dave Grundy, 1075 on 57, moves up from 12 to 7. But your number 1 points man only qualifies in the number 17 spot. Robbie Dobby, Justin Moulton, your next pair. Justin, number 22, looking for a 1090, and Robbie Dobby looking for a 1014. See how Robbie Dobby gets on, looking for that 10.14, goes 10.30. And he moves up to number 5 with that one. Justin moves up 22 to 19, 12.78. okay, just getting an update from Neil, one of our pod people here, as we look at Nigel Lichtenberg and James Ritchie. They are currently 22 and 12. They dial in 990 and 980. Let's have a look at what they get. 1022, 1048. Nigel moves up from 22 to 17. Right, big shout out to all of our people on the banking. Good afternoon to you. How are you doing over there? Give us a wave. Yeah, shows that you can hear us. Thank you. If it's your first time here today, just be aware that you can go around in the pits. Just walk around the back of the tower here, go into the pits, have a good look around there if you want to see some of the machines close up. And feel free to have a word with the drivers and riders. It's all part of your admission this weekend. Well, today anyway. Tomorrow it changes a little bit because we've got the Monster Truck Nationals tomorrow. And the venue becomes split then. But we'll write about that tomorrow. But today, you're free to go anywhere. Right, Patrick Delange from Rotterdam. He's currently number 6. He dials in 9.37. Andy Burfett on the Kawasaki in the Auto Glim lane, dialing in 13.35. So Patrick goes 11.30, no help for him, but Andy Burfett, look at that, 13.51 on a 35, moves up from number 19 to number 5. It's not about who's the quickest in the class, it's who can get their number the closest. The numbers on the scoreboard is their darling. That is what they want to try and run, and that is how we level the performances out. Look at this difference here. 10.2 for Alfie Udall in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and Carl Hester 10.95. So 3/4 of a second difference between these two on their predicted darlings. Whoever gets the closest will be the higher qualified machine. Alfie goes 10.58, goes up from 21 to 17. Carl goes 11.26 on that 10.95. Goes up from 22 to 15. Right, lost track a little bit here. Sportsman ET, I'm pretty sure I've called you. If not, Sportsman ET into the lanes. But I definitely haven't called these yet, and we'd like these to come into the lanes, please. VW Pro and Combike into the lanes, please. VW Pro and Combike, we need you into the lanes, please. Right, Travis Marit, 8.70, his darling. He's in the Kestrel lane. Alan Davis, 12.25 on the Suzuki GSX. That's his target. Three and a half seconds roughly between these two. As I say, whoever is their closest to the darling will be the higher qualified bike. They are 10 and 11 at the moment. Let's see what happens. Travis goes 9.08. Alan Davis goes 12.17. Alan goes too quick. So no movement from 11, and Travis doesn't move either. Right, two-seater dragster. And I think it's the third run of the day, actually. I need to double check on that one. So, yeah, Leslie Linlop from Wakefield. A celebration present for herself. How about that? Well, if nobody else is going to buy it for you, then why don't you buy it for yourself? Fair enough. Perry Wilson's tuned in. Hi Perry, I hope you're keeping well, buddy. I know he'll be up here for the European finals, but tuning in at home watching this one. Perry, one of our long-standing supporters of everything going on here at Sandipod Raceway, and look forward to catching up with you at the Euros. So Leslie Linlock then from Yorkshire, from Wakefield of all places. A celebration present to herself. Well, why not? Low 8s, high 7s, about 167, 168 mile an hour. There we go, 792, 168. Nicely done for Leslie. Right, Nostalgia Superstock. Qualifying session number 2 is Clive Dandridge with the truck. The 1969 GMC with a 350 small block in it. Going alongside Simon Rickwood. Chevy Nova, dialing in 9.80. Didn't go entirely to plan for Simon in Q1. Should be much better this time. N15 130. Clive goes 12.87. That's a massive breakout on 13.26. So Simon moves up to 7. Clive drops to number 8. Mick Sharp with the Detroit Hustler, the Dodge Dart 10.37, his target number. And Pete Wiseman with the Damage Case Challenger 10.10, where he wants to be. For Pete goes up from 4 to 3, but how about Mick Sharp? 10.38 with a 5 on a 10.37. He takes the number 1 spot. Nicely done there, Mick. Number 1. Chris Goodale then with the Camaro. 10.41 his target. Gary Carr looking for a 9.16. Oh, beautiful launch there for Gary Carr. Good looking run. Oh, breaks out 9.14. That was a little bit too good. Chris Goodale goes 10.34. He breaks out as well. No help for either of them. Ash Rawson and Dave Bilodeau. Ash currently number 10, Dave number 9. The dial-ins, 10.54 for Ash, 9.88 for Dave. $9.90 for Dave, goes to number 2 with that one. Breakout for Ash Rawson, bit too quick. 51 on a 54, but Dave Bilodeau, the Yorkshire Heavy, to number 2. All right, Don Scott didn't get a run in Q1, so very important for him to get one on the board. Going alongside Kiwi, Stuart Thompson. Being pushed down the order a little bit now, 9.88, where he went before, dials in 9.85. Well, Donny's going to get a number on the wall this time. That's good news for him, but what is it? 9.86. Kiwi goes to number 1. Well, he gets it back there. 9.86 for 1 on 9.85. Don Scott, 9.79 with a 6 on a 9.75. Goes in at number 4. Well done, Don. Adrian Portelli with the Charger, 10.80, his number of choice. He's in the Auto Glim Lane. And it's Guy King, 10.23 for the Black Chevelle, currently number 12. And where are these two going to end up after this? Well, bearing in mind I've only had 12 cars put numbers on the board, make that 13 now, because Don Scott running. Numbers are 10.33, Guy King, 12 to 7, Adrian Portelli, 10.83 on an 80. And lost where he went. I think he ended up number 6 then, but right, all changed once again in Nostalgia Superstock. We move on to Hudson and Dibley Sportsman ET. Number 23 spot is Chris Redshaw's at the moment. Dials in a 15.49, and Tom Atkinson 12 flat for the Oreo Speedwagon. The Chevy Nova Estate in the Autoclim lane. No quicker than 12 seconds, please, Tom. Tom goes 11.91, breaks out. Too quick. But Chris Redshaw, 15.60 on the 15.49, moves up from 23 to 8. Oh, look at that lovely Hayley Love Heart on the back of Kirsty Tram's Mercedes. The stickers are about. Plenty of them as well. Got them in the tower. Got the T-shirt on as well. If you haven't got your stickers yet, pop over and see Craig Dixon. He's crewing for Mark Todd this weekend. And let's raise loads and loads of money for the 2 chosen charities that Hayley wants to raise loads and loads of money for, with Andy and, of course, Purdy. Right, the Darlings in 16.82 for Matt Halsall. The Moonshine Escort Mark II. And Kirsty Tram with a Merc looking for 14.20. Kirsty goes 15.10 and Matt goes 16.97. No help for those two, they stay put. 20 at number 2. Andy Dibley looking for 12.01 with the 50 Shades of Green Camaro. Going alongside Troy Attry. He's Camaro looking for 13.95. Counts them down, the lights go green. Andy Dibley off and running. So target for Dibs 12.01. Gets 12.12. Troy goes 13.62. That's a breakout, way too quick. And no help for Andy on his position either. So as they were. Next up, Gary Lake, number 1 in the points chase at the moment. Dialing in 14.15, and it's Jamie Creswell, 18.10, currently number 6. So Gary Lake away. $14.17 for Gary Lake. That is a good move up to number 2. Jamie Creswell, look at that, 18.12 and an 18.10. She moves up from 6 to 4. Gary Lake, 7 to 2. I love it when the pack shuffles like this. It just makes it so entertaining and so interesting. You never know where you're going to end up until the end of the session. Steve Mellors. I don't think he stands a hope in hell of running a 13.96. That dialing is wrong. It should be a 15.96. I would have thought. Ah, 15.90. Okay, I went with 96, but there we go. 15.90 for Steve. Good job he didn't go in and accept that. Michelle Walker looking for 15.35. Apologies to Steve Mellors if he runs 15.96. Michelle looking for 15.35, gets a 25 and a 92 for Steve Mellors. Get this, Steve Mellors number 2. Wow. Nicely done, Steve. Right, next up it's Richard Palmer with the Ruby. 14.82 the target there, and Chris Cresswell looking for 15.35. He's currently number 12. All right, Chris looking for 15.35, Richard looking 14.82. Into the pairing names, please. Can I have VW Sportsman? Also, I need Funny Bike as well, actually. I missed them out. Funny Bike and VW Sportsman, please, into the lanes. So Richard should get there first. Goes 15.14, 15.54. So Richard moves up 27 to 18. No movement for Chris. He stays put in number 12. Georgina Smith with the Supra. 15.95 is where she would like to be. Holly Walters with the Mustang. 15.44 in the Auto Glim Lane, her target. So Holly Walters moves up 15.57 on the 15.44, but 25 to 11. Georgina 16.02 on a 15.95. So Holly goes up to 11, Georgina up to number 7. Rob Cresswell, currently number 26. You don't normally expect to see Rob that far down, but this is only the second qualifier. And Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang, currently number 12. Now then, Rob's looking for a 16.15, Flick's looking for a 17.30. Well, they both know how to leave the line, both of them with 0 lights. So, Rob, 16.22 moves him up to number 7. Nicely done. Oh, Felicity Gibbs, dial 17.30, goes 17.29 with a 6. A minuscule breakout, but it's still a breakout, so she doesn't move at all. Curses, I think is the word there. Right, Chris Layram had a very bizarre run in Q1, just basically slid up the racetrack, loads and loads of wheel spin. Dials in a 12.65 for this one. The Dream Wrecker Skyline, Ash looking for a 13.47. Much better launch there for Ashley Simons. As I say, looking for a 13.47, but it will be Chris Layram. Much better run this time round. And beautiful run, actually. 12.71 on a 65, 26 up to number 6. And Ash moves up as well, 19 to 11. He goes 13.55 on that 47. All right, Pete Walters and Alan Medley. Alan wants 13.62 in the Mustang in the Auto Glim Lane. Pete with Mum's car, 15 flat. Oh, nice reaction time there, Pete. A 0.4 light. You can get anything to pull a good light, actually, can our Pete? Very experienced racer in anything, from a Sportsman ET car all the way up to a Pro Comp dragster. 14.01 for Alan Medley. Pete Walters goes 15.83. He hasn't got a clue how to dial it in, but he knows how to get it to leave the line. Oh dear. Steph Pateman with the Bavarian. BMW 435i, starting in 13.94. Mike Franklin with the big Range Rover, 17.35 his target. Well, Steph's going to get there first. 13.94 is the target. Oh, she's hit it, and it's a perfect ET as well. 13.94 with the 0. Absolutely spot on. Perfect ET. That's the money. Congratulations to Steph Pateman. Brilliant job. Perfect ET, courtesy of Eurodragster.com and Team Twister Racing, of course, Andy Hadfield. 50 quid making its way to Steph Pateman. Brilliant job. All right, Jill Medley's just been dropped to number 2 with that perfect run from Steph. 12.62 is her target. She goes 12.72. Susie McClure. 16.28 breakout on a 16.35. Darren Huxley and Clive Dandridge up next. Darren Huxley, 12 flat with the Nissan 180. That's as quick as you can go in Sportsman ET. And Clive Dandridge, don't forget, he broke out massively in Nostalgia Superstock, so he's adjusted his dial-in accordingly. 12.83 this time round. .49, 30. Clive goes the other way. He went half a second slower than what he ran the other time. Very confusing for poor old Clive. The truck not doing what it's supposed to do. Right, Brian Huxley, currently number 23. His dial-in is... No, that's not 14.01. That should be 19.01. Oh, has he accepted it? He has. Actually, the bulb's a little bit inconsistent on the scoreboard there. Yeah, we've got to get that dial-in right. Got 14.01. It should be 19.01 on the dial-in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dave Walsh, oh no, he's backed out completely now. He's gone back. He needs to close his driver's door as well. Ah, no, we have a few spots of rain, I think. That's probably the reason why he's backing out a bit more than anything else. Curses, I think. So yeah, a couple of spots at the top end. We almost lost the wind turbine at the top. When I say lost it, it disappeared from view. It was yeah, in actual fact, we are getting a few spots on the window now as well, actually. So we're going to be on pause for a little while. We can't run if it's anything wet at all out there. So unfortunately, folks, just take cover for a moment. Hopefully this will blow through and it won't take us too long. But what I was trying to say there, the wind turbine at the end of the drag strip there, the colour of the cloud blended in perfectly with the colour of the wind turbine. We could only see the blades going round. It was quite bizarre. But yeah, we can't run when there is anything wet at all out there. So we are just going to be on hold for a moment. So unfortunately, going to have to give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. but we will take it back when we're good to go once again. So Lee looking for a 942 this time around. Warren 9.10. Oh, 9.5 So Phil Toppin in the Autoglim lane. And it's the King. There we go, 10.19. .03 light there for Guy King. He was right on his mark there. Phil Toppin will get there first. He does have a quick start. The 878 goes 898. And the King goes 10.25 on the 19. He goes to number 6. Qualifier. So Joe looks for 758, gets 770, 956 on a 42. Joe stays 8, but Jeff Cowley moves up from 15 to number 9. Right, the dial-in's end 954 for the Blue Mustang, and it's 966 for the Chevy Nova in the Autoglim lane. They're currently 3 and 10. That could change around a bit here. .56. John Bean goes to number 1 with that one. Great move. Brett Featherston, 970 on the 66. He goes from 10 to 4. Into the Perry lanes, please. Can I have Nostalgia Superstock, please? Nostalgia Superstock, we need you into those wonderful Perry lanes, please. It's a 10.18 for Dave Cherrick, goes up from 16 to 13, but Lee Morris, 17 on a 14, goes up from number 8 to number 3. Both away very well indeed. Spot the former junior dragster racers. 7:41. Scott Hauser into the number 1 spot. Billy breaks out by 0.02 of a second, but Scotty the Hottie into number 1. Right, we move on to 950 bike. Believe it or not, this is where we set the field, because next time we see it, there'll be eliminations. Andy Head and Rob Stanley, they're currently 8 and 7. And they both move around. Andy goes 968, Rob goes 971, they go 5 and 6 respectively. .968, 953 from Phil Harrison. He does find those 3/10 and he goes into the number 1 spot. So, new number 1 qualifier. And only one baby, currently number 8. Rick number 5. Breakout for Rick Sawatsky, but Dave Hall goes 952 with a 9. He takes the number 1 spot. Oh, outstanding performances there. So Brad currently number 18, Craig number 11. Because it does get ridiculously close. And Alan Morrison is currently number 5 on an 8:58. Both straight through the lights, and it's movement again. Martin Hallett, 8:59 with a 7, moves up from 10 to 6. No improvement from Alan Morrison. He went too quick. 8:43 broke out, so he stays put. Andrew Christoffi, 8:56 with a 3.9. He's currently number 4. .53.34. That's going to move him up to number 3. 1 place move, but that is all important. No help for Joe there. 12.79. 8:55 with a 5 and a 5. Alex Gordon stays number 4, but Stacey Reed moves up 1 spot. 8 to 7. She runs 8:60. The aim of the game is obviously 8:50. Try and move up. Oh, Jazz having gear selection problems there, and the bike slowing down very rapidly. Oh. Looks like she's got the shakes as well on the front of the bike. Johnny Hines goes 8:60. And that's going to move him up nicely into the number 7 spot. But Jazz, a phenomenal run the first one, and not entirely going to plan for the second one. So she's basically just made it to halfway. That really is the highs and lows of racing. You get a bike that performs immensely well and just goes that little bit too quick, and then come around and do it all again, and it just didn't go to plan that time. So yeah, a little bit is where we're looking for. Good looking runs for both of them. 8:54 for Dandeath. Goes from 21 to 4. Danny Cockrell goes 8:56 with an 8 from 9 to 6. And he's currently number 17. Oh, 8.56. Gary Malone goes from 21 to 6 for that one. We'll go quick, go and see him. J Rowe, currently number 23 spot. That's purely because he broke out in Q1. Get one the right side this time, Jay, and he'll move on up nicely. Well, J Rowe goes into the number 13 spot. Andy Haley moves up to number 8. They go 8.66. He's already been in the 8s, wants to get quicker than 8.89 to improve on his position. Going to be Steve Howe gets there first. 8.55, he's consistent, if anything. Patrick Rawlsley goes 9.80, 139, he stays 17. 9.10, his number of choice. Ah. 01 light. Now he's currently number 14 spot. Broke out in Q1. And goes 12.73, breaks out even bigger style this time round. So no improvement, going to stay number 14. Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Audi S3, 1010 his darling. And Graham Fairhead with the Misfit 1105. A big shout out to one of my co-commentators up here, Luke Stevenson. He is actually tuned in whilst on the beach. Graham Fairhead moves up to number 2 with that one. 11.23 and 11.05. Chris Waterhouse drops a spot. 10.62. Right, next up, Jonathan Newell with the Lagster. Currently number 3. Jake Fronder, currently number 13. Right, Jake Fronder looking for 12.01. Jonathan Newell, 12 flat. $12.22, 12.05 for Jake Fronder. He takes the number 1 spot with this one. Right, Carl Goldsmith. Luke is in your fan club this weekend. Yeah, basically watching in from a beach in Mallorca. Royal Caribbean ruined my championship hopes, not allowing me to come back to race and rejoin the cruise. Come on, Carl, he's my only hope, says Luke. Hope you're having a good time though, Luke. Joking aside, buddy. 11.13 for Carl Goldsmith. Goes to number 5 for that one. A good looking run. 132 mile an hour at the stripe. Happy days. Well done, Carl. The silence of the burnout means it is Sam Young with the electric VW Beetle, dialing in 9.90. And going alongside Phil Blogg with the Debt Collector VW Caddy. So 990 plays 1150. Sam Young goes 1074. Phil goes 1253. No help for either of them. They stay put. Sam stays 8. Phil stays 6. James Hodson with the Golf. He's currently number 13. 10.95 is his dial-in for this one. And Dave Crowhurst, 9.60. Last time we saw Dave meeting prior to this, one of the rear wheels detached from the car and broke, I think a whole half shaft went actually. But got it all fixed. Took the rear wings off as well. Well, I say rear wings over the tyres, that is, not the rear spoiler. 10.29, 127 there for Dave. James goes through with a 13.22. No help for James, but Dave moves up from 12 to 9. Lee Cordroy and Charlie Roberts up next. Now, Lee, number 2 qualifier at the moment, went 13.07 in Q1. Dials in 12.99 for this one. Charlie Roberts, 11.70 is his dial in. I know we can get closer to that. That's better. 11.97 for Charlie. No help for Lee whatsoever, though. Car coasting at the moment, goes 19.88, just 35 mile an hour, but Charlie goes up to number 6 with that one. Goes 11.97. The trailer queen of Simon Crowley, going alongside Jacob Bailey, the Jetter, or Jetter. So currently Jake Fronda leads away from Lee Cordry and Graham Fairhead. Oh, problems for Simon just pulling the car over to the left-hand side. Jacob on his way. 11.50 is the target. Oh, 11.49 with a 6. Breaks out by less than 100th of a second. Oh, that was so close. But a breakout's a breakout, so Jacob stays at number 12. If he'd have dialed 11.49 instead of 11.50, could have been number 1. But there we go. That's drag racing for you. Every day is a school day. Well, we're going to have to... Yep, if the quad's come down from the top end, going to hitch a tow rope to the front of Simon's Golf and tow him up to the end of the track. Just keeping an eye on the weather at the top end, actually. Although we've got lots of blue sky dotted around, as long as that comes left as it approaches us and doesn't go right, we'll be pretty good. Because I think if what's I can see in the shutdown area comes this way, might get unfortunately get a little bit wet, but fingers crossed. The weather direction, the wind direction takes it the way it's going, and I think we could just dodge it, but we'll wait and see. So bonnet up on Simon's car, so hopefully be able to get him recovered relatively simply, and hopefully hasn't got any damage that prevents him from running. I tell you what, going to go to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back shortly when we continue qualifying here at the Greenlight Nationals. .10. his number of choice. So Matt Jones close to the ball, but away from it. 9.14, goes up from 17 to 13. Michael Gooding, no help for him. He breaks out, goes 9.01 on a 9.10. 12 on a 9.37. Dials in this time 9.15. Liam Holgate, he's currently number 3. Dials a 9.69. He ran 9.73 on his first pass. .976. Liam Holgate takes the number 1 spot there. Well done, Liam. 700ths away, so there's plenty of room, but Liam takes number 1 for the time being. Alongside Jake Bowden. Dials in 13.50 for this one. Blade there first. 12.37, that should be good enough for number 1. It is. Jake Bowden moves up from 16 to 10. He ends up with a 13.78. But your new number 1 qualifier then, Blade King. Phil 9.08 at the moment is his darling. Scott looking for a 9.65. Scott 05 light. Actually, Sharon tuned in from home. Very good afternoon to you, Sharon. Hope you're keeping well. 9.26. Phil Pratt goes from 15 to 5, but Scott Collier 9.71 on that 65, who moves up from 3 to 2. Tight at the top. 1. The Darlings End. Peter 10.95. Anna 9.50. Actually, I mentioned Sharon, I didn't mention Sky, because I know Jerry's here. I'm not sure if Sky's at the track or at home this weekend, but nevertheless, very good afternoon to you as well. Right, out the stripe, Anna goes 9.89, moves up 21 to 15. Peter Harrison moves up 6 to 4. Right, Gary Haster is the points leader in ET Bike. He's currently number 18 qualifier though. He wants 8.90. Let's see what he gets. 9.65. Oh, it hasn't helped him that much. Moved him up 1 spot. 18 to 17. Dave Grundy, 10.75 on 57, moves up from 12 to 7. Justin, number 22, looking for a 10.90. And Robbie Dobby, looking for a 10.14. See how Robbie Dobby gets on, looking for that 10.14, goes 10.30. And he moves up to number 5 with that one. Justin moves up 22 to 19, 12.78. Right, okay, just getting an update from Neil, one of our pod people here, as we look at Nigel Lichtenberg and James Ritchie. They are currently 22 and 12. They dial in 9.90 and 9.80. Let's have a look at what they get. 10.22, 10.48. Nigel moves up from 22 to 17. Right, big shot from Rotterdam. He's currently number 6. He dials in 9.37. Andy Burfett on the Kawasaki in the Auto Glim lane, dialing in 13.35. So Patrick goes 11.30, no help for him, but Andy Burfitt, look at that, 13.51 on a 35, moves up from number 19 to number 5. It's not about who's the quickest in the class, it's who can get their number the closest. 0.2 for Alfie Udall in the Kestrel Beer Lane and Carl Hester 10.95. So 3/4 of a second difference between these two on their predicted dial-ins. Whoever gets the closest will be the higher qualified machine. Alfie goes 10.58, goes up from 21 to 17. Carl goes 11.26 on that 10.90. Oh, good low passes. The wing waggle as the plane disappears off into that beautiful blue sky over there. We continue with Comp Bike qualifying session number 2. It is Chris Neary and John McLean Sr. Oh, ride it like you stole it, John. Lots of wheel spin off the line. And Chris Neary getting close to the wall. But the numbers, 8.28 for Chris and 8.45. So they go 3 and 5. Paul Hambridge, the silent assassin, 7.33 in Q1, going alongside Mick Wynyard, went 80.44. Hambridge on another flyer here. What's he got for us? Powers all the way through to the structure, 7.39. And it's an 8.54 there for Mick. They stay 1 and 4. Next up, Graham Dance. Went 7.46 in Q1. Going alongside Lenny Paget. 8.46 from him in Q1. Oh, Lenny's bike died as he went for the launch. So Graham Dance powering through, goes 7.88 and 1.96. Lenny gets the bike to go forward at last. 14.73 at 118. Jordan Kenway, 10.50 on his first pass. This looks quicker, way quicker. 8.07 takes him up to the number 3 spot. Right, we move on to Funny Bike. Lorcan Parnell and Roger Moore. Now, Lorcan didn't get a run in Q1. This is important for him. He needs to get qualified. Just get a timing slip. Roger went 8:31. Oh, great looking run for Lorcan. Good one from Rog. But it's Lorcan all the way to a 694 on the number one spot. Rog goes 772. Great runs, but Lorcan Parnell, what we call an outhouse to penthouse run there. 694 takes the top spot. Right, move on to VW Sportsman. Can I have Wild Bunch? No, Junior Drag Bike into the lanes, please. Wild Bunch and Junior Drag Bike into the lanes. Right, John Gallant and Dan Boucher. That's the first time we called him by his proper name for ages. The Brioche, as we call him. He wants 12.75. John wants 17.40 in the Sirocco. So the Loco Polo going to get there first. Goes 12.86. John goes 17.42. Takes the number one spot, just 200s off his darling. Dan stays put in number 5, but new number one qualifier there. John Gallant with the Sirocco. Andrew Bambrick, the Mark II Golf, darling in 13.49. Nigel Gregson just been dropped from number 1 to number 2 with a Skoda. He dials a 16.1. $13.59 on the 49. Andrew stays 6. Nigel goes 16.60, way off what he ran earlier. But he stays in number 2. Justin Foley with the Audi TT, and it's the Crawdog himself. John Crawford, he wants 15.80 with the Golf. 15.45 the target for Justin in the Audi TT. $15.67 breakout for John, and $15.81 no help for either of them. They stay put. Phil Jones, the Dragon Wagon, 14.6, currently number 15, and the Candy Queen, Emma Sadler, 15.5 with the Black Beetle in the Auto Glim lane. So definitely going to be Phil to the stripe first. Problems for Emma, going very slowly. So Phil Jones wants 14.60, gets a 15.06. I don't think that's going to help him much. He's currently number 15. And don't know what the issue is there for Emma. Yeah, they both stay put. And that's right. Emma, Emma's timed out then. All right, Jerry Sadler, Connor Jones, your next pair. Now, Connor didn't get in time in Q1. Problems with the Beetle when it left the line. Just trickled up to the finish line and got timed out, unfortunately. So no time on the board for Connor. He needs one this time. He's going to get one, which is good news. Now then, he dials in 16.20. Jerry dials in 16.10. 16:45 puts Connor at number 11. Jerry Sadler breaks out, goes 16:02 on that 16:10, so no help for him. He actually gets dropped back one spot due to the improvement. Paul Robinson, Laurie Anslow, 1480, plays 1710. We could see Laurie going for that light then. As 07 red, doesn't matter. It's all about the qualifying ET, not the reaction time. Paul Robinson going to get there first, goes 1478, bit too quick, breaks out. And Laurie goes 1724. She'd already done a better job earlier, so no improvement for her. She stays put on her previous run. Tom Circuit, currently number 8 with the Lupo. He dials 1836. And the Thunderbug of Lawrence Clark. He's currently number 10. And he wants the 1378. Nice light there from Lawrence. $13.77 with a 4, breaks out by less than 100th of a second, so he stays 10. Tom Circuit also breaks out. He breaks out by 700, so bigger breakout, but nevertheless, no help for either of them. They stay put. So the yellow cars then, the Audi TT of Polly Judge, 1641. She's currently number 19. And Reese Finney with the Lupo, 17 flat. Is what he wants to run. Polly Judge, nice move up to number 5 there, 48 on a 41. Reese goes up to 22 from an 11. Running a 17.15 there. Hazel Carter and it's car number 83 in the right lane, not 33. Difficult to see in the light. So who's looking for a 15.10, goes 15.03, that's a breakout. And don't think that was improved in the other lane either, 17.04. Danny Bean and Bruce Harvey, off they go. 14.15 the target for Bruce, 14.45 the target for Danny. They are currently 15 and 17. $14.28 for Bruce, goes 15 to 11, 14.62. And the screen changed. I missed it. Right, Morgan Wilson and Jake Fronder up next. So Morgan dials in 18.15, Jake dials in 12.01. Can I have Outlaw flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw flat 4. So Jake goes 11.99, that's a breakout by 200ths of a second. And it's a breakout, 18.06 and 18.15. No help for Morgan either. One of those things. Curses. Right, Rob Cresswell. He's currently number 3 qualifier. 16.18. He's got the track to himself. And Rob goes 16.24, stays number 3 though. His previous pass was slightly better. No, actually that one was very, very close indeed. Right, tractor just doing a little bit of sledding, and it's Outlaw Anglia that's going to be coming around the corner next. We know Mr. Miller is tuned in. Very good afternoon to you, Cole, tuning in from sunny Scotland. We know Mick Taylor is tuned in. We'll see Mick back at the European finals. Or Hot Rod Drag, sorry. And we wonder if anybody down under is tuned in as well, actually. John Willard. He's having an awesome weekend down under at the Sydney Dragway. He's an honorary Outlaw Anglia member. Obviously, he can't race in the class because he's the other side of the planet. But 6.67 from John Willard this weekend, 198.85. He's still got Sunday to race as well. Don't forget, they are about 11-12 hours ahead of us down there. So they're looking at the time here at the moment. And actually, I'll have to look on the world clock to see what time it is with him. But it's 2:15 here, so let's just say it's 12 hours. It's 2:15 in the morning. So he'll be, once we're getting finished racing, they'll be getting ready to do their next day's racing at the Sydney Dragway. And no doubt some of our UK Outlaw Anglia racers will be following to see what John gets up to this weekend. But best of luck down there, John. And of course, best of luck to all of our racers here this weekend. And it looks like it's Wayne Power and Ben Kennedy, your first pair. Gosh, say Outlaw Anglia is a cracking class. Full of entertainment, full of characters. Oh, you just gotta love them. You just gotta love these cars. The relentless pop of Ben Kennedy, qualified so far with a 10.59. Forget that, he's been quicker. So has Wayne, actually, 10.59. Well, Wayne have a bit of a wobble as he goes up the track there. Ben Kennedy, a better looking run for him, 10.08. Wayne eventually catches the line there, 12.38 at 106. All right, Dougie McClure with the success. The Anglia from Wisbech. 22 from him earlier on. Rob Stone didn't get a number on the board earlier. We know he's capable of going pretty quick. There's me saying about people being tuned in from down under. We've also got people tuned in from America who've been messaging. Tony Morris, a great friend to us all here. He's on his way to Braddington. I'm sorry, Branderton. I hope you're not driving, Tony. Keep your hands on the wheel, concentrate on the road, mate. But he is tuned in. So, Tony, very good afternoon to you. Much better looking run there for Rob Stone. Doug is getting twisted up on the launch there. A wheelie that turned into a three-wheeled launch. But look at this then, 8.49, 153 for Rob Stone. Much better. Doug McClure eventually going to cross the line. 1971 at 46 mile an hour. Also get messages from Wild Bunch racers as well. Steve Cassisi has been in touch. They're working on the ball breaker slingshot, getting it back ready for the European finals, and then the remainder of the season with the Wild Bunch. They're just finishing off the engine rebuild and watching the live stream, enjoying the commentary. Well, thanks guys. Watching on Mark's phone whilst working hard. Yeah, right. Got to say, Mark Roussel, epic job, mate, on the parachute jump with Sarah Howes. Absolutely fantastic. That wasn't a huge amount of money raised for the two charities on behalf of Hayley Hadfield. And Hayley, I hope you tuned in with Andy and, of course, Purdy as well. A very, very good afternoon to you. I think Purdy might be here, actually, because I think Tom was talking about. Barry Woodford goes through with 11.33. But, yeah, great job from Mark and from Sarah Howes doing that parachute jump for charity. Big money raised there as well. So, all going to fight with Hayley. Not fight with Hayley. Joining Hayley's fight, I should say. And, of course, Hayley, we are thinking of you lots and lots and lots. Sending you huge amount of love. And all thoughts with you on Monday as well. It's when the battle really starts. Good to see so many of the stickers, actually. And appearing on various cars and bikes. And the people taking photographs of them, putting them on their social media. Great to see. Let's not forget, we got our fundraising auction coming up at the national finals on Saturday evening. Thanks to Andy Thetford for getting the ball rolling on that one, and we're going to run with that. And I'll be the auctioneer that evening. But there will be a Facebook page set up. It hasn't been done yet, but when we start getting photographs of some of the lots and we get the information through of what people are going to be donating, we can get that up on a Facebook page. But watch out for details on that. That'll be done during the week. Right, the two-seater dragster back out once again. Your passenger is Michael Hodges from Lancashire, and he's on a 40th birthday present pass here. Goes 8 flat at 166. Can I please have Super Street Bike into the Perry Lanes, please? Along with Exhibition, which is our fuel bike of Neil Midgley, if he's fit to come round. Also, say I know he's fit, it's about the bike. And of course, another Small Fortune dragster, like them in the lanes as well, please. So this is the Wild Bunch Q2, number 1 qualifier at the moment. Phil James and Pete Brown with Rebel. Pete's in the car all weekend. All over the place there is young Pete. Keeps his foot in it though. 950, give that man a straight jacket. Well, hey, driving job of the day, that one. We enjoyed that. Well, gave Hayley kittens, but my goodness me, that wasn't what they wanted. But they got a number on the board. The bizarre thing with that run is it looked a lot worse from the outside than it was behind the wheel. Phil James goes 975 on a 962, retains his number 1 spot. Pete Brown goes in at number 6. But cracking driving job there for Pete Brown. But as I say, it looked worse on the outside than it probably was behind the wheel. Next up then, it is the Saltown Shaker of Keith Crampton. Dialing in 953, going alongside the Black Pig 2 of Steve Field. target is 865. Steve Field goes 872. Goes to number 2 with that one. Nicely done, Steve. Keith Crampton goes 988 on a 53. Goes from 2 to 3. Right, so I think the nerves are calming down a little bit for the Maras after that one. As I say, it looked worse from the outside than it was on the inside of the car, I bet. But good driving job there for Pete. But he's got a number on the board. He's qualified. That's the important bit with regards to the racing. So it's Steve Field number 2 now. Keith Crampton number 3. It's Bob Hawkins coming round the corner. And going to be joined by Alan Schofield with the Rough Diamond. Now Bob does a bigger burnout than Alan. And there is the difference. Bob does his burnout across the start line and reverses back. Alan Schofield, a shorter burnout from him, so it doesn't take him as long. So the dial-ins end, 666, the number of the devil for Bob, 870 for Alan Schofield. Now Alan has been wanting to go alongside Bob for quite a while and gets his opportunity here. See what it's like to be alongside a 6-second slingshot. Great looking run there for Bob Hawkins. Goes 675. 198 miles an hour. 929 for Alan Schofield. 42, but 198 mile an hour there for the slingshot for Bob Hawkins. Great run indeed. Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. Currently in the number 7 spot with a 10.26. He dials 9.25. And the engine stops. That's probably because we got cars in the shutdown area, actually, looking up there. As Bob Hawkins is still in the shutdown area, so we're not going to send the next car down until the track is clear. So the quad just going out to recover the slingshot. So yeah, just going to be on pause just for a moment, bring you up to speed on things that are going on. So this is running the Wild Bunch at the moment. We've got Junior Drag Bike and Outlaw Flat 4. Super Street Bike are in the lanes, as well as is Exhibition. The only other class to come down for their second qualifiers is 760. And then once they've done, we go into eliminations for our bike classes. So it's eliminations at round number 1. Got some of the ladders here. The others will follow through fairly shortly. But don't forget, it's a big bike field for ET Bike and also for 850 Bike. They're on a 32 bike ladder, if you like. So we have 4 rounds to get through to whittle them down. We got 950 bike eliminations round 1. 8 will be down to 4 after that one. And obviously we'll get the rest of the ladders as they come through. So it's going to be a very busy afternoon here. Obviously we're going to continue qualifying for our car classes. But as I say, bikes are into eliminations this afternoon. So the only bike class yet to finish qualifying is the junior drag bikes and the extreme bike. So Andy Clifford then bringing the slingshot up to the line in the Auto Glim lane. The target is 9.25. A little bit wayward off the line and clicks it off, or it stopped, one or the other. So he is going to remain in the number 7 spot for this session. Alright, next up, Junior Drag Bike. Very good session from them in Q1. First up is going to be Meg Talbot. Okay, timing crew are ready. Let's get this on. Meg Talbot, he's your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Went 8.22 on an 8.20 Darlin. Ups the game a bit this time, 8.10. And Richard Wilcox, 10.10 the Darlin for him. If he can match what he ran last time round with a 10.11, could take the number 1 spot. But very close indeed. Well, the better reaction time to Richard, but it's all about running the ETs. And it's going to be Meg that's going to get there first. Goes 8.26. 9.94 for Richard. Wow, where did that come from? They even surprised Richard as well. Wow. Casey Holgate and Holly King, your next pair. Holly currently number 2. Casey number 8. The Darlins then, 11.23 for Holly, 9.50 for Casey. Casey goes 8.60 on a 9.50, breaks out by nearly a second. Holly goes 11.37 on a 23, stays in number 2. Lyra Humber, currently number 9. Dials a 16 flat. She went 16.06 in Q1. And it's Maggie Smallman, 14.80. The target for her for the Ragrat Racing Honda in the Kestrel lane. So Maggie's going to get there first. 14.80 is the target. Goes 15.26. Lyra Humber, 16.34 on a 16 flat. She moves up from 9 to 5. A slight improvement, but no position change for Maggie with that 15.26. Right, Team Morrison. So you've got Brad Morrison in the Kestrel lane, dialing in 1550. Leia dialing in 1255 in the Autoglim lane. Actually, just looking at those wind turbines and the flags, it's quite a stiff headwind they're going into now. And they've got to take that into consideration. That's a stiff old breeze, that. 13.06 for Lear. Brad goes 16.21. No change in position for them. They stay 4 and 7. There goes Grace Pollen looking for 18.90. She's currently number 8. .933 moves up from number 8 to number 6. All right, next up then, Outlaw Flat 4. 3 of them in the 9s in Q1. Outstanding that was. And one of them was this guy, Nigel Hull. Went 9.75. And Adam Lowe, he went 11.20 with the White Beetle in the Kestrel lane. He's currently number 4. Can I have 850 bike into the lanes, please, for eliminations round 1? 850 bike, please. Well, very quick reactions there for Nigel Hull to stop the car going out of bounds. It was 10.12 this time, 127. And Adam Lowe just 300ths off of where he went first time round, 11.23 this time at 109. Darren Shepherd with the Social Outcast. Beetle goes in the number 6 spot at the moment, wants to go higher, and Mark Pascoe goes with the number 7 spot at the moment. Again, wants to move up. .71 there for Darren. And Mark goes through with a 12.58, just a little bit off what both of them ran earlier. Right, James Wooten, your number 1 qualifier, went 9.61 in Q1. He's in the Autoglim lane, and Lucas Dalglish went 11.33 in the Kestrel lane. He is currently number 5. .11.42, how about a 9.56 from James Wooten? Just moves the goalpost just that little bit more to extend that number 1 qualifying spot. Right, let's have some fun then. Super Street Biker in the lanes. Got 9 bikes that have put qualifying runs in. This is their last qualifying session. The Bluebird is going out just to put some traction down. And after Super Street Bike, we have got Neil Midgley that's made it down. So I am guessing that was a fuel leak. Well, a major fuel leak, actually. Let's try Chris. He's down there. Chris, was it a fuel leak? Yeah, it was, yeah. Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. It just looked like it from the way the fuel was evaporating very quickly. Hose, connector, something like that. But, yeah, fortunately, the bike's made it down for another run. So good news for them. Right, the Bluebird is out at the moment, so just going to hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back with Super Street Bike Q2. Here we go, Super Street Bike qualifying session number 2, and this will set the field for Saturday eliminations, and of course I get to do it all again tomorrow. Steve Venables and Mark Hope. Now then, Mark would like to keep the front wheel down this time round. He got a half track and he reached for the sky. Ven went 200 mile an hour, but only with a 738. Load of wheel spin off the line for Steve Venables. Mark drifting towards the centre line, keeps it away. He goes 744 at 190 and stays number 6, and Ven stays number 5 with an 801. Jake Michelle and 30 Martina, your next pair. Jake, he is your number 1 qualifier on a 7.14. Now then, look at the scoreboards at the top end. We have a bump spot of 9.15. Now then, Thurtney has gone 9.23. Needs to go quicker than 9.15 to get in the show. There will be one alternate. Oh, no problems at all for Jake. That is arrow straight. 7.03, 2.02. Consolidates the number 1 spot, but a big plume of smoke at the top end. I certainly hope he hasn't wounded the engine. Thurtney goes 8.79 into the number 8 spot. Well, Jake certainly taking the corner at the top end. A-OK, but there is smoke coming from the bike. So fingers crossed he hasn't wounded the engine there, because that's going to be a tough call to get it all fixed for eliminations round 1. But a storming pass though. 7.14 was his Q1 shot, but 7.03 at 2.02 for that one. But 30 Martina gets in with an 8.79. So who's 30 just bumped out? So who's now on the outside? Let's have a quick look. Steve Mead. All right, so let's have a look at the top end, see if we can find out if it's water or if it's oil or what. I don't quite know yet. Oh, the tractor just going out to assess the situation, but there is certainly a trail of something in the shutdown area. I'll get word on that one. Give me a moment. Nitro FM, if you can just take it for a moment, I'll find out what we've got up there. Back with you in a moment. Nitro FM, it's yours for the time being. Rotterdam, he's currently number 6. He dials in 9.37. Andy Burfitt on the Kawasaki in the Auto Glim lane, dialing in 13.35. So Patrick goes 11.30, no help for him, but Andy Burfitt, look at that, 13.51 on a 35. Moves up from number 19 to number 5. It's not about who's the quickest in the class, it's who can get their number the closest. 0.2 for Alfie Udall in the Kestrel Beer Lane and Carl Hester 10.95. So 3/4 of a second difference between these two on their predicted dial-ins. Whoever gets the closest will be the higher qualified machine. Alfie goes 10.58, goes up from 21 to 17. Carl goes 11.26 on that 10.95 extra lane. Alan Davis 12.25 on the Suzuki GSX, that's his target. Three and a half seconds roughly between these two. As I say, whoever is there closest to the dial-in will be the higher qualified bike. They are 10 and 11 at the moment. Let's see what happens. Travis goes 9:08. Alan Davis goes 12:17. Alan goes too quick. So no movement from 11, and Travis doesn't move either. 0. Didn't go entirely to plan for Simon Q1. Should be much better this time. $10.15, 130. 5 goes 12.87. That's a massive breakout on 13.26. And Pete Wiseman with the damage case challenger. 10.10. Where he wants to be. For Pete goes up from 4 to 3, but how about Mick Sharp? 10.38 with a 5 on a 10.37. He takes the number 1 spot. Nicely done there, Mick. 9.16. Oh, beautiful launch there for Gary Carr. Good looking run. Oh, breaks out 9.14. That was a little bit too good. 9. The dial-ins 10.54 for Ash. 9.88 for Dave. $9.90 for Dave, goes to number 2 with that one. Breakout for Ash Rawson, bit 2.5. Well, Donny's going to get a number on the wall this time. That's good news for him, but what is it? 9.86. Kiwi goes to number 1. Well, he gets it back there. 9.86 for 1 on 9.85. Don Scott, 9.79 with a 6 on a 9.75. Goes in at number 4. Well done, Don. Where are these two going to end up after this? Well, bearing in mind I've only had 12 cars put numbers on the board. Make that 13 now, because Don Scott running. Numbers are 10.33, Guy King, 12 to 7, Adrian Portelli, 10.83 on an 80. And Tom Atkinson, 12 flat for the Oreo Speedwagon. The Chevy Nova Estate in the Autoclim lane. No quicker than 12 seconds, please, Tom. Tom goes 11.91, breaks out. Too quick. But Chris Redshaw, 15.60 on a 15.49, moves up from 23 to 8. Your stickers yet, pop over and see Craig Dixon. He's crewing for Mark Todd this weekend. And let's raise loads and loads of money for the 2 chosen charities that Hayley wants to raise loads and loads. Well, as you can see, our top end crew are still working away, but very, very close indeed. Super Street Bike is where it's at. Signals being given to fire them up, and we continue qualifying. And if you can tell I'm out of breath, that's because I am. Just been a very quick sprint to the pits. But we are back in the Tower of Power. Mark Dainty and Dave Smith. So Dave currently number 4 on a 734. Mark Dainty currently number 7 on an 817. Well, much better looking pass for Mark Dainty this time round. Definitely 762. In actual fact, both run 762. But no improvement on positions for either of them. Dave stays 4, Mark stays 7. Right, next up, Gary Bow. As we know, didn't get a qualifier in round number 1. The bike left the line and went about, what, 10 feet? The bike locked up, but thankfully he's back for Q2. Well, Steve Mead disappears into the distance. But unfortunately, no time or speed. He went before the tree ran, so he's going to stay 9. Gary Bow gets a time on the board, 10:56, but that's not going to get him qualified. Oh, drama still in Super Street Bike. Alan Morrison Jr. currently number 2. Ross Morrison currently number 3. 725, 728. Well, Alan Morrison struggling to get his feet on the pegs after a bought the run there, but Ross Morrison goes through with a 737 at 189. Guess what? No improvements. Bizarre session. They've only had 2 qualifiers to get the job done, and basically there was hardly any movements at all. So Jake Michelle is your number 1 qualifier, but will he be able to make it round for eliminations? Right, running in exhibition there, Neil Midgley had a massive fuel leak on his first checkout pass. Hopefully they got all that sorted out. It happened on the burnout, but Neil held the bike upright and was sliding around in his own fuel. Well, no such issues this time around. So Neil Midgley then for Cannon Motorsports for Lucas Oils. What has he got for us here? Bike is capable of running in the fives, but don't forget they're here for testing more than anything else. They might not even be going for a full pass, may even just be a half pass, may even be just 330, but they're here to test. Well, it was about 1,000 foot. He clicked it off there. Still goes 650 at 167. The short numbers that everybody likes to hear: 104 to 60 foot, and at the 8th mile, 406 at 191 miles an hour. But it looks like he was wheel spinning most of the way there. Certainly the first eighth. A single black stripe going up the lane there. But nicely done for Neil Midgley. It goes to show that. The issue they had in their first run was a minor one. Even though a lot of fuel came out, the team got that one fixed. And in the end, no problem. Right, here we go then. It's eliminations time, and this is 850 bike. Your first pair sees Danny Cockrell taking on Joe Elliott. So number 7, number 18 qualified. Don't forget, this is 850, no quicker. First to the stripe wins, as long as they don't go under the 850 index. Danny Cockrell got his nose out in front. He'll be looking over his shoulder. And he takes the win with an 867 to a lose out 895. Right, into the pairing lanes, please. Can I have, for eliminations, ET bike, comp bike, junior drag bike, and funny bike, 950 bike. In other words, most of the bike classes, but not all of them, because obviously Super Street have just run. Paul Adams and Alex Gordon, your next pair. Paul qualified 16, Alex qualified number 5, but it's all about eliminations now. Both away well. Who's doing the better job at the stripe though? 902 takes the win for Paul Adams against a lose out 952 for Alex Gordon. And Alex basically was off the throttle way before the stripe there. So it's Paul Adams that goes through. All right, your number 1 qualifier was Michael Piggott, and because of that he gets the bye. It was an odd numbered field. Michael went 8.503 in qualifying. Can he match that? That'd be pretty cool if he could. .863, 157. Nice job there for Michael. He got Danny Cockrell in round number 2. Craig Wright. So Craig is number 8 in the points chase, going alongside Dan. Now Dan is number 2. An important one here. In actual fact, he's basically tied for number 1 with J Rowe. So Dan Dieth really got to stay in the game here. Craig would love to advance. Side by side all the way. Who's got the better bike? It's Dan, 856, taking the win there. Craig Wright eliminated round 1 with an 868. That was important for Dan's championship aspirations and put a massive dent in Craig's. So number 2 in the points survives round 1. Well, it's typical that these two had to meet in round 1. Stacey Reed and Jasmine Cordell. If either of them wanted to avoid somebody, they would have picked the rider in the other lane. Well, Jazz out in front. Stacey closing in, but oh, it's a breakout for Jazz Cordell. 8:49 with an 8. 8:60 for Stacey Reed. It was a great drag race. Jazz had a brilliant hole shot off the line, but just went that fraction too quick. 7/10,000ths too quick. Oh, so it is Stacey Reed that goes through. Next up then, Brad Hare taking on Andrew Christophe. Again, another side-by-side pairing. This time it is Brad that takes the win at 8:66. It's a breakout for Andrew. Andrew got there first. He had a bit of time to make up on reaction, but he went too quick. 8:48 with a 9. So it's Brad Head that takes that one. J Rowe then, number 1 in the points. Very important for him. In actual fact, looking at the qualifying order, Brad was had the championship lead because of qualifying points. He qualified ahead of Jay. Dan went through round 1. Jay's got to go through as well. He's up against Steve Howe. He was your number 2 qualifier. Oh, tough matchup. Well, who's the bravest at the stripe? Oh, it's a breakout for Steve Howe. 8:49 too quick. J Rowe takes that one. Almost identical reaction times, but J Rowe survives that one. Final call, please, for 950 bike. We need you into the lanes, please. 950 bike. We need you into the lanes as soon as, please. Right, Andy Haley, Lewis Burgess. J Rowe awaits the winner of this pairing. Oh, Lewis, problems for Lewis off the line. Now, Andy Haley, as long as he looks over his shoulder, he should be all right. 8:60. Yep, Andy Haley takes the win. So unfortunate there for Lewis Burgess, but well done to Andy. Alan Morrison taking on Patrick Merritt. So Alan Morrison, he's in the Autoglim lane. Patrick in the Kestrel lane. Well, Alan Morrison out in front. And Alan Morrison taking the win there with an 8:62 to a lose out 9:16. Gary Malone taking on Patrick Rawnsley. Stacey Reed is the opponent for the winner of this one in the next round. And it is Gary Malone that takes that one. 8:65 to lose out 8:73. Nigel Silenero from the Netherlands on the Suzuki in the Kestrel Bay lane, taking on Martin Hallett. Well, Martin not really featuring in the points chase. He's currently 14. Good looking race here. Yep, 877. Martin Hallett takes that one. Right, last pair. Well, when I say pair, no Keith Wright. So Johnny Hines looks like he's on his own. So Johnny Hines goes through with an 860, going to be taking on Paul Adams in round number 2. Right, ET Bike. Round number 1. First up, Alan Davis. Taking on Justin Moulton. The dial-ins end, 12 flat for Alan, 12.50 for Justin. Okay, both away. Green lights both sides of the racetrack, and well, it looks like Alan Davis has already gone past Justin. Yep, 12.65 for Alan Davis taking the win. Lose out for 13.21 for Justin. All right, your next pair then. The sun is so bright we can't actually see the race numbers at the moment, so we're radioing down to our start line crew to tell us who it is. Yeah, getting quite a reflection off the racetrack at the moment, so you can just see two silhouettes. Also need their dial-ins as well. Okay, Patrick Delange from Rotterdam taking on Anna Sasiak. 9.25 plays 9.50, quarter of a second between these two, and it's going to be Anna going first. Well, that would have been the case, but Patrick did go first then. And Patrick takes it at 10.03 to lose at 9.91. Patrick through to round number 2. Right, championship implications for this one. Matt Jones. He's 5 in the points, taking on number 2 in the points, Phil Pratt. The dial-ins then, 8.98 for Matt, but it's going to be Phil leaving first on a 9.18. Crucial matchup, this one. Well, I don't need to tell you about the reaction times on that one. Phil with a 9.72 against a 9.71 for Matt, so it's Phil Pratt. Goes through. So number 2 in the points has gone into the next round. We look to see how 1, 3 and 4 get on. Right, Liam Holgate and Jake Bowden, your next pair. Phil Pratt awaits the winner of this one. So big gap on the old start line there, 13.60 playing 9.75. Liam is in chase mode. Jake looks like he's going to get there first, but no, Liam gets there first. 0.8 win margin, 9.95 on a 75 dial-in. Liam Holgate goes through. Jake loses out on a 13.99. Dave Grundy taking on Nigel Lichtenberg, another one of our foreign visitors. Great to see so many here this weekend, actually. All of our Dutch friends making the trip across the North Sea. There goes Dave. And Nigel trying to chase it down. It ain't going to happen unless Dave breaks out. No, he does the right thing, backs off. So Dave Grundy is through. Right, crucial one in the points once again. Scott Collier, number 3 in the points, taking on James Ritchie. James Ritchie got 1/10 of a difference on the tree. He'll be going first. Scott will be chasing him, but not by much. Well, Scott actually left first. Yeah, that was a forced breakout, actually. James Ritchie did get there first, but went 9.43. Scott Collier, 9.83. He's through. So number 3 in the points has gone through. So 2 and 3 are both continuing. Let's have a look at your next pair. Bill Marsh and Andy Burfitt. $9.20 for Bill, $13.35. 4.15 second difference on the tree. Andy Burfitt going to be leaving first. There he goes. Oh, Bill Marsh, that was a massive red light. So Andy Burfitt is through. Next up, as we continue eliminations, we've still got 4 pairs to go in ET Bike, and we've still got the points leader as well to come. Michael Gooding and Blade King. Blade was your number 1 qualifier. Whoever wins this gets a bye in round 2, so very important 2-round wins in one race here, if you like. Blade, number 9 in the points. If he wins this, he's going to make some headway, that's for sure. Michael Gooding takes that win margin of 0.7 at the stripe. Blade lifted a bit too much there. So it is Michael Gooding that takes the win. Right, Peter Harrison taking on Carl Hester. Number 7 taking on number 1. Sorry, no, it's Gary Hester's number 1 in the points. Carl is number 11. Can we please have 760 heads up into the lanes, please? 760 into the lanes. And despite identical dial-ins of 1095, Peter Harrison goes red. So Carl Hester goes through. Alfie Udall and Robbie Dobby, your next pair. 11.39 plays 11.10 on the numbers there, but that was already determined by the red light. So Robbie looking for a 10.24, but leaving first will be Alfie on a 10.50. Just over a quarter of a second difference on the tree. Both get green. And it's Alfie that gets one, a 10.56 on a 10.50 dial. Robbie Dobby only 500ths off as well. The win margin is 0.3 at the stripe. Very, very close indeed. But it's Alfie that takes the win. Right, last pair, and this is crucial. It's your number 1 man in the points, Gary Hester, taking on Travis Merritt. They both dial 8.90. Whether that makes it easier or makes it more difficult, I don't know, but at least you know if you get a cracking light, you just need to shadow your opponent. But let's see what happens then. Gary Hester, Travis Marit. Oh, Travis goes red by 0-2. So Gary Hester survives. So the casualties that time round, Robbie Dobby, Matt Jones. So the top three in the points all made it through. Right, 950 bike, round number 1. First pair, Andy Head, Dion Hartley. Oh, and Andy goes red, and it was a big red as well. So Dion Hartley goes through. 960 means nothing when your opponent has got a 963 and a win already in the bag due to the red light. Rob Stanley and Carl Thomas, your next pair. Both go green. Carl Thomas, number 2 in the points chase, wants this one. And gets it, 972 against a lose out 978. Don't forget championship points today, and then the same again tomorrow. Brett Cordell, Dave Hall. Brett messaged me earlier on to say that looking forward to another addition to the Cordell family as third child due in the not too distant future. So congratulations to Brett. So number 1 qualifier, Dave Hall, taking on number 5, Brett Cordell. Very close between them at the moment. And it's Brett that takes it, a 954 against a lose out 963. So Brett is into the semis. Dave Hall is out. He was number 3 in the points as well. So Rick Sawatsky, he is your points leader coming into this event, going alongside Phil Harrison. Right, your last pair in 950. Have put a call out for 760 heads up, so hopefully they're making their way down. Oh, big wheelie off the line there, Phil Harrison. Rick Sawatsky powering on, looking over his shoulder, and takes the win with a 974. So it's going to be Brett Cordell taking on Dion Hartley, and on the other side of the ladder is going to be Rich Sawatsky taking on Carl Thomas. All right, comp bike eliminations round number 1. Going to be Graham Dance and Len Paget. First pair. Oh, problems for Lenny. So Graham Dance powering his way through to round number 2. Goes 749 at 196. Weekend not over for our losers though. They get to qualify again tomorrow, as this weekend is a double header. Jordan Kenway and John McLean Sr. next pair. Winner of this gets Graham Dance in the semis. Oh, a bit of a bucking bronco there for Jordan Kenway, and had to lift off the throttle. So John McLean Sr. powering on through with an 8:35. Found a tenth of what he ran in qualifying, but commiserations to Jordan there. But he does get to do it again tomorrow. Right, Mick Wynyard and Chris Neary. And whoever wins this, assuming Paul Hambidge takes the green, he's got a bye run, as we've only got 7 bikes. So Mick Wynyard out in front, going to stay there. But, not quite sure what happened there. Well, Mick left before the tree ran looking at that. So Chris, the win light comes on in his lane. Right, Paul Hambidge, the silent assassin on the Kawasaki. I mean, 7:33 in qualifying is outstanding. Bike is undramatic, but the performances are right up there. .733 again. That's exactly what he ran in qualifying, and he matches it in his round 1 bye run. So Paul Hambidge is going to be taking on Chris Neary, and then it's going to be Graham Dance taking on John McLean Sr. Right, junior drag bike. First pair, Richard Wilcox taking on Maggie Smallman. Darling's end, Maggie dialing in 15.60. And Richard's got to be very patient indeed, 9.92. Well, what can I say? Richard Wilcox takes the win. Very bizarre. Maggie Smallman breaks out by that much, yeah, 0.42 of a second. Richard Wilcox lives to fight another day. Bizarre, that one. Richard's bike wouldn't leave the line, but he takes the win. Grace Pollen and Holly King, your next pair. Now, whoever wins this gets a bye into the semis, so it's a crucial one, this. Holly dialing in 11.28. Grace, 8.90. So Grace in catch-up mode. Holly is almost there, and she takes it 11.45. So Holly King gets the win. Grace goes 9.88, but it is Holly, and she gets a bye in the next round to the semis. Casey Holgate and Lyra Humber. Casey in the Kestrel Beer lane. She dials 8.65, but Lyra 16.12. Lyra is going to be approaching the 3:30 block before Casey leaves the start line. Maybe just before it. Basically, Casey's got to be very patient indeed. Right, so there goes Lyra. You see Casey just waiting. There she goes. Yeah, 870 takes the win for Casey. Lyra goes 1642. But it is Casey that takes that one. Okay, how typical these two meet in eliminations. Were they side by side in qualifying all the way? And now they are side by side eliminations. Leah Morrison and Brad Morrison. Brad dials in 1620. He's in the Kestrel lane. Leah dialing in 1299. She is in the Autoglim lane. So it's going to be Brad going first. There he goes. And there goes Leah. And it is... oh, it's a double breakout. But by the lesser amount, Brad takes it. He goes 1586. Wow. Against the 1254. But well done to Brad. Bye run then for Meg Talbot, your #1 qualifier. Now she's looking for 820, gets 825. Whoa. On a mission this weekend is our Meg. Going well. So Meg has got Brad Morrison in the next round. Holly King has got a bye run. And then it's Richard Wilcox taking on Casey Holgate. Right, next up, Funny Bike. And I can also see 760 heads up in the lanes as well. So Roger Moore should be taking on Tony Clark. Thing is, I don't know if he's under the tower. Well, I can't see him. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a solo then for Roger Moore. No Tony Clark, unfortunately. So the Boxer Frogs racing bike went 772 in qualifying. You see, just bringing Rog up to the line. .768, 164. I tell you what, that was a checkout pass that went rather well. I'll tell you that one. Well done, Rog. Right, we have a race here then, and a crucial one for the Goose. Louis Davis doing rather well in the points chase at the moment, but going alongside the Rigaboot Express. Dave Peters, or as the entry says, David Arthur Peters. So the Goose went #2 in qualifying, went 714. Dave went 861, but he's capable of running in the 7s. Oh, Goose is away first. And a 716 takes the win, but Dave Pete goes 730. Outstanding run for Dave. Absolutely phenomenal run. But at what cost, though? There's a big plume of smoke at the finish line. They are checking the track, but it is Louis Davis that takes that one, 716. He had an 06 light as well. And he gets a bye into the final. Right, so Lorcan Parnell is just waiting patiently below us. So he gets a bye into the semis where he will race Roger Moore. So obviously we do have a turnout crew at the top end, and they check all the cars and bikes as they come around the corner, just make sure everything is okay, and then they radio back to the track crew to say, yeah, we've got like fluid or something coming off the bike or car, whatever, and our spotters will check the track. But bearing in mind the drag strip itself is 1/4 mile, and then you got basically got half a mile to stop, and believe it or not, some of them can't stop in time when they go into the field at the end, and then you get the 1 or 2 that just keep going after that. And we have had examples where we have brake failure and got nothing to stop the car or bike, and they just keep going and end up in the next county. But fortunately that doesn't happen very often. So I think Lorcan's going to be waiting just for a little while. Just waiting to get word from the top end. There's a lot of people wandering around the shutdown area just where Dave Peters has run. Just assessing what the track is like. But it's a phenomenal run, 7:30.163. But with the tractor going on track, maybe there is just a little bit of a clean-up at the top end. I'll get word. In the meantime, Nitro FM, just take it for a moment. We will be back with you shortly. So currently Jake Fronda leads away from Lee Caudry and Graham Fairhead. Oh, problems for Simon just pulling the car over to the left-hand side. Jacob on his way. 11.50 is the target. Oh, 11.49 with a 6. Breaks out by less than 100th of a second. Oh, that was so close. But a breakout's a breakout, so Jacob stays at number 12. If he'd have dialed 11.49 instead of 11.50, could have been number 1. But there we go. That's drag racing for you. Okay. Qualifying session number 2. It is Chris Neary and John McLean Sr. Well, ride it like you stole it, John. Lots of wheel spin off the line. And Chris Neary getting close to the wall. But the numbers, 8.28 for Chris. And 8.45 went 80.44. Hambridge on another flyer here. What's he got for us? Powers all the way through to the stripe to a 7.39. And it's an 8.54 there for Mick. It's Lorcan Parnell who's going to be taking the bye into the semi-finals. All he needs to do is break the beams, but Lorcan needs data. So I'd imagine he will at least get a half pass in. We'll see. If it feels good, could take it all the way. But all he needs to do is break the beams and he's into round number 2. Pretty much what we thought there. Half pass there for Lorcan. 107 to 60 foot, and he was off the throttle before the 8th, actually. 437 at 139. Goes across the stripe, 790. 115 miles an hour. Right, well, the only class we've got to run eliminations round 1 is Super Street Bike, but obviously they had only just run when we started bike elimination. So here we go then. It is 760. Heads up. Number 2. Proper old school burnout there for Pell Norman. Riding the brake pedal as well as the loud pedal. So Pell currently number 6 qualifier with an 8:21, but top of the pile at the moment, Dave Smith with the Powerflow exhaust Jaguar went 7.80 in Q1. Good mix of vehicles in 760 this weekend, and great support actually from JBRE. That's Jeff Bull Racing Engines, and with support from some of their key suppliers as well. Doug Herbert Performance Parts in North Carolina, BLP Racing Products in Orlando, and Transmission Specialties in Pennsylvania. And Jeff and Belinda, very pleased with the entry this weekend, and thank you for the additional funds for the prize pot this weekend. Absolutely fantastic. Despite that monstrous burnout for Pell Norman, just being pushed back, and he's going to head back to the pits. So going to be Dave Smith, got the track to himself. Can he improve on that 780? He does indeed. How about a 769 at 178 miles an hour? Just solidifies that number 1 spot a little bit further, finds a 1/10 of a second. Good job there for Dave and the team, well done. Belinda Bull and Brian Pateman. Now, I had a quick chat with Brian when he came up to the tower, and got 2 bottles of nitrous in there. Basically, he's got 1 to get him off the line and 1 for the top end. It's the first one will run out. I like it. I like it. Probably he's got no wheelie bar, so he needs all the weight over the front. So we said, well, let's just move the nitrous bottles as far forward as possible. Right, Belinda Bull. Well, we know this Chevy truck can run the numbers. Let's see what she's got for us this time round. Jeff by the side of the vehicle. So here we go, 760. Oh, great looking pairing. $8.15 for Belinda Bull, but Brian Pateman, get this, a new PB for Brian Pateman, 785, 173 miles an hour. Absolutely outstanding. Oh, Julie, absolutely delighted. Absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. They were only saying earlier that the PB was in the 7.9s, but oh my goodness me, 785. A new PB after all these years for Brian Pateman. Congratulations. Right, next up, Jet Guy Kev Jenkins. Tell you what, if Brian Pateman's got a sniff of money, he's going to go for it. 785, 1/7. I wonder if that's a PB on the speed as well. Probably was. It was an outstanding pass. Right, Jed, his first run in class actually, because he's running in Outlaw Anglia. He's more than capable of running 760. So he don't want to break out. Going alongside Kev Jenkins, the fraudster. This is looking good. This is looking good. 788, 782, Jed goes in at number 6. Kev Jenkins, though, moves up from 9 to number 3. Right, next up then, I'll tell you what, looking at these numbers, right, number 1 qualifier, 769 Dave Smith, then it's 781, 782, 783, 785, 788, 795, and this is only Q2, we're not even through Q2 yet. This is exceptional racing, well, qualifying I should say. But Mark Turner and Mark Todd, they are 10 and 11 at the moment, 844 plays 1058. God, if these two can run in the 7s, oh, this is going to be awesome. So, the M&M Racing Super taking on the freight train. 1 car for Super Pro, 1 for Street Eliminator. Well, they're on better runs than they were earlier, that's for sure. 8:37 plays 8:08. Mark Turner stays put in number 10, but Mark Todd goes 11 to 8 with that 182 mile an hour from the Pontiac. God, what a mix-up this is. Awesome. Ian Brown with the 67 Camaro from Xanadu Racing. He's on the buy run here. He's on a 781 at the moment. .840 is the number 11 spot at the moment. But this class, after 2 qualifying sessions, has really livened up. Pretty good after Q1, but this is brilliant. Fair to say, whoever wins this will certainly have earned it this weekend. So can Ian Brown find something between 750 and 769 to take the number 1 spot away from Dave Smith? Can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Well, it's a 7, but what flavour? 772. Oh, ho, ho. Only 300s behind Dave Smith. But nicely done there for Ian Brown, 772. Right, we move on then. Big bracket, qualifying session number 3. Mark Huxley taking on Mark White. So the Can-Do 2 Reborn Corolla taking on the little FX Vega. 1018 plays 980. Much trailer launch this time for Mark. Went a bit wayward on his first run. .1021, Mark moves up 8 to 6. And a 992 for Mark White moves up 16 to 11. Phil Topping with Grandad's Toy. He'll be dialing in the 8s somewhere. Going alongside Warren Watts. Darling's End, Phil Topping, 880, Warren Watts, 905. The Corvette and the Camaro to Two of Chevrolet's finest. Nine flat, made 9.14. Phil drops a spot because Warren moves up from 17 to 10 with that one. Joe Kellett and Lee Huxley, your next pair. Joe dialing in a 770, Lee a 945. Joe is currently number 11, Lee is number 5. Well, Joe's definitely going to get there first by the looks of things. Target is 770, breaks out and goes 768. But Lee Huxley moves up from 5 to 4 with that one, 948 on a 945 target. Well, they still got that headwind to contend with out there. Quite a stiff breeze, actually. Maybe affecting the dialings just that little bit. Scott Hauser with the dragster, dialing in 740. He is your number one qualifier, going alongside Stu Doiney, 1198. The dialing for that gorgeous Chevy Nova. No matter the red light, but Stu Doiney 0-1 off the line. Scotty goes 741. I bet he wished he dialed 41 instead of a 40. Well, 31 for Stu, he stays 14. Next up, Billy Everett with the dragster from the Slick Tricks Racing stable. This car will eventually find its way into the hands of the Bartlett girls. And at the moment, it's Billy flying the flag. Going alongside Will Clark, was number one qualifier after Q1. Trundled up at the track in Q2. Let's hope he has a better time this one in Q3. Billy currently number 8, he dials 780. Will dials 987. Oh, 780 with a 6. Billy Everett goes to number 1. Nicely done there, Bill. Will Clark goes number 4. He weighs 989 on 87. It was a great pass, but Billy is number 1. Well, the hits just keep on coming. These two side by side every time they come out. Brett Featherston with the Nova Scotia, the Chevy Nova, dialing in 969. John Bean, 955 with the Shotgun Mustang. 960 plays 973. John stays 3, Brett stays 8. Lee Morris and Richard Tunstall up next. Lee with the Jag E-Type, 10.16 is where he wants to be. He's already run a 10.17. So, yeah, good shout that one. Richard Tunstall, currently number 15. He ran a 9.08 earlier. He dials 8.88, so he's just going to go all the way. See what the car will run. For Richard Tunstall, Lee Morris goes 10.18. So Richard goes up to 13, Lee goes up to number 4. Final call, please, for Nostalgia Superstock, and can we please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Final call for Nostalgia Superstock, and can we please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes? This is Dave Cherrett, the Dark Revenger. Oh, 0-1 light. That was almost a perfect reaction time then. Not quite. That's as close as you're going to get. And Dave Cherrett goes 10.13 on a 10.10. That'll do nicely. Moves up from 16 to 7. Right, so it is Nostalgia Superstock that is in the lanes at the moment. That's been a revelation, that class this year. Dragstalgia and the Mopar Euronats, a staggering entry from them. Biggest field I think we've ever seen in UK drag racing. 57, I think it was. And we wait with bated breath to see what happens at Dragstalgia next year with Nostalgia Superstock, because we know there's a lot more cars that are almost ready to go, just awaiting parts. So assuming they will get their parts for next year and nobody breaks their cars this year, you could see somewhere in the region of 70, 75 cars in Nostalgia Superstock at Dragstalgia next year. That would be outstanding. So it's not an all-run field. We're going to cap it at 64, and then you've got to get into the show, and that will be outstanding. So we really do look forward to that. But it is Nostalgia Superstock qualifying session number 3 about to come up. Just a little bit of track prep in, well, both lanes actually, just a little bit of tidy up. So Nitro FM, if they can take the airwaves just for a moment, we will take it back when Nostalgia Superstock come round the corner. Number 19, and Reese Finney with the Lupo, 17 flat is what he wants to run. Polly Judge, nice move up to number 5 there, 48 on a 41. Reese goes up to 22 from an 11. Running a 17.15 there. Hazel Carter. And it's kind of about 83 in the right lane, not 33. Difficult to see in the light. So who's looking for a 15.10? Goes 15.03. That's a breakout. Danny Bean and Bruce Harvey, off they go. 14.15 the target for Bruce, 14.45 the target for Danny. They are currently 15 and 17. $14.28 for Bruce, goes 15. So Morgan dials in 18.15, Jake dials in 12.01. Can I have Outlaw flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw flat 4. So Jake goes 11.99. That's a breakout by 0.02 of a second. Fire. 16.18. He's got the track to himself. And Rob goes 16.24, stays number 3 though, his previous pass. Well, Wayne have a bit of a wobble as he goes up the track there. Ben Kennedy, a better looking run for him, 10.08. I hope you're not driving, Tony. Keep your hands on the wheel, concentrate on the road, mate. But he is tuned in. So, Tony, very good afternoon to you. Much better looking run there for Rob Stone. Doug is getting twisted up on the launch there. A wheelie that turned into a 3-wheeled launch, but look at this then, 8.49, 153 for Rob Stone, much better. Donny raised for the 2 charities on behalf of Hayley Hadfield. And Hayley, I hope you tuned in with Andy, and of course Purdy as well. A very good afternoon to you. I think Purdy might be here actually, I think Tom was talking about. Barry Woodford goes through with 11th, that'll be done during the week. Right, the 2-seater dragster back out once again. Your passenger is Michael Hodges from Lancashire, and he's on a 40th birthday present pass here. Goes 8 flat at 166. All over the place there is young Pete. Keeps his foot in it though. 9.50, give that man a straight jacket. Is 8.65. Steve Field goes 8.72. Goes to number 2 with that one. Nicely done, Steve. Now, Alan has been wanting to go alongside Bob for quite a while and gets his opportunity here. See what it's like to be alongside a 6-second slick shot. Great looking run there for Bob Hawkins. Goes 6.75. 198 miles an hour. So Andy Clifford then bringing the slingshot up to the line in the Auto Glim lane. The target is 925. A little bit wayward off the line and clicks it off, or it stopped, one or the other. So he is going to remain in the number 7 spot for this session. Right, first up, Pete Wiseman and Clive Dandridge. So the Damage Case Challenger dials in 1010 with Pete behind the wheel, currently in the number 6 spot. Clive Dandridge with the truck. 1323. Can I please have Super Street Bike into the lanes, please? Super Street Bike, we need you for eliminations, round number 1. .19 for Pete, stage 6. Clive breaks out, goes too quick, 13.05. Unfortunately, Clive's truck has been a little bit unpredictable today. So, yeah, he's got a half a second spread on it at the moment, somewhere between 13.2 and 12.7. So, yeah, trying to find a bit of consistency. Right, next up then, Mick Sharp. He's currently number 2. Dave Belladu, currently number 3. 10.38, place 9.88. Beautiful launch there for Dave. He's got that car balanced superbly on the wheelie bar. Doesn't lift off at all. 9.88 with a 3. New number 1 qualifier for Dave Billadu. Mick Sharp goes 10.37. He breaks out by less than 100th. Oh, close stuff. Really, really close. It was that much. It was that much. Yeah. Oh, brilliant, brilliant racing. Right, Don Scott, Chris Goodell. Don currently 5, Chris number 8. The Darlings, 9.77, 10.34. Right, Lee's car coming up to the line. Well, both wide awake club. 0.2 reaction time for Chris, 0.4 for Don. As we know, it's all about the ETs. Don gets there first with a 9.80. But Chris Goodell goes 10.34 with a 70, hits a number, and he goes from 8 to number 2. Oh, give them a couple of runs and they're bang on it. They really are. Not only that, Dave and Chris pitting next to each other in Nostalgia Superstock pits. They are 1 and 2. They both hit their numbers. Right, Adrian Portelli. He's currently number 6. He wants a 10.83 with that beautiful white Charger. And Ash Rawson. Kermit the Duster. 10.50 is his number. He went 10.49 earlier on. Well, again, 0 lights a pair. .10.44, Ash breaks out again. A 10.88 or an 83, only 500s off. Adrian Portelli stays 6, Ash stays 12. Right, Simon Rickwood taking on Kiwi. Stuart Thompson, of course. Well, Stuart was number 1 coming into this round. He's dropped to number 3 due to Dave Billadu and Chris Goodell moving on up. So can Kiwi get his spot back? So Rickwood currently number 10. He wants a 9.80. .992 plays 9.88. Simon Rickwood moves up 10 to 8 and a much better run for him. 992 on an 84 for Stuart. Good, but in the current scheme of things, not really what he wanted. Right, for Williams Brothers then, Gary Carr and Guy King. 10.23 the target for the King. Gary Carr wants 9.13. He did break out by less than a hundredth on his second pass, so a slight adjustment in the dial-in has taken place. Mind you, these guys are all very, very competitive. Beautiful wheels up launch there for Gary Carr. See what he's got for us at the top end. 9.13 with a 3. Oh, he's number 2. Oh, super run. Guy King goes 10.48, but Gary Carr 9.13 with a 3. Boy, is that close qualifying or what? It's insane. Right, Sportsman ET. Right, a little bit of computer reset after that. Just 1 second. It is going to be Tom Atkinson with the Oreo Speedwagon. He is in the Kestrel Beer Lane. He'll be dialing 12 flat. And 12.10 for Andy Dibley, the 50 Shades of Green Racing Camaro. Good afternoon, Nikki. No, she can't hear me down there. So the timing system just coming back online. There we go. So 12 flat for Tom, 12.10 for Andy Dibley. And can I please have Junior Drag Bike into the lanes, please? Junior Drag Bike for eliminations round number 2. Well, Tom is currently number 23. Dibs is currently number 14. 12.33 and a 12.21. No help for either of them. Well, that's definitely Ash Rawson doing the burnout. You can always tell Ash's car. Going alongside Steve Mellors, the Hulk MX-5. Now then, what's Steve got for us? He's the number 3 qualifier at the moment. He does 15.96. Ash does in 13.52. Pleased to say that finally Steve has got the rear spoiler on the right way round. We had a little bit of a dig at him last night, but it seemed to work. He's put all sorts of lights under there as well. It looks entertaining in the pits, though, I've got to say that. So just sorting out. There we yep, good. Right. Ash and Steve. Up to the line they come. Load of wheel spin once again there for Ash. But I think he compensates for that with his dialing, so can normally run the numbers. Steve looking for 15.90, but Ash is going to get there first, looking for 13.52. He goes 67. And whoa! Steve Mellors just goes 15.71. That is a monster PB for Steve Mellors. 85.18 mile an hour, but 15.71, he's going to pick up that timing slip and go, what? He certainly will. Right, Michelle Walker, currently in the number 8 spot, and Kirsty Tram, currently number 26 with the Mercedes. Right, so Kirsty, 14.90. What's she run at the moment? Not on the screen at the moment. Michelle has run a 15.41 at the moment. Dialing has changed to 15.22. 15.25 Michelle moves up from 8 to 7 with that one, and a 15.30 for Kirsty on a 14.90. Darlin goes 26 to 24. Right, crucial one again for your number one man in the points. Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. Going alongside Troy Attree with the Camaro. He's currently 27th spot. Gary Lake, number 4. He'd be quite happy with that and the amount of cars that are entered this weekend. But Gary certainly has championship aspirations on his mind. Came from the Dialing Day of all things, when we try and introduce new blood to the sport, and Gary won a Dialing Day, got an entry to a meeting and thought, you know what, I rather like this, and he's been with us ever since. So 14.15 plays 13.55, 14.07 breakout for Gary. Troy moves up though, 13.74 on that 55, goes from 27 to 20. Georgina Smith taking on Matt Holsall. Matt was number 1 qualifier after Q1. Slipped back to number 5 at the moment, but that Escort looking really good. 1684. 1700cc 4-cylinder engine in the front. Obviously had a little bit of work done to it. Georgina looking for 16 flat. This is where she breaks into the 15s again, but fingers crossed she doesn't. Oh, Pike, what can I say, mate? What can I say? I shouldn't have said 15, should I? 15.99 with a 5. Breaks out by less than 100th of a second. Matt goes through with a 16.93. Chris Redshaw taking on Al Medley. Al looking for a 13.84. Chris, 15.58. $13.76 breakout for Al, bit too quick. $15.65 though for Chris. Moves up 15 to 10. Right, number 2 man in the points chase then. Brian Huxley with the Focus Estate. Darling in 19.1, going alongside Richard Palmer, the Doobie. Subaru Impreza, 14.82. Loads of sportsman cars in the lanes ready to come round. Well, both of these two wide awake off the start line, that's for sure. Zero lights. We can say that in qualifying, but when it comes to eliminations, some of them do have their radios on in the car, so we don't say reaction times, just in case they're listening, give them an advantage. 15.19 for Richard. Brian goes 19.09 on a 19.10 Darling. He breaks out by 100th of a second. Darren Huxley dials 12.36 with the Nissan 180. That is actually a drift car, but brought it onto the drag strip for a bit of added entertainment. Going alongside Jamie Cresswell. And unfortunately, Jamie is showing the boys the way to go this weekend. So Jamie, I believe, did the Dialing Day as well, did it this year. Dialing Day is almost like a school, if you like, for aspiring drag racers. They come and learn how to drag race, show them how the tree works, how to react, And she goes 18.08 on an 18.12. So Jamie breaks out just by 0.04 of a second. Right, one of the quicker cars in the class is Jill Medley with the full circle Jeep. 12.77. Here comes a breakout. That Jeep can go way quicker than that. Mind you, headwind, big vehicle will slow it down. Holly Walters with the Mustang, 15.52. She's currently number 17, but Jill, number 2. Really on good form with that car. I'm not saying those Jeeps are sleepers at all, but 12.77, I mean, that's immense from a big vehicle like that. Well, I said here comes a breakout, and lo and behold, there it was, 12.69. And how about Holly Walters? 15.52 with a 1 on a 15.52. That, ladies and gentlemen, is almost perfect. She goes to number 2. Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang. Going alongside one of the Cresswells. Can't remember which one it is. Oh, it's Chris. 15.40 his dialing. 17.30 then for Flick. So Chris Creswell then 15.40. He should get and will get to the stripe first. Currently number 19. Flick is 18. 15.33 breakout. No help for Chris. And guess what? No help for Flick. She goes 17.29 on a 30. 100th of a second breakout. We've had quite a few of those actually breaking out by 100th of a second. All right, next up. The lady that was perfect earlier on, Steph Pateman, has already claimed the money. 50 quid, courtesy of Eurodragster.com and the Twister Racing team. She is your number 1 qualifier, going to be extremely difficult to beat, but it has happened. Going alongside Chris Layram with the Falcon, he dials 12.68. Can I please have Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia, let's have you in the lanes, please. 12.77 for Chris. Steph goes 13.91 on a 90 and an 03 light. Oh dear, it runs in the family, doesn't it? They're all rather good. Okay, Susie McClure with the Silver Snail, the Dodge Ram, going alongside Rob Cresswell, the Audi A3. Not much between these two actually, 16.26 and 16.20. You could see Rob move before the tree went green, and that's how he gets that 08 reaction time. So Rob runs 16.18 breakout, only just 16.34 the right side, but no improvement for Susie. So Rob stays 10, Susie stays 13. Clive Dandridge with the truck, taking on Pete Walters with his mum's Merc. Now Pete has this uncanny way of getting anything to react to the light. It's I think he had an 03 light the second time he drove the car. It didn't take him long to get it sussed in. Mind you, he misses his dialing by a country mile at the moment, hence that's why he's 27. Clive Dandridge has got this bizarre problem where the car, well, sorry, the truck is between half a second where it wants to be and where it is. He gets a quick run, then a slow run. So let's see what this one is. Something in between the two will be good. Yeah, Pete Walters, 02 light with his mum's Merc. And 13.20 for Clive, that's a bit better. Pete goes 15.62, he's getting closer. But still entertaining nevertheless. Right, can we have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please, for eliminations round number 1. And we'd like Comp Bike in the lanes as well. Right, Mike Franklin with the Range Rover, 1729 his target. He's currently the number 23 spot. It's the rumble of ET Bike below us as Mike Franklin sets off looking for that 1729. $17.39, not bad. 23 up to 15. Right, here we go then. ET Bike. Eliminations round number 2. Scott Collier taking on Patrick. Now let's have a look at the dial-ins, wait for them to come up on the boards. Patrick Delange goes 9.25, but it's going to be Scott leading first, looking for a 9.70. Now Scott is in the top 3 in the points. It's crucial that he stays in. Well, Scott out in front, Patrick trying to close him down. Scott looks over his shoulder, goes 9.81. But the reaction time from Patrick, 0.001. To do that in eliminations, outstanding. But it is Scott Collier that goes through. Next pair are already coming up to the line. It is Phil Pratt and Liam Holgate. Now then, Phil is top 3 in the points. He needs to stay. He needs to get around Liam here. Both away well. Well, Phil got to work to do here. And he's out. It's Liam Holgate that takes the win, a 9.88 on a 76 Darlin. Phil Pratt goes 9.25, win margin 0.13. So that has points implications. Phil Pratt goes out in round 2. Right, we've got to see how Gary Hester gets on now. He is number 1 in the points, taking on Andy Burfitt. So if Gary, let's see what happens here. Right, Greenlight drag race. Gary Hester is chasing Andy Burfitt. He's going to be close at the stripe. And it is a 9.10 taking the win. Gary Hester takes that one from a lose out. 13.45 from Andy Burfitt. Oh, look at this. The next round is going to be Scott Collier taking on Gary Hester. Number 1 and number 2 in the points going to be racing each other in the next round. Outlaw flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw flat 4. Right, Dave Grundy, Carl Hester. Greenlight drag race. Carl Hester dials 11 flat. Dave Grundy 1070. And it's Dave Grundy that takes it 11.07 to a lose out 11.21. That in fact is a whole shot win. Well done to Dave. Alfie Udall taking on Alan Davis. 12 flat plays 10.50, 1.5 seconds between these two. There goes Alan. There goes Alfie. Right, Alfie in chase mode then. Got to try and catch and pass Alan without going on to 10.5 seconds. Alan's got to concentrate running his 12. And who does a better job? It's a 12.26 lose out for Alan Davis. Alfie takes that one, 10.56. Good job there for Alfie. Right, next up, Michael Gooding. He is on a bye run. So that sets up quarterfinals there. Michael Gooding taking on Dave Grundy, Liam Holgate taking on Alfie Udall, and the big matchup then, and this is a crucial matchup because it's Scott Collier, number 2 in the points, taking on Gary Hester, number 1 in the points, and whoever wins that gets a bye in the semis to the finals. Oh boy, that is crucial, that pairing. Michael Gooding goes through there with a 9.16 on a 9 flat Darlin. Right, junior drag bike up next. Right, Holly King is the first to take to the track in this round of eliminations for junior drag bike. Dials in 11.28. Test and tune run if you like. She goes 11.37, so she books her spot in the semi-finals. Right, we've got 2 races coming up. It's going to be Richard Wilcox taking on Casey Holgate, and then you've got Meg Talbot taking on Brad Morrison. And this is the Casey Holgate Richard Wilcox matchup taking place down below us. Darlin's End, Richard Wilcox 9.92. Casey Holgate 8.65. Well, whoever wins this gets a bye into the finals, and it is going to be, oh, it's a double breakup, but Richard Wilcox takes it. A 9.88 on a 92. He breaks out by 400ths. Casey breaks out by 500ths. It was a 100th of a second difference between the pair of them. And it is Richard that goes through by 100th of a second on the breakouts. Very, very close. Right, next up, Brad Morrison and Meg Talbot. The winner of this will be racing Holly King in the semi-finals. Darlin's End, Brad 15.60. Meg has got to wait an eternity. She dials in 8 flat. And that's Meggie all the way, 8.27, taking the win against the loser-out, 16.42. So Meg will be racing Holly in the semi-finals, and then Richard Wilcox gets a bye run. Right, 8.50 bike, eliminations round number 2. Right, 9.50 bike into the lanes. We've got 3 of them there already, so we're just giving them a nudge. 9.50 bike, if we can have you in the lanes. Right, Danny Cockrell, Michael Piggott. So 8.50 bike, eliminations, round number 2 coming up. And it's a big wheel spin there for Michael Piggott. So as long as Danny Cockrell doesn't break out, he's got this one. And he takes it at 8.96. So number 1 qualifier exits in round number 2. Don't worry, he'll be back tomorrow. Get to qualify and race all over again. Next pair, Paul Adams, Johnny Hines. Alright, green light drag race, that's what we like. Sort it out at the stripe, not on the start line. Johnny out in front. Johnny goes 8.62 for the win. 9 flat for Paul Adams. So it is Johnny into the next round. Right, crunch time for J Rowe. He's number 1 in the points chase. Well, tied with Dan. But we think Dan may just be ahead on qualifying points in today's qualifying. So, very close to they need to go rounds. Andy Haley, tough customer in the auto glim lane. Both away well. And it is Andy Haley, 8.50 with a 1. Oh boy, J Rowe lifted at the stripe. Andy Haley rode round him. Number 1 in the points coming into the event is out. The win margin, 0.2 of a second. 25 mile an hour difference at the stripe. You could tell that Jay had lifted, but too much. Martin Hallett and... Right, okay, so this is crucial. If Dan could take the win here in the auto glib lane, then he's going to start... No, he's got massive wheel spin off the line. Martin Hallett could take out the other points leader here. And he does so. 8.63 to a lose out, 8.97. Oh, boy. Number 1 and number 2 in the points chase go out. Now then, Johnny Hines is still in. He's 3 in the points. And here comes Stacey Reed. She is 4 in the points. Right, Gary Malone doesn't figure in the points chase at the sharp end. He's number 13. But Stacey Reed, if she can take a win here, it could start to threaten Jay and Dan at the top of the points chase. Looks like Gary's out in front, and it is Gary that takes it on the whole shot. 8.75 against a lose out, 8.73. So Stacey stumbles at the second hurdle. Brad Head, Alan Morrison. Alan Morrison, 7 in the points. He's already moved past Joe Elliott to go 6th. Andy Haley staying in. It's all moving around here. Another green light drag race then. Brad Head, Alan Morrison, side by side. And it is Brad Head that takes that one on a whole shot. 8.60 to an 8.58 lose out. Right, round 3 matchups then in 8.50 by. Going to be Danny Cockrell taking on Martin Hallett. Brad Head going to be taking on Gary Malone, and Andy going to be taking on Johnny. On the other side of that, whoever wins that gets a bye in the semis to the final. Wow. Right, Super Street Bike eliminations, round number 1. Now then, we do have Steve Mead and Gary Bowe as alternates. We hope that Jake Michelle has made it round. Let's have a quick look to see if he's there. I'm not sure. We'll wait and see what happens. Right, Mark Hope, Ross Morrison, number 3 and number 6 in the qualified order. Performance-wise, Ross on a 7.28, 7.44 for Mark. Both away well. And it is Mark Hope that takes that one, 7.32 to a lose out, 7.53. So well on to Mark. Right, next up then, Steve Venables taking on Dave Smith. Well, Ven not having his copybook weekend so far, qualified in the number 5 spot with a 7:38. Dave Smith, the comeback man, he's on 7:34 in qualifying. Now, if Steve can knock out one of his 210-mile-an-hour plus passes, he should be good, but he's getting a bit of wheel spin this weekend. Dave Smith is on good form. Oh, what a great race this is. Now the horsepower comes in for Ven. 7:34, 196, he was there for the taking. But unfortunately, Dave Smith couldn't capitalise on that one. 10:59 lose out. So Ven goes through. We have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please. The Wild Bunch, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, well, good news is that Jake Michelle has made it round for eliminations. Going to be taking on 30 Martina. Winner of this gets Steve Venables in the semi-finals. Well, on paper, Jake's well and truly got this one, but he did have a problem last time out. Fingers crossed it doesn't come back to bite him again. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin there for Jake, but he gathered it in. And that's a 7:42 at 198 against an 8:48. Well, the favoured riders aren't having it their own way. Ven went 7:3, Jake went 7:4. You would normally expect to see those guys in the 6s. Right, final pair, Alan Morrison Jr., Mark Dainty. Well, forget about the numbers. He ran in qualifying. This is a rider's weekend, this one, not a tuner's one. And what I'm saying by that is you've got to make sure you get the bike off the line. You don't get too much wheel spin. You keep in your lane. We've had all sorts of dramas this weekend. Nothing wayward, just been tough for them. Headwind not helping, but at least it's not a crosswind. So the final pair then, Alan Morrison Jr., Mark Dainty. Mark is in the Kestrel Beer lane, the left-hand side as you look from the start line up the track. Alan Morrison, he's in the Autoglim lane, the right lane, the spectator banking side of the track. Greenlight drag race, all the front wheel comes up a bit there for Alan. Good looking race at the stripe, it is. Alan Morrison by 0.14 of a second goes 7:42 at 202 mile an hour. Mark Dainty 7.50, 194. But it is Alan Morrison that takes that one. Sets up the semi-finals then in Super Street Bike. Jake Michelle taking on Steve Venables. Alan Morrison Jr. taking on Mark Hope. Right, we move to VW Pro. Good afternoon, Luke. Tuned in from Yorker. Well, the beachside bar, looking at the coverage that he can get on his mobile device. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. Right, VW Sportsman, let's have you in the lanes, whilst VW Pro extend their points over Luke. Sorry, Luke, I had to say that, mate. He's probably effing and jeffing at me now. And everybody in the bar's going, oh, what's he on about? Right, how about Rob Carter then? Goes 12.76 on a 65, moves up from 14 to 3. Jake Fronder breaks out, goes 0.052 quick, 11.96. A little bit too much on a 12.01 darling. Jacob Bailey, the Jetar, 10.49 his target. Going alongside Phil Blogg with the caddy. He wants 11.70. Problems for Jacob there. The car is slowing, still on the motion, but going. Not as quick as he wanted it to. Ah, look at Phil Blogg. He goes to number 1 with that 11.73 under 70, darling. Jacob Bailey coasting across the line 14.01. So there's a new number 1 in town, and his name is Phil Blogg. He is the debt collector. Graham Fairhead, Carl Goldsmith. Top Fuel Carl, as we call him. And for some reason, Luke is wishing him well this weekend. His only hope. He obviously wants Carl to knock people out of eliminations. Right, Graham Fairhead, he's number 5 qualifier at the moment. Carl is currently number 7. Carl not having it all his own way in this particular pairing, but let's see how Graham gets on. Oh, 11.21 on a 20. I can't believe that's only good for number 5. I'm sure he's higher up than that. Right, Jonathan Newell. It'll all come out in the wash. Yeah, that is definitely number 1 qualifier there. Jonathan Newell and James Hodson, your next pair. So Graham Fairhead, we think he's your number 1 qualifier now. As James Hodson moves up from 14 to 12, goes 11.45 on the 10.65. 12.37 on the 12.10. Jonathan Newell stays number 6. Sam Young with the current Beetle, or BC4. Going alongside Simon Crowley, the Trailer Queen. 2 9-second V-dubs. And fair to say, different propulsion devices. Obviously one powered by fuel and the other one powered by electricity. Oh, 985 break out there for Samuel. They won't mind about that. It's a good A to B to run. Well done to Sam, Ollie and the team. Simon Crowley goes 11.12, 93 mile an hour. All right, Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Audi A3. Right, Dave Crowhurst looking for a 980. Chris Waterhouse looking for 1035. Ah, good looking run there for Dave. 992. He'll take that. Moves up to 11 to 5. Chris Waterhouse goes 11.10 at 132. Slips back a spot. Purely because Dave moved up. Charlie Roberts with the Tailord 5 up. Problems for Charlie on this one. It was looking A-OK at the start. He had a good light as well, 0-1. But coast across the line, 15.40 at 90 miles an hour. Right, we've got the Wild Bunch in the lanes. Also got Outlaw Anglia down there as well. But we've got the Tractor on track just doing a little bit of sledding. So a break from commentary just for a moment. So Nitro FM going to take over the airwaves. We'll be back when we continue qualifying here at the Greenlight Nationals. got the track to himself. Can he improve on that 780? He does indeed. How about a 769 at 178 miles an hour? I can run the numbers. Let's see what she's got for us this time round. Jeff by the side of the vehicle. So here we go, 760. Oh, great looking pairing. $8.15 for Belinda Bull, but Brian Pateman, get this, a new PB for Brian Pateman, 785, 173 miles an hour. Absolutely outstanding. Oh, Julie, absolutely delighted. Absolutely standing pass. Right, Jed, his first run in class actually, because he's running in Outlaw Anglia. He's more than capable of running 760. Things he don't want to break out. Going alongside Kev Jenkins, the fraudster. This is looking good. This is looking good. 788, 782. Jed goes in at number 6. Kev Jenkins, though, moves up from 9. So the M&M Racing Super taking on the freight train. One car for Super Pro, one for Street Eliminator. Well, they're on better runs than they were earlier, that's for sure. 8:37 plays 8:08. Mark Turner stays put in number 10, but Mark Todd goes 11-8 with that 182 mile an hour from the Pontiac. Can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Well, it's a 7, but what flavour? 772. Oh, ho, ho. Only 300ths behind Dave Smith. So the Can Do 2 Reborn Corolla taking on the little FX Vega. 1018 plays 980. Much trailer launch this time for Mark. Went a bit wayward on his first run. 1021. Mark moves up 8-6. Darling's End, Phil Toppin 880. Warren Watts 905. The Corvette and the Camaro, two of Chevrolet's finest. Nine flat, plays 914. Phil drops a spot because Warren moves up from 17 to 10 with that one. Well, Joe's definitely going to get there first by the looks of things. Target is 770, breaks out and goes 768. But Lee Huxley moves up from 5 to 4 with that. Well, no matter the red light, but Stu Doiney 0-1 off the line. Scotty goes 741. I bet he wished he dialed 41 instead of a 40. Billy currently number 8. He dials 780. Will dials 987. Oh, 780 with a 6. Billy Everett goes to number 1. 960 plays 973. John stays 3. Brett stays 8. Currently number 15. He ran a 908 earlier. He dials 888, so he's just going to go all the way. See what the car will run. For Richard Tunstall, Lee Morris goes 1018. Oh, 0-1 light. That was almost a perfect reaction time then. Not quite, that's as close as you're going to get. And Dave Cherritt goes 1013 on the 1010. That'll do nicely. Moves up from 16 to 7. 1323. Can I please have Super Street Bike into the lanes, please? Super Street Bike, we need you for eliminations, round number 1. .19 for Pete, stays 6. Clive breaks out, goes too quick, 1305. Belladou, currently number 3. 1038 plays 988. Beautiful launch there for Dave. He's got that car balanced superbly on the wheelie bar. Doesn't lift off at all. 988 with a 3. New number 1 qualifier for Dave Belladou. Lee's car coming up to the line. Well, both wide awake club. 0-2 reaction time for Chris, 0-4 for Don. As we know, it's all about the ETs. Don gets there first with a 980. But Chris Goodell goes 1034 with a 70, hits a number, and he goes from 8 to number 2. With that beautiful white Charger. And Ash Rawson, Kermit the Duster, 1050 is his number. He went 1049 earlier on. Well, again, 0 lights a pair. .1044, Ash breaks out again. A 1088 or an 83, only 500s off. Still was number 1 coming into this round. He's dropped to number 3 due to Dave Belladou and Chris Goodell moving on up. So can Kiwi get his spot back? Simon Rickwood currently number 10. He wants a 980. .992 plays 988. Simon Rickwood moves up 10. John Willard is in Sydney, Australia. Well, we're certainly watching what you're up to. And the car is flying. The Aussie Outlaw. Anyway, back to the UK. It is Wayne Power and Ben Kennedy. Wayne currently in the number 4 spot with a 10.59. Ben Kennedy, number 3 with a 10.08. So heads up. No darlings, of course. Oh, goodness me, that was close. I think it kissed the white line, but it didn't go in the blue. Whoa. Ben Kennedy goes 9.95. He stays 3. Wayne Power goes 10.65. He stays number 4. Right, other person tuned in, more than likely, Colin Miller. Very good afternoon to him, and of course to Lynn up in sunny Scotland. Sorry you're not with us this weekend, Cole. It's pretty rare that Cole will miss a meeting, but unfortunately, lack of a working engine at the moment preventing Cole from coming to play. At least he did it after getting into the 6s, not before. But I'm sure plans are afoot and Cole will return the not too distant future. So it is Rob Stone and Barry Woodford. Rob on an 8.49 at the moment, Barry on a 10.87. Good looking runs for both of them so far. Rob Stone goes, he's 8.49 again, and a 10.56 with an 8 for Barry Woodford. He actually moves up a spot there from 5 to 4. Rick Sawatsky and Carl Thomas. This is eliminations for 950 bike. And this will set the final. Rick Sawatsky qualified 6, Carl Thomas qualified 4. Doesn't matter anymore. Whoever gets to the top end first without breaking out. Oh no! Carl Thomas goes red by 001. Oh goodness me! Rick Sawatsky goes into the final. Oh, and Rick Sawatsky goes 950 with a 1. He's a tough customer, is our Rick. Right, other side of the ladder then. Brett Cordell, Dion Hartley. Rick Sawatsky awaits the winner. It's a green light drag race. Brett looks like he's got his nose out in front, but Dion closing in, and it is 9.62 with a 3 for both of them. But the 01 light for Brett Cordell gets the job done. So Brett Cordell will be taking on Rick Sawatsky. The win margin 0.7, but to both of them to run 9.623 is outstanding. But the reaction time won that race, and it is Brett Cordell into the final. And of course, trophies up for grabs in our bike final stage, but they will be presented tomorrow. Right, funny bike eliminations. This is to set finals, of course. Lorcan Parnell taking on Roger Moore, and we have a solo from the Goose. Now, I did hear about a little bit of a drama for Goose in the previous round. We'll try and catch up with him later on, find out more. Okay, so Roger Moore taking on Lorcan Parnell. Number 1 qualifier was Lorcan, went 6.94. Roger went number 3, 7.72. But as I say, qualifying doesn't matter anymore. It's all about who gets to the top end first to take the win. No breakouts, no darlings, heads up. First thing you got to make sure is get the green. Second thing is get to the top end first. Oh, Lorcan goes red, and that was a big red as well. So it's going to be Roger Moore into the final with a 770 at 170 mile an hour. Lorcan 703 at 192. But here's Roger Moore into the final. Well, all Goose needs to do is break the beams here, and I think he may actually take the sensible option here. Let's wait and see. Yep, no point trying to be a hero there, Goose, so he did the right thing. All he had to do was break the beams under his own power to take the win. So he's into the final against Roger Moore. Goose has got championships to think about, and he does the right thing. So into the pairing names, please. E.T. Bike for eliminations, please. E.T. Bike, if we can have you back into the lanes. Right, so we'll look around the corner to see Cobb Bike. They're lining up. Going to be Paul Hambridge taking on Chris Neary, as will be Graham Dance taking on John McLean Sr. Or not, is it maybe? we'll find out in a minute. Right, so that must be Graham Dance below us alongside John McLean Sr. Yeah, John McLean appears in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Well, no Graham Dance, unfortunately, so it is going to be a solo for John McLean Sr. He does take it all the way through, though. Goes 8:29 at 1:61. So he's into the final, John McLean. Who's he going to be racing, though? Paul Hambridge or Chris Neary? Well, on paper, the performances from Paul Hambridge have been outstanding. 7:33 in quali, 7:33 on his solo run in eliminations round 1. Chris Neary qualified with an 8:28. So yeah, performance advantage to Paul, but we race out there on the quarter mile. Anything can happen. We've seen it so many times. Well, he drifted towards the centre line, but Paul Hambridge did enough there. 7:39 at 185 against a lose-out 7:96. Can we have our exhibition machines into the lanes, please, which is basically another small fortune, and, of course, Neil Midgley with a Cannon Motorsport fuel bike. We have you into the lanes. Right, this is Outlaw Flat 4 qualifying session number 3. They do have this habit of launching wayward when they leave the line, these flat 4s. So Darren Shepherd goes 11:68. Mark Pascoe goes 12:28. So he's best run of the weekend, actually, for Mark. Well done. Just 2 of them making it down for this session. Right, the Wild Bunch. Qualifying session number 3. Absolutely no response there, Bob. Okay, so it is. Man is having a lot of fun in this class. Alan Schofield with the Little Altered, the Rough Diamond machine. Going alongside Pete Brown with Rebel. Well, needless to say, they had a bit of a wayward run last time, so we'll be observing this one to see what happens. Typical arrow straight this time round. That's what they wanted. How about an 8.49 for Alan Schofield and 8.64 for Pete Brown. 8.64 with a 9 on 8.65 dial. It's a breakout. But the guys are happy with that because it's pretty much where they wanted it to be. 8.49 on an 8.88 for Alan Schofield. That's a big old breakout. That's almost a PB actually. Keith Crampton with the Saltown Shaker. And who's you got for company down there? Phil James with the Rampage Monza Funny Car. Lights go green, and let's see what these guys have got for a second. Keith looking for a 9.58. Phil looking for a 9.65. 9.69 plays 9.65. Look at that. Phil James, bang on. 9.65 with 1 on a 9.65, darling. He was already #1 qualifier. That just solidifies it. 9.69 for Keith. He stays #4, but again, good run. Just goes to show it doesn't take the teams long to get their cars and bikes dialed into the conditions and the wind, the heat and everything like that, when you can run consistent numbers like that. So excellent job. Call that into the pairing lanes please for 760. Heads up, can we have you into the lanes please? So let's see what Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes has got for us alongside Steve Field with Blackpink 2. How about an 8.77 there for Steve Field? Goes from 2 to 3 because Andy Clifford goes 9.31 on a 25, moves up from 7 to #2. Right, ET Bike Eliminations round at #3. This is when it starts to get interesting once again. Alfie Udall taking on Liam Holgate. Well, both of these families got experience in the junior classes, and of course now in ET Bike. 9.76 for Liam, but it's going to be Alfie leading first, wanting a 10.50. Well, breakout for Alfie, went too quick, 10.45 with a 9, so 9.89 on a 76 dial-in. Taking the win. Gary Hester, Scott Collier. This is crucial. #1 and #2 in the points. Whoever gets the win here gets a bye into the final. This is massive. 9 flat for Gary, 9.70 for Scott. Going to be close at the stripe. The win light goes to Scott Collier. 981 on a 970. 909 for Gary Hester. The win margin, get this, 003 at the stripe. My goodness me, that was close. Diabolical reaction times, I've got to say that. 0.19 to a 0.21. But it is Scott that goes through into the semi-finals, and he gets a bye into the finals. Wow. Right, Dave Grundy, Michael Gooding. Greenlight Drag Race once again. So Dave Grundy looking for a 1070. Michael looking for 9 flat. Dave Grundy looks like he's miles ahead. And he takes it. 1088 to lose at 973. All right, well, Scott Collier, win margin 003. That must have been tight at the stripe. But, yeah. Right, we continue. This is VW Sportsman qualifying session number 3. The Brioche, of course. The Loco Polo, come on, Dan. Taking on Andrew Bambrick. The Mark II Golf. 1352, the dial in for Andrew. Dan looking for 1279. So it's going to be the Brioche who gets there first. Goes to 1278 breakout. Andrew breaks out as well, 1348 on a 52. So Dan stays 6, Andrew stays 7. Jerry Sadler and John Crawford, your next pair. I think we're waiting for a dial in from someone. There we go. John Crawford dialing in 1563. Jerry dialing in 1595. So this will be Jerry going first. $15.87 on a 63 for John Crawford, moves up. And 16.15, I think that was an improvement as well. Yeah, up to number 16. Right, Emma Sadler, Hazel Carter, the next pair, the Candy Queen with the Beetle. Problem last time out, hopefully it's been resolved. And Hazel Carter with the Passat, she dials in 1485. Well, these two fairly close at the stripe. Let's see how they go. 1536, 1557. Oh, hey, Emma Sadler moves up from 19 to 6 with that one. Good move. Collar Jones with the White Pearl Beetle, looking for 1620. And Phil Jones with the Dragon Wagon, 1490. Well, Phil's going to get there first. 1506. Connor goes 1693. Phil moves up from 20 to 15. Connor drops a spot. Right, number 1 and number 2 qualifiers here. John Gallant and Nigel Gregson. John with the Sirocco dialing in 1740. Nigel looking for a 1610 with the Skoda. So it should be Nigel getting there first. Right, 1610 the target, 1621 the number, no help. John goes 1749 on a 40, no improvement for him. They stay 1 and 2. The Thunderbug of Lawrence Clark, 13.18, going alongside Paul Robinson, 14.78. The Darlin for the Audi TT. Lawrence gets there with the 13.85, moves up to number 5 with that one. No help for Paul Robinson, he stays number 4, he runs a 14.86. But good move for Lawrence. Right, Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace. What am I on about? Greenpeace Racing Golf. 14.15 is his Darlin. Tom Circuit with the Lupo. He wants 18.28. He's currently number 11. Say Bruce, unlucky for some, number 13 at the moment. Oh, somebody's wheel spinning. I think that was Thomas. So Bruce, what's he got? 14.29. 1400's off. Thomas goes 18.42. They stay put. Bruce 13, Thomas 11. Right, pick your favourite yellow car. You got Reese Finney with the Wolfgang VW Polo from Buckingham, looking for a 17 flat, and just up the road, the other side of Toaster, Polly Judge, the Audi TT. Actually it says Northampton, but we'll put Shire after that, shall we? So 17 flat plays 16.34, and then we got another one, another yellow car after that. So they are 6 and 15 at the moment. Polly, the higher qualified car at the moment, 16.58, 16.97. Breakout for Reese. No improvement. Polly goes 16.50 out of 34. Guess what? No improvement. They stay put. Next up, Laurie Anslow with the Skoda Octavia. 17.10, the number that she wants. And Morgan Wilson, oh, getting brave. 17.95, the Darlin this time. Doesn't want to break out. So Laurie currently number 12, Morgan currently number 24. I expect that to change, possibly for both of them here. Oh, 0-3 light there for Morgan. Now then, can she parlay that into a very, very good run at the top end as well? Laurie wants a 17.10. Morgan wants 17.95. 17.20, 18.10. Laurie moves up 12 to 10. And how about Morgan moving up into 15th? It could all still change around though, we know that. Right, Darren Walsh with the Golf GTI, 16.97 is what he wants. And then it's Danny Bean with the Lupo. He wants 14.40. Something about yellow cars in VW Sportsman. So Danny's going to get there first. 14.40 is the target. Gets 14.64 and a 16.89 breakout for Darren Walsh. And actually they stay put. Danny 18, Darren 14. No movement. Well, 2 of the 3 Cresswells racing this weekend. Oh, sorry, no, they're in Sportsman ET, wrong way around. Right, the Darlings then 16.15 and 12.01. Jake Fronda is going to get to the stripe first. So he gets a 12.32. Right. 16.15 is the target, 16.42. No real movers and shakers there. Justin Foley with what should be the Red Dwarf, but it's turned into a silver Audi. Last car in this particular session. 15.45, the Darling for Justin. He's currently number 11. So the aim of the game then for Justin, 15.45 seconds. He's currently number 11. He ran a 15.56 earlier. Can he improve? No, 16.12. Car went the other way, so he stays number 11. Right, junior drag bike. Semi-finals. Meg Talbot taking on Holly King. This for a spot in the final. They were number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. 11.34 is the Darling for Holly. 8 flat for Meg. Oh, it's a close one. It is Holly King that takes that one. 11.40 on 11.34. Meg 8.28 on an 8 flat. Don't worry, get to do it all again tomorrow. Right, taking a bye run into the final then. Richard Wilcox. Right, all he needs to do is break the beams under power, and it'll be a win. And passage through to the final. Goes 10.20 on a 982 Darling, so Richard Wilcox into the final of junior drag bike. Big bracket into the pairing lanes, please. Let's have big bracket into the pairing lanes, please. Right, so this is what perhaps the junior drag bike riders aspire to ride one day. Neil Midgley with the Cannon Motorsports Top Fuel bike. What a weapon this thing is. Fair to say it's the fastest machine on the premises this weekend. What is quite interesting is how comfortable Neil is with this bike now. Fair to say when he first got on it, it surprised him. One of the main issues he had was the foot pegs were in the wrong place and he couldn't get comfortable on the machine. And because he was being thrown back, he was slightly hanging onto the handlebars, which means he couldn't shut the throttle off. And that resulted in his 5-second timing slip. But bike has been re-engineered. Of course, Cannon Motorsports, Chris, fantastic engineering company he's got. And got a heck of a rider. Neil Midgley, of course. So let's see what they got for us this time round then. It was a half past last time. Well, again, just past half track. Whoa! 1/8, 3.90. That'll do very nicely indeed. 197 miles an hour at the 8th mile. He was well off the throttle before the stripe, but still went 6.53 at 1.45, and it was a 1:01, 60 foot there for Neil Midgley. Outstanding. That, well, if you'd have taken that all the way through, that was an easy 5, without a shadow of a doubt. Right, let's have a look around the corner. It should be, and it is. Sid coming around the corner with another small fortune, the Super Pro Dragster. And then it will be a 760 heads up. Well, Sid comfortably in the 6-second zone this weekend. Again, it's not trying to set records this weekend, it's purely testing. Trying to get the car consistent. Trying to do it without any dramas and hassles. Obviously, Sid will be here in 3 weeks' time for the European finals. I hope a lot of you will be as well. Potentially the biggest drag race of the year with regards to our pro classes. Gonna have bump spots in Pro Mod. It's gonna be epic. And Fuel Funny Car and Nostalgia Funny Car almost into double figures with that lot. Gonna be an amazing event. 3 weeks time, the European finals. So Crunch brings Sid up to the line. So the Super Pro Dragster then. So you got for us in testing here this afternoon. Drives through the tyre shake, pedals the car, the blower belt comes off. And a 769, 115. And a one blower belt just before half track. So 760 heads up. Your number one qualifier is Dave Smith on a 769. Here he is with the Jag, going alongside Mark Todd with the freight train. The Pontiac 808 is where he's at the moment. Got to say, absolutely brilliant class to run this weekend, 760. Quite a few cars from different classes joining in. Obviously after this they'll go back to their normal classes for the European finals, and of course national finals coming up in 3 weeks for the Europeans, 5 weeks for the nationals. Okay, so coming up to the line. Mark is pre-staged. And there goes Dave, so... Charging up towards the stripe. 788 for Mark Todd. Dave Smith goes 824. So Mark Todd moves up from 8 to 7. But more importantly, he gets into the 7-second zone. Proper burnout there for Ian Brown. He's currently in number 2, qualifying on a 772. And Kev Jenkins on a 782 with the Fraudster. Right, well, something's happened. Stuck on track in... Well, no, that's right, track inspection, actually. There's a few of them going out to have a look. Well, basically, Mark Todd has turned the corner at the top end, but may have had an issue on that run, so... just doing a bit of a track check. So obviously we can't send the next pair down, despite them doing their burnouts and everything ready to go. So they're just on hold at the moment. So they'll have an option whether to start up straight away or cool down. And I think that's basically what Dave Warren is just asking them, actually. So yeah, just a little bit concerned at the top end. Right, interesting, they're just doing what they can to cool these two down. We do have the next pair lined up in the lanes, which is the Perkins Motorsport Cutlass and Mark Turner with the Supra. So they'll be sat in the car, strapped in and ready to go. But obviously Kev and Ian, I've got a feeling that they will wait until the end of the session. So let's just have a look at the top end. And I think that we could be down for a few moments. Just looking at that, they got one of the support vehicles out as well. So Nitro FM 96.2, time for them to take the airways for a moment. We will be back as we continue with 760 heads up qualifying here at the Greenlight Nationals. Don't go away, we'll be back shortly. Mind you, he misses his darling by a country mile at the moment, hence that's why he's 27. Clive Dandridge has got this bizarre problem where the car, well, sorry, the truck is between half a second where it wants to be and where it is. He gets a quick run, then a slow run. So let's see what this one is. Something in between the two will be good. Yeah, Pete Walters, 0-2 light with his mum's Merc. And 13.20 for Clive, that's a bit better. Pete goes 15.62, he's getting closer. 23 spot. That's the rumble of ET bike below us as Mike Franklin sets off looking for that 17.29. $17.39 is top three in the points. He needs to stay, needs to get around Liam here. Both away well. Well, Phil got to work to do here. And he's out. It's Liam Holgate that takes the win, a 9.88 on a 76 Darlin. Phil Pratt goes 9.25, win margin 0.13. So that has points implications. Phil Pratt goes out in round two. How Gary Hester gets on now. He is number one in the points, taking on Andy Burfitt. So if Gary, let's see what happens here. Right, Greenlight drag race. Gary Hester is chasing Andy Burfitt. He's going to be close at the stripe. And it is a 9.10 taking the win. Gary Hester takes that one from a lose out. 13.45 from Andy Burfitt. Oh, look at this. The next round is going to be Scott Collier taking on Gary Hester. Outlaw flat 4. Right, Dave Grundy, Carl Hester. Greenlight drag race. Carl Hester dials 11 flat. Dave Grundy 10.70. And it's Dave Grundy that takes it 11.07 to a lose out 11.21. That in fact is a whole shot win. Well done to Dave. 51.5 seconds between these two. There goes Alan. There goes Alfie. Right, Alfie in chase mode then. Got to try and catch and pass Alan without going on to 10.5 seconds. Alan's got to concentrate running his 12. And who does a better job? It's a 12.26 lose out for Alan Davis. Alfie takes that one, 10.56. Good job there for Alfie. Right, next up, Michael Gooding. He is on a bye run. So that sets up the quarterfinals then. Michael Gooding taking on Dave Grundy. Liam Holgate taking on Alfie Udall. And the big matchup then. And this is a crucial matchup because it's Scott Collier, number 2 in the points, taking on Gary Hester. Casey Holgate, 8.65. Well, whoever wins this gets a bye into the finals, and it is going to be, it's a double breakout, but Richard Wilcox takes it. A 9.88 on a 92. He breaks out by 400ths. Casey breaks out by 500ths. It was 100th of a second difference between the pair of them. And it is Richard that goes through by 1. The winner of this will be racing Holly King in the semi-finals. Darling's then, Brad, 15.60. Meg has got to wait an eternity. She dials in 8 flat. And that's Meggie all the way, 8.27, taking the win against the lose-out, 16.42. So Meg will be racing Holly in the semi-finals, and then Richard Wilcox gets a bye run. Right. So 8.50 bike eliminations, round number 2 coming up. And it's a big wheel spin there for Michael Piggott. So as long as Danny Cockrell doesn't break out, he's got this one. And he takes it at 8.96. So number 1 qualifier exits in round number 2. Don't worry, he'll be back tomorrow. Get to qualify and race all over again. Right, green light drag race, that's what we like. Sort it out at the stripe, not on the start line. Johnny out in front. Johnny goes 8.62 for the win. 9 flat for Paul Adams. So it is Johnny into the next round. Right, crunch. But we think Dan may just be ahead on qualifying points in today's qualifying. So very close to they need to go rounds. Andy Haley, tough customer in the auto glim lane. Both away well. And it is Andy Haley, 8.50 with a 1. Oh boy, J-Row lifted at the stripe. Andy Haley rode round him. Right, okay, so this is crucial. If Dan can take the win here in the auto glim lane, then he's going to start. No, he's got massive wheel spin off the line. Martin Hallett could take out the other points leader here. And he does so, 8.63 to a lose out, 8.97. Oh boy. Number 1 and number 2 in the points chase go out. Now then, Johnny Hines is still in. He's 3 in the points. And here comes Stacey Reed. But Stacey Reed, if she can take a win here, it could start to threaten Jay and Dan at the top of the points chase. Looks like Gary's out in front, and it is Gary that takes it on the whole shot. 8.75 against a lose out, 8.73. So Stacey stumbles at the All right, let's see what these two have got for us then. Kev, as say, number 8 spot, Mark Turner, number 10. This is 7.60. No quicker. How about 7.98 for Kev Perkins? And Mark Turner goes 8.33. Tiny bit of an improvement there for Mark, but he stays number 10. No improvement for Kev, he stays at 8. All right, Ian Brown then with the 67 Camaro. He's in the number 2 spot with a 7.72. Kev Jenkins with Fraudster. Mark 1 Escort. $7.82 is where he is at the moment. Well, unfortunately, problems there for Ian. He's been pushed back, so it's going to be a solo for Kev Jenkins. Can he find any more than that 782 he's got at the moment? You know the car's got it. Great looking launch, drives through the tyre shape, but drifting to the centre line and gets out of shape. Oh, what a shame, because that was really on one that time. 860 at 113, but my goodness me, the car launched like it was on 113 to 60. Oh, what could have been. Oh, that was right on the limit there for Kev, but very well driven and calmed it down in the end. So, Paul Marston with the PT Bruiser. Good to see this car back out again. 8.40, the best so far for Paul. Well, straight and true for the PT Bruiser. 8.27 actually moves up from 11 to 10 with that one. Best run of the weekend so far for Paul with the Cruiser. Or Bruiser, as it's called. Right, we move on to 850 bike. Quarterfinals. First up then, Martin Hallett and Danny Cockrell. Well, what a return to competition for Danny Cockrell. First time out in goodness knows how long. He lists his hometown as Las Vegas. I like it. Okay, so Danny Cockrell, he is in the Autoclaim lane. Martin Hallett, he's in the Kestrel lane. Quarterfinals. 850 bike. Pretty much neck and neck at the moment. And the win margin 0.009 at the stripe on a hole shot. Danny Cockrell takes that one at 8.62 with a 3 against a loser 8.61 with a 6. Danny Cockrell is into the semi-finals. Next up, Johnny Hines, Andy Haley. Now that Johnny Hines, this is a real opportunity for him, as the two guys ahead of him in the points chase are out. Oh, big problems for Andy Haley. Lots of wheel spin. So Johnny Hines has got the opportunity to here. Yes, he's done it. 8.96 takes the win. Johnny Hines. Oh boy, he's making hay while the sun shines. He takes that win, puts himself in the semi-finals. Guess what? He gets a bye into the finals. Oh, this points chase has been blown wide open now. Johnny Hines, he's top 3 already, but he's really going to be mixing up with Dan and Jay. Can be very interesting indeed. Right, Brad Head, Gary Malone. Winner of this takes on Danny Cockrell in the semi-finals. choose at the stripe. It looks like Brad. It is Brad. 8.55 takes the win. Very well done indeed to Brad. Lose out. 8.66 there for Gary. Right, so that's semi-final set in 8.50 bike. We move on to Super Street Bike. This is semi-finals to set the finals. First pair, and what a pair. Steve Venables taking on Jake Michelle. But hang on a second. Ven is there. Where is Jake? No sign of him. Oh. Well, he's had a tough weekend so far as our Jake. But it's going to be Ven taking a solo into the final. So 127.60 foot, sounded like had a bit of wheel spin there, but got it all hooked up now. 709, 212 miles an hour. Nicely done there, Ven. Other side of that, and then Alan Morrison Jr. taking on Mark Hope. This, of course, for Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike. Well, Mark Hope has certainly got some performance in this machine now. It's whether he can keep the front wheel down. That seems to be the Achilles heel at the moment. But Alan Morrison Jr., qualified number 2, doesn't matter anymore. As I keep saying, it's all about getting to the top end first. Here we go. Both of them got their front wheels down, and this is tight at the stripe. 7.26 a pair. Look at that. The win margin 0-1-7, 7.26 with a 2 for both of them. But it is Alan Morrison Jr. that takes that one. What a race when they run identical ETs. Brilliant stuff. Right, ET bike. Semi-finals. Liam Holgate taking on Dave Grundy. The Darlings, off they go. 10.70, plays 9.76. Dave got his nose out in front. Can Liam close him down? The answer is yes, he can. Dave Grundy got there too quick, way too quick in fact. 10.59 on 70. So it's a 9.81 that takes the win, and it is Liam into the final. He's going to be racing this man, Scott Collier. All he needs to do is break the beams, and that's exactly what he's done. Very sensible there from Scott, bearing in mind that they've got another set of qualifying and eliminations tomorrow. But Scott Collier, he's into the final, and not only that, points leader. Awesome job there from Scott. So Liam and Scott, your finalists in ET Bike. Well, we've only got 850 bike to reach finals now. All the other bike classes are there. Right, this is big bracket. Q4. Right, first pair, and it's the Huxleys. Lee Huxley and Mark Huxley. Can I have Nostalgia Superstock and Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock and Sportsman ET, please. .05 light for Mark, 06 for Lee. but 9:45 and 10:20 are the dial-ins. Lee's going to get there first. Goes 9:47. Drops a spot because Mark Huxley goes 10:21 on a 10:20, moves up from 8 to 3. Nicely done. Phil Topping with Grandad's Toy. We'll be going alongside Mark White with the FX Vega. Well, fair to say that these two have been around the sport a long, long time, but pretty rarely do these race each other. Chalky races in Super Gas, and Phil runs in Super Pro ET. So 9.90, the dial-in for Mark White, which coincidentally is the Super Gas Index. And Phil Toppin wants 8.88. Well, both of them backing out their runs there. 10:40 plays 11:49, so no improvement. Phil stays 17, Mark stays 13. This, in effect, is the last qualifying session for the big bracket. Eliminations tomorrow. So a bit of concern in the auto glim lane. Phil Toppin has just run in there. So our spotters are out having a good look, making sure everything is good. Whilst I get an opportunity, just to remind everybody on the spectator banking, I hope you enjoyed it over there today. Don't forget, tomorrow the spectator banking is only available to the people that have turned up for the Monster Truck Nationals. It is actually closed to the spectators here just for the drag racing, but then the grandstands are open free of charge tomorrow, so you need to be the other side of the track. Basically, the venue is split in half tomorrow. Monster Truck Nationals taking place in what is basically the live action arena area, and those of you that have driven in today will have noticed that yeah, it's sprawled out a bit, and there would be a different entrance once you get into the facility. You drive literally around the campsite to get into the drag strip part of the weekend. Big car park this side of the track, don't worry about that. Right, Stu Doyney and Warren Watts, your next pair in the big bracket. Stu wants 11.98. Warren wants 9.05 with the Camaro. Nicely done. Stu goes 12.04. Warren goes up from 11 to 8, and Stu goes 16 to 11. Both of them moving up. Richard Tunstall with the Roadster going alongside Lee Morris, the Jaguar E-Type. Richard not making it to the start line, so a solo run then for Lee Morris. 10.18 is the target. 10:21 is the run. Unfortunately, Richard just been pushed back there. Quite sure what the issue was, but he's got overnight to get that one fixed, ready for eliminations tomorrow. So Lee Morris, no movement for him. He stays in the number 5 spot. Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger going alongside Will Clark with the Dragster. These two are number 9 and number 6. Will, the higher qualified car at the moment of the two. .998 and a 10:47. No improvement for either of them, so Dave stays 9, Will stays 6. So Scott Hauser then, the bang tidy dragster. Going pretty well for Scott this weekend. Very consistent car. And he has won Super Pro Championship more than once for no reason. He's here in the big bracket this weekend, going alongside John Bean. First time John has run today, not alongside Brett Featherstone. Need to mix it up a little bit though. So Scotty currently number 2, John number 4, the Darlington, Scott 7:41, John 9:58. The last qualifying runs for the big bracket. Scott 7:44, John 9:57 with a 5, breaks up by less than 100th. Scott the right side by 300th, but no help. Where are you from? All right, next up then it's the two former junior dragster racers in the shape of Billy Everett and Joe Kellett. Now Billy is already a number 1 qualifier. Can he hold on to it, or has Joe got something for him? Joe currently number 13, but never, ever count Joe Kellett out. That's when he's his most dangerous. So 7:81 the dial in for Billy, 7:68 the dial in for Joe. Billy backs out of it, so it's all Joe. 7:81. Joe slowing right down at the stripe. He's got no forward momentum left. Yeah, just putting the car over to the left-hand side. So, going to have to retrieve him. So Brett's going to have to wait. Absolutely no idea what happened to Billy that time. The dragster has actually stopped. Well, we've got Nostalgia Superstock coming up behind Big Bracket, but obviously we need to retrieve Billy's car from the top end before we send the next pair down. But with that being the last car in the Big Bracket, Billy will be your _1 qualifier. Well done to him, despite him being stuck on the track at the moment. Oh no, tell a lie, we've still got Brett to go. He's still got one more car to go. Brett could probably take it now I've said that. But just looking behind me at the next pair, which is obviously Nostalgia Superstock, but we still got Brett Featherston to go with the Chevy Nova. Don't forget, we still got all of our bike finals to come. Time now 6:20 in the evening. Glorious day here. And we still got the rest of qualifying to get done. And of course, we still have 850 bike semi-finals to run before we run the final. So yeah, it's going to be a late one tonight. Going to run on as long as we possibly can. So expect to finish 7:30, 8 o'clock, something like that. So Joe's car just been towed through the first exit. So as soon as Joe disappears, then we'll send Brett on his way. Target for Brett, 9.70. Okay. Billy just goes through the wall. So, Brett Featherston, here we go. That's a little bit wayward. Gathers it in. Still goes 10.05 at 133, but yeah, just a little bit of a feather on the front. A bit of ET. So here we go there, Nostalgia Superstock. Last qualifying session for them. My goodness me, how tight is Nostalgia Superstock this weekend? Never fails to impress this class. You have got 3 cars bang on their numbers. The next 2 are 0-1. The top, there's only what, 12 cars put in numbers, and 9 of them are 0 away from their darlings. How about that? Right, this is Mick Sharp, number 5 qualifier at the moment, going alongside number 1 man Dave Billadou. 10:37 plays 9:88. Big wheels up launch there for Dave. .10.02 plays 10:34. Breakout for Mick Sharp. Dave Billadou goes 10:02. Right, your number 3 qualifier at the moment. That's Chris Goodale with the Camaro. And currently number 7 is Adrian Portelli with the big red 6. Both into pre-stage, now both into stage. The tree will count them down. Off they go. Chris Goodale gets there first, goes 10:36. A breakout for Adrian by less than 200ths. So Chris stays 3, Adrian stays 7. Right, next up, Gary Carr and Ash Rawson. All right, so Ash then dials 10:42. Gary Carr 9.12. Beautiful launch there from Gary Carr, an 02 light. What's he got for us at the stripe? 907. 10.54 for Ash Rawson. He moves up from 12 to 11. Gary Carr breaks out. But that was a beautiful run. That was all on the launch. That just hooked and went. Okay, Pete Wiseman, 10.15 is dialing. Going alongside Kiwi. Stuart Thompson, 9.85 is dialing with the Duster. Tough crowd. Nostalgia Superstock really is. If you like your American muscle cars, this is the class for you. .988 plays a 10.44, so Stuart Thompson stays number 4 and Pete stays at number 8. All right, Don Scott currently number 6. He dials in 9.79 for this one. There's Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova, 9.86 for him. Love the way the Simon Rickwood's car launches these days. Arrow straight. What's he got for us? 982. He breaks out by 400s. 980 from Don Scott on a 979. I can't believe that didn't move him up. But again, we'll look at that a bit more closely. But yeah, that was right on it. I believe. Oh no, maybe. Yes. He is right, actually. 980 with the 6. Don Scott stays in the number 6 spot. Right, we move on into Sportsman ET for the last time in qualifying. And this is a pair of Huxleys. Brian Huxley and Darren Huxley. So you got the Nissan 180, 1236. Normally see him doing drift D8, was it Drift Gymkhana? That's what it called. Sorry, it took a while to get the words out. Was here last weekend at Das Auto Show. And the car works on the quarter mile as well in the drift arena. 12.99. Let's see how Brian Huxley gets on. What's a 19.08? Gets a 19.14. That's better. 16 up to number 10. Don't forget, Brian is number 2 in the National Championship point standings. That's the Dream Wrecker skyline of Ashley Simons. Does like wasting a set of tyres, Desire Ash. And talking about not needing everything, Steve Mellors has taken one of his headlights out this time. Mind you, Steve went into the 15.7s for the first time earlier. So he does a 15.66 this time. Ash does in 13.52. So Ash gets 14.20, and whoa, what has happened to Steve Mellors? Obviously taking the headlight out worked. Goes 15.62 for another PB. Putting the spoiler on the white ray round as well helped. But yeah, getting quicker and quicker is our Steve Mellors. Another breakout, but I don't think he cares one toffee for that. Right, Pete Walters and Holly Walters. Pete with his mum's car, Holly with her own. Oh, first time Pete's gone red this weekend. So the Darlings then, 1550 for Holly, 1557 for Pete. Holly is number 2, Pete is number 19. 1561, 1565. Well, Holly stays put, but Pete moves up from 19 to 15. It's the Oreo Speedwagon of Tom Atkinson. Show and shine, yeah. Not very often to get your start line marshal to wipe your headlights for you, but there you go. 12 flat once again for Tom, going alongside Chris Layram with the Falcon. 12.70 for him. Having got over his round 1 wheel spinning antics, car's settled down a lot since then, but that wasn't his fault. He's currently number 9. Tom, number 25. Right, you'll hear Tom lift off about now. 12.08, that's better. 25 to 15. Chris goes 12.73 on a 70. He moves up to number 8 with that one. All the movers and shakers. I'll tell you one person that ain't going to be moving, and that's Steph Pateman. She's number 1. Perfect ET. This time she dials in 13.88. Rob Cresswell, 16.15 is his darling. Currently number 11. Can I have Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia, can we have you into the pairing lanes? So Steph Pateman then, 13.88, the number of choice this time round. 13.92 and 16.48 there for Rob. Not entirely what he wanted, so no movements from those two. All right, this is the wife. It's Jamie Creswell going alongside the 50 Shades of Green Camaro, Andy Dibley. 12.10, sticking with the darling. Jamie, slight adjustment for hers, 18.02. So Dib's going to get to the stripe first. 12.10 is the target. 12.18 is the run. Goes from 19 to 17. Jamie goes 18.16 on an 18.02. And she stays put. Kirsty Tran with a Merc. 26 qualifier with a 15.15 the target this time round. And Matt Holsall with the Moonshine Escort Mark II, 1687 is where he wants to be. So Kirsty, what she got? 15.48. Stays 26. Matt goes 18.02. A little bit off pace that time round. So no movement for him. He's going to stay in number 6. All right, pick your Mustang. Chris Redshaw and Felicity Gibbs. Chris looking for 15.63 in the Kestrel Beers lane. And Felicity Gibbs wants 17.28 in the Autoglib lane. Well, both of them rolling before the green came on. Look at the reaction time. 0.3 for Chris, 0.4 for Felicity. Chris is going to get there first. 1560 breakout, too quick. Felicity, too quick. Oh, only just. 1727 on a 1728. So Felicity stays 21, Chris stays 12. Oh, curses. 100th of a second out. Right, Chris Cresswell with the Fiesta ST, 1525 for him, and 1522 for Michelle Walker. Right, all about running the numbers then, as per usual. So Chris is currently 22, Michelle is currently number 9. 15-2s a pair would be nice. 1540 plays 1528. Michelle stays at number 9, Chris stays number 22. Outlaw flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw flat 4. Meanwhile, Michael Franklin with the Range Rover, 1735 his dial-in. And Troy Attree with the Camaro, 1365. Troy Attree breaks out 1352. It's a big old breakout. Mind you, Michael Franklin did as well. 1728. Gary Lake and Richard Palmer up next. Gary 1406. Richard 1492. Well, don't forget, Gary Lake is the points leader in the Hutchinson and Dibley Sportsman ET Championship points chase. And he's qualified number 5 at the moment. Can he get any higher up? 14.19, that's not going to help him. And Richard Palmer goes 15.25 and a 14.92. No help for him with the doobie. So he stays number 25. Well, it goes to show how busy it's been this afternoon. Just checked the text messages and had a few come through that I've totally missed. And the Fadster is tuned in. Good afternoon to Andy and, of course, Hayley as well. Watching the live stream and cheering everyone on. Well, we're cheering you on for Monday, Hayley. And that's everybody here sending all their love as per usual. And to tell you what, there are loads of black T-shirts with lovely purple hearts on them, supporting the cause, and stickers everywhere. Right, Georgina Smith's Susie McClure, 16.05, no help there, but Susie McClure goes 16.34 and a 30, moves up to number 10 with that one. Nicely done. Right, move on. VW Pro. James Hodson and Rob Carter. First pair in this session. And it is the last session then for VW Pro. Going to eliminations tomorrow. Can I please have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? The Wild Bunch. And also 850 bike semi-finalists. We need you as well. Right, the two Golfs going at it then. James Hodson wants a 1090. Rob Carter wants a 1270. 11.41 and a 12.87. No help for those two. James stays 12, Rob stays 5. Right, Graham Fairhead, the Misfit, going alongside Top Fuel Carl Goldsmith. So a nice launch there for Graham, but to the better light for Carl. So Graham Fairhead, 11.20, he's already a number one qualifier, and he goes 11.23 to solidify that. 11.97 for Carl, stays number 8. Jacob Bailey next, 10.49 his target. Chris Waterhouse with the Audi S3, 10.45. A bit of a hop, skip and a jump there for Chris. Car just bogged down very slightly off the line. And not going clockwork for Jacob Bailey either. 11.69 for Chris. Jacob 14.06. All right, Jonathan Newell with the Lagster going alongside Phil Blogg. Dave Crowhurst taking the scenic route to the stripe. Still wiggling around, goes 10.22 at only 118. Stays number 2. And John 12.07 at 122. All right, next up. Charlie Roberts with the 5 up going alongside Sam Young with BC4. Three counts down, the lights go green. So the target for Sam Young is 980. The target for Charlie is 1180. Sam goes 950, 147 miles an hour. The accusations of the finger pointing was very, very good indeed. As to say, I told you. Brilliant job. Problem there for Charlie, 17.58, 52 mile an hour. But fantastic run for Sam. Really getting a handle on that Beetle at the moment. Very good job. Right, Outlaw Anglia up next. I think just a little bit of sledding before Outlaw Anglia go out there just a little bit keen. Can we have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Right, just whilst they do a little bit of track prep before Outer Anglia actually take to the track. Nitro FM 96.2, they're always there for us. And if they can take the airwaves once again, we'll be back with you with the last part of qualifying and, of course, the continuation of bike eliminations here at the Greenlight Nationals. So here we go then, it is Outlaw Anglia qualifying session number 4. Basically what we got still to come, we got 850 bike semi-finals, and then we have all of the bike finals after that. We got Outlaw Anglia, which are coming to the track now, Outlaw Flat 4, the Wild Bucks, VW Sportsman, and 760 Heads Up. And we can get that all done in about an hour. Be happy days. So this is Ben Kennedy and Wayne Power. So heads up, no breakouts, no darlings, just as hard and as fast as you can. 9.95 at the moment for Ben in the number 3 spot. Wayne Power in the 5th spot, 10.59. Lovely wheels up launch there for Ben. And that's a 9.82, his quickest of the weekend. A 10.86 there for Wayne. He stays number 5, Ben stays number 3. Barry Woodford, Grumpy Arse Racing Pop from Cradley Heath. He's number 4 man at the moment, 10.59. Sorry, 10.56. Where he is at the moment. .76 at 100 mile an hour at the 8th. 10.83, 117 at the stripe. Harry stays number 4. Right, on to Outlaw, flat 4. First up, James Wooten. He's your number 1 qualifier with a 9.56 already in the bag. Going alongside Mark Pascoe, 12.28 from him so far. Every which way but straight for Mark Pascoe, and James Wooten not getting the run he wanted, pulling over to the left-hand side. 12.13 is best of the weekend. Well on Mark, just finding a little bit on each extra run, and he finds 1500ths on that one. James Wooten though, I think he's going to remain number 1 with that one. Obviously 9.56 is where he's been so far. Just taking it gently to the top end. Obviously going to be timed out, so he'll take the first exit. As we look below us to see, well, I can't see him actually. It is semi-finals of 850 bike. So Brad Head taking on Danny Cockrell. Going to be Johnny Hines on a solo the other side of the ladder. So he's guaranteed his spot in the final, and he's making points as well. What a weekend for him so far. Still got another day to go, but will change tomorrow. But today is where we're at. Danny Cockrell got his nose out in front. Can he stay there? Looks over his shoulder, and it is Danny Cockrell with an 8.51 takes the win. Great run from Brad, 8.54, but Danny just that little bit too good. So Danny Cockrell into the final, going to be going alongside this man. All he needs to do is break the beams, and he's through. Pretty straightforward to me. 8.49 with a 9. Whoa, breaks up by 6/10,000. Right, so what we got to come then? We got the Wild Bunch here. We got the VW Sportsman class to follow, and then it is all our finals and 760 to come. Okay, so we have got Pete Brown in Rebel going alongside Alan Schofield with the Rough Diamond. 8.63 dial in for Pete, 8.44 for Alan. Pete's currently number 7, Alan 1 place ahead. Good looking runs for both of them. That is very good indeed. 8.56 and 8.70. Well, let's say the Brown boys have got a handle on that. Job done. Excellent. Alan Schofield goes through with an 8.70, 151. But Pete Brown, 8.56. Bob Morgan with the Time Traveller. No, sorry, wrong. Tell the difference, goodness me. It is Black Pig 2 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. In actual fact, this is the last pair in the Wild Bunch. I can see another one down there. Yeah, going to be VW Sportsman up next. So Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes taking on Steve Field with Black Pig 2. 868 dial-in for Steve and 925 dial-in for Andy Clifford. .59 breakout, 906 breakout. They both go too quick, so Steve Field stays number 3, Andy Clifford stays number 2. Right, VW Sportsman. Last qualifying for them. First up, Emma Sadler. Taking on Patricia the Passat. 1550 the dial-in for the Beetle, 1750 the dial-in for the Passat. Hazel Carter currently in the number 23 spot, Emma Sadler currently number 7. Bundles of wheel spin off the line there for Hazel. Finally it stops spinning. Alright, so Emma, 1550 her target. She gets a 1518. That's a huge breakout. Not as big as a breakout for Hazel Carter, though. 1648 was 1750. Ooh. So no change in position. Jerry Sadler with the Blue Action VW Beetle. 1605. Target for him going alongside the Brioche. The Loco Polo wants 1275. Well, Dan's going to get there first. How well has he judged it, though? 1271 breakout. 400's too quick. But Jerry Sadler, look at that. 1611 on 1605. Moves up from 19 to number 3 with that one. Right, Bruce Harvey. The Silver Golf in the Auto Glim Lane, dials 1422. And Andrew Bambrick with the Mark II, 1345. $13.64, $14.38. Andrew stays 10, Bruce stays 14. No help for them. Still plenty of VW Sportsmen to come around the corner. Next up, Laurie Anslow taking on Paul Robinson. Laurie currently number 11 with a 1718 as a dial-in. And Paul Robinson dials 1481. Currently in the number 5 spot. Away they go. So Paul's going to get there and go. 79 on 81 breaks out by 200ths. But Laurie Anslow, 1724 and 18. Nice move up there for Laurie. Moves up to number 6. Right, Justin Foley. And he is on a 1545 dial-in. He's currently number 12. He's already run a 1556. Lawrence Clark with Thunderbug. 1377 his dial-in. He's already run a 1385. $13.75 breaks out by 200ths. 16.05, no help for Justin either, so Lawrence stays 7, Justin stays 12. Polly Judge and Nigel Gregson, your next pair. Now then, Nigel's already in the number 2 spot. Dials in 16.10 for this one. Polly wants 16.34. Right, can we have 760 heads up into the pairing lanes, please? 760. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Polly goes 1662, stays 8. Nigel goes 1628, stays number 2. All right, Danny Bean with the Lupo, 1458 for him. John Crawford, 1558 his target, so 1 second between them. Right, Danny Bean's going to get there first. Goes 14.19. Struth, that was a breakout. John Crawford, though, goes 20 to 12 with that one with a 15.68. Right, the 2 Beatles then. No, it's not Ringo and George, but it is Morgan Wilson and Connor Jones. Misdemeanor Habit Beetle dialing in 17.95. And Connor Jones with a white pearl, 16.50. Problems for Connor. Box full of neutrals, I think. Gets one eventually. So Morgan, how close to 1795? 1820. Just a little bit the wrong way. Curses. Right, Connor Jones, 23.77. Not really representative of what the car can run. A few issues off the start line. Right, Phil Jones and Reese Finney, your next pair. Basically, just got our bike finals and 760 heads up to go. Possibly exhibition. I'm not sure if they can make it down again. So Phil Jones wants 14.90. Reese wants 17 flat. 14.78 breakout for Phil, no help for him, and no help for Reese either. 17.44 on that 17. Rob Cresswell and Darren Walsh up next. It's the Audi A3 and the Mark 1 Golf GTI. God, I used to have one of them. Great car. I had a Mark 2 16 valve after that. Back in the day. So it looks like Rob's got his nose slightly in front. goes 16.47. He's going to stay 4 with that one, and a 17 flat. No movement there either. Right, your number 1 qualifier, John Gallant with the Sirocco. Going alongside Tom Circuit with the Lupo. And I think this is the last pair in VW Sportsman. So one of these two is going to be number 1 qualifier. It's either going to be John that holds on to it, and the only person that can take it away is Thomas Circuit. So John's going to get there first. 17.40 is the target. 17.33 breakout, no help. 19.21, so Thomas stays put. So John Gallant, number 1 qualifier. Well done to him. Right, so we have a break to see who comes down the lanes, but 760 heads up is the next class. And all of our bike finals as well. So basically that's what's to come at you. Just run through the finals actually. 850 bike, going to be Danny Cockrell taking on Johnny Hines. ET bike, Liam Holgate against Scott Collier. Super Street bike, going to be Steve Venables and Alan Morrison Jr. Junior drag bike, Holly King, Richard Wilcox. Cob bike is going to see Paul Hambridge taking on John McLean Sr. Funny bike, it's going to be Roger Moore taking on Louis Davis. And in 950 bike, Brett Cordell taking on Rick Sawatsky. But whilst we've got nothing in the lanes, we're just going to gather them up and hopefully run them all in one go. So Nitro FM, if you can take over the airwaves, we'll be back with you with more quarter-mile action here at the Greenlight Nationals. So the Goose went number 2 in qualifying, went 7.14. Dave went 8.61, but he's capable of running in the 7s. Oh, Goose is away first. And a 7.16 takes the win, but Dave Pete goes 7.30. Outstanding run for Dave. Absolutely phenomenal run. And pretty much what we thought there, half past there for Lorcan. Dave Smith got the track to himself. Can he improve on that 780? He does indeed. How about a 769 at 178 miles an hour? I can run the numbers. Let's see what she's got for us this time round. Jeff by the side of the vehicle. So here we go, 760. Oh, great looking pairing. $8.15 for Belinda Bull, but Brian Pateman, get this, a new PB for Brian Pateman, 785, 173 miles an hour. Absolutely outstanding. Oh, Julie, absolutely delighted. Absolutely standing pass. Right, Jed, his first run in class actually, because he's running in Outlaw Anglia. He's more than capable of running 760. So he don't want to break out. Going alongside Kev Jenkins, the fraudster. This is looking good. This is looking good. 788, 782. Jed goes in at number 6. Kev Jenkins, though, moves up from 9. So the M&M Racing Super taking on the freight train. One car for Super Pro, one for Street Eliminator. Well, they're on better runs than they were earlier, that's for sure. 8:37 plays 8:08. Mark Turner stays put in number 10, but Mark Todd goes 11 to 8 with that 182 mile an hour from the Pontiac. Can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Well, it's a 7, but what flavour? 772. Oh, ho, ho. Only 300ths behind Dave Smith. So the Can Do 2 Reborn Corolla taking on the little FX Vega. 1018 plays 980. Much straighter launch this time for Mark. Went a bit wayward on his first run. 1021. Mark moves up 8 to 6. Darling's End, Phil Toppin 880. Warren Watts 905. The Corvette and the Camaro, two of Chevrolet's finest. Nine flat, made 914. Phil drops a spot because Warren moves up from 17 to 10 with that one. Well, Joe's definitely going to get there first by the looks of things. Target is 770, breaks out, goes 768. But Lee Huxley moves up from 5 to 4 with that. Well, I don't know about the red light, but Stu Doiney 0-1 off the line. Scotty goes 741. I bet he wished he dialed 41 instead of a 40. Well, Billy currently number 8. He dials 780. Will dials 987. Oh, 780 with a 6. Billy Everett goes to number 1. Okay then, this is 760 heads up. It's our last car class of the day. Then it will just be bike finals to run after that. So first up then, it's the fraudster, Kev Jenkins. Currently on a 782. He's in the number 3 spot. 11 cars have put qualifying passes in. And unfortunately, looks like Dave Smith being pushed out of the way. I hope he's going to be able to make the run, but we'll see how it pans out. So, attention focus on to the racetrack then. So the next time we're going to be seeing Kev Jenkins with the fraudster, he'll be in Comp Eliminator at the European Finals, 3 weeks' time. So he's here for a bit of fun this weekend, bit of extra track time, bit of tuning time, and try and win some serious prize money this weekend as well. Right, can we have all bike finals into the lanes, please? All bike finals. Ooh, getting a bit close to the wall. Kev decides maybe I should just get out of this one. 11:33, 77 mile an hour. Right, so yeah, all bike finals please into the lanes. Mark Turner with the Supra going alongside the Soul Man. That is Kev Perkins. And yep, Dave Smith is going back to the pits, unfortunately. So your number 1 qualifier not able to take his final qualifying shot. So let's look at these two at the moment then. Kev Perkins currently number 8 on a 795. Mark Turner number 11, 833. Oh, huge amount of wheel spin there for Kev Perkins. Mark Turner on a decent looking run. Goes 841, no improvement for him. He obviously stays number 11, and Kev Perkins 957. No improvement for them either. So unfortunately, as you can see, Dave Smith with a powerful exhaust Jag heading back to the pits. They'll get ready for tomorrow. Marston with the PT Bruiser. So good to see this car back. Been around for a few years, but then disappeared. And obviously, always kept it hidden, and now it's back. All currently in the number 10 spot, 827. Ian Brown, number 2 with the 67 Camaro for Xanadu Racing. 772 is where he is at the moment. Something with a 7.6 would be nice. Both away well, good looking runs. 778 and 820. Ian Brown in the 7.7s once again. Good run there for Paul Marston. 820, 161 mile an hour. Moves up from number 10 to number 9 with that one. Okay, that was it for 760. So it is a bike finals time. And it is Combike going to be kicking things off. John McLean Sr. and Paul Hambidge, your first pair. Paul Hambidge, number 1 qualifier, had a bye in round 1, got past Chris Neary in round 2. John McLean Senior got past Jordan Kenway, and then unfortunately Graham Dance unable to make the call, so John McLean had a solo into the final. There we go then, your first final. Don't forget, once they've run their finals, they'll get the bikes back to the pits and get ready to qualify all over again tomorrow morning for tomorrow afternoon's eliminations. It was a double header for our bikes this weekend. Obviously, trophies for our bikes will be presented tomorrow. Off we go. And this isn't over by the shouting by a long way. Look at this at the stripe, it's tight. Oh, 8:09. Paul Hambidge takes the win from an 8:23. Needed all of that. The win margin 0.15. John McLean had a 0.4 light as well. He tried everything he could. Paul Hambidge got a little bit out of the groove, but just rode round John at the stripe. 0.1 the win margin to Paul Hambidge. Very good race indeed. All right, next up then it is ET Bike. And, well, Scott Collier. It's the stars have aligned for him today. He got past number 1 in the points chase, Gary Hester, in round 3. He had a bye into the finals. And the other title contender, Phil Pratt, went out in round 2. So can Scott take it all the way to the winner's circle and get what we call a victory, the new trophies for the 2022 season? So if Scott wins this race, don't think he's going to overtake Gary Hester, but it's going to be a hair's breadth between them. So Liam Holgate, the opponent, 976 plays 970. It's a Greenlight drag race. Who's going to be the bravest at the stripe? It is Scott Collier, 976. And a 982, the win margin 0.15 at the stripe, 0.15 at the stripe. But it is Scott Collier who takes the winner's trophy. Right, we move on to junior drag bike, and it's Richard Wilcox and Holly King. Holly will be leaving first, dialing in 11.34, and then Richard will try and chase Holly down. 982, Richard's dial-in. So both away well. Richard closing in. Has Holly got enough in the tank? She has. 11.40 on 11.34 dial, and that was going to be tough to beat, but 9.99 on 9.82 for Richard Wilcox. Very good in the runner-up spot, but it is Holly King that takes the win. Well done to Holly. Four finals to go. It's 9.50 bike up next. Brett Cordell and Rick Sawatsky. Now, how much would Brett love to take one of these victory trophies home, put on the mantelpiece? And the man standing in his way is Rick Sawatsky, probably one of the biggest trophy cabinets in bike racing as Rick. Numerous championship wins, numerous event wins. Is he going to add another one to the collection? Well, they're both going away with a trophy, but who's going to get the top one and who's going to be runner-up? 9.50 bike final. Here we go. Oh, what a race. What a race. And a 9.61 with a 6. Beats a 9.61 with a 6. Identical times. Win margin again, 0.11. And it's Rick Sawatsky. Both of them with 0 lights. Ah, brilliant racing from our bike classes. That's 3 finals decided by 0.1 at the stripe. Super Street Bike, Steve Venables, Alan Morrison Jr. Well, fair to say that these guys have really had to work hard this weekend. It hasn't been plain sailing. They qualified 2 and 5. You wouldn't normally expect to see that. But here we go, the final of Super Street Bike. They're both off and running. Neck and neck. Maybe Ven just stretching it out a little bit. It's tight at the stripe. Steve Venables takes that one. 7.20 at 2.06 to a lose-out 7.39. Right, 2 finals to go. Funny Bike and 8.50 bike. So, going to be the Goose. Louis Davis taking on Roger Moore. This for Funny Bike. And then it will be 8.50 bike final between Danny Cockrell and Johnny Hines. Well, on performance, it's the Goose, but he hasn't had it entirely his own way today. Always got cooked earlier on. So your final in Funny Bike. Both away well. The Goose is out in front as long as he can stay on the power. Oh, it's tight at the stripe again. 7.46. Only 175 for Louis Davis. Good job he got away well. 7.66, 171 for Roger Moore, but it is the Goose that takes that one. Louis Davis, your winner in Funny Bike. Right, the last race of the day, and we are done. And this is 8.50 bike. So Johnny Hines. We're just looking at where. I'm trying to assess the points out, actually. It's going to be very close between Jay, Danny and Johnny after this final. But we've still got the race to run. Here we go. Danny Cockrell out in front. Oh, problems for Johnny. What a shame. Danny, on his return, takes the win. 8.78. He clicks it early to 131 mile an hour. It's like Danny Cockrell's never been away. What a return that was. I'll take my hat off to you guys. Been away for yonks, comes back and wins it straight away. Yeah, the tuners done their job as well. Brilliant stuff. Commiserations to Johnny Hines, but what a great day for him though. He's made the final. He's got a whole bag full of points. I think that's it. I can't think there's anything else around the corner. I'm just waiting for the start line crew to make the move. But got nothing left in the lanes. But they're not moving. There's nothing left. We're just going to obviously get Johnny Hines retrieved from the top end. But well done to everybody. Thank you ever so much indeed for staying so late with us tonight. I think most of you will be staying on site anyway. 7:45 in the evening here at Santa Pod. Day 1 of 2 completed at the Greenlight Nationals. Well done to our timing crew, to our start line crew for all of our work down there. Well done, guys. Thank you very, very much indeed. To our spectators, thanks for hanging around. Nitro FM, you've always been there for us. And once again, picking it up when we need to take a break. So thanks to Nitro FM. They're going to be carrying things on for all the rest of the evening. But until tomorrow, have a great night. We will see you then. Cheers. See you soon.